51 games and counting, thousands of hours of playtime, and one goal to rank them all. Hey everyone, welcome to my marathon video for the Legend of Zelda series. In this video, we're covering every single game that has been released in the series, including spin-offs, and then I'm ranking them all on a tier list. I have previously done videos on this series and broken them up into multiple parts, but here is every single game reviewed, including the newest game that just released in one video. Timestamps for all of the games that are covered down in the description below. Here's a quick look at the tier list and the parameters just so you know what we're working with here. And with all that being said, let's just jump right in. We have a ton of games to go through, starting with the first one that ever came out, The Legend of Zelda on the NES. So we're starting off with the original Legend of Zelda on the NES, which is a game that was released before I was even born. And I have actually beaten this game once before doing this video, so I am a little bit familiar with it. And while this game does have several flaws, it does hold up surprisingly well for an almost 40-year-old game. It has the vibe of almost an open world that you can go pretty much anywhere you want right from the start. You're not forced into a tutorial, you can pretty much pick your own path. The plot to this game is pretty simple. It's all explained to you in this scrolling text box at the start. The Prince of Darkness Ganon stole a piece of the Triforce. Zelda then divides her Triforce into 8 different pieces to hide it from Ganon, and she then got captured. As Link, it's your job to get the 8 pieces and save her. Something that I realized though about 30 minutes into my first playthrough is that unless you've played this game a ton back in the day and you have an in-depth knowledge of where everything is, you're probably going to want to use a walkthrough. There are dozens of secret areas where you just kind of have to know where they are, and some of them are even critical to being able to advance in the game. Like this thing here, I would have never guessed in a million years that that was hidden there. Now, some NPCs will offer you some cryptic hints on stuff, but I never found them super useful in guiding me where to go. And honestly, that's probably my biggest complaint when it comes to this game. It lacks clear direction. There's a lot of times where you don't know where to go. The game's also probably harder than you would expect. There's several enemy types that are just a pain to deal with. The real key to succeeding in this game is to use your items very wisely. When you do beat this game, you get a nice credit sequence and then you're told that another quest awaits. The second playthrough is significantly harder than the original one, with way more enemies and way tougher enemies appearing a lot sooner. All of the dungeons as well have been completely remixed and are located in different areas, and all of those secrets that you memorized from the first time playing through, they've all been moved. Everything's in a new location. If you do beat the second quest and make it all the way to the end, you're treated to another credit sequence where at the end, this time instead it will say, "You are great." So while the original Legend of Zelda has held up pretty well for such an old game, pretty much everything that this game does is done better in a later entry in the series. And for that reason, it gets a solid B rank from me. It's worth checking out, but I definitely don't think it's top tier. Next up on the list here, we have a game that's kind of regarded as the black sheep of the Zelda family, and this is one that I had never played before, Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link. So first off, I do think that this game has some interesting ideas. Graphically, a lot of the monsters, bosses, and even Link himself look like a significant upgrade over the first game. But overall, having played through this one, it definitely does miss the mark, and I think that surprisingly, a lot of the hate that this game gets is actually justified. The plot is conveyed to you on the title screen much like the original game, and there's still not a lot going on here, but at least they tried. After you defeated Ganon in the last game, a sleeping spell was cast on Princess Zelda, and she'll only wake up with the power of the Triforce. To get to where the Triforce is located, you need to place crystals in specific palaces throughout the land. So you start off in a castle with Zelda sleeping behind you, and get used to this castle because every time that you lose all of your lives and die, this is where you respawn until you reach the end of the game. So you're going to be very familiar with this by the end of the playthrough. A little bit of exploration around the overworld is going to reveal some towns, and I will give this game credit, the townspeople are a lot more helpful than they were in the first game. There's still a lot of secrets that are hidden around the map, but a lot of the townsfolk do give you useful clues that actually point you in the right direction. Following their directions, you can find the first dungeon, and this is where stuff is about to get real with this game. Most of these enemies are going to respawn endlessly and don't actually give you experience when you kill them. And yes, you do actually level up with experience points in this game. Levels are the main way to actually get better stats, like hearts, magic, and how much damage you do with your sword. One of the best ways to level up, especially early in the game, is to just grind these floating faces, as in just stand next to them and mash the attack button for about 30 seconds each. You'll work your way through the dungeon and then you'll meet the first boss and get to experience the joys of the incredibly large hitbox that Link has. The boss fights in this game in general are very mixed. Some of them are overly difficult and some of them are ridiculously easy. I also find the overworld map pretty confusing, especially the Death Mountain part. Just figuring out where to go to get to the next dungeon was a real headache. And as I mentioned, if you lose all your lives and die, you will respawn back at the starting castle. So some of these dungeons that are super far away that take like 10 to 20 minutes just to get there, you're going to be making that trip over and over and over. Oh, also fun fact, when you die, you lose all of your experience towards the next level. The trick that I learned early on in this game is that if you ever get a decent amount of experience built up, just immediately find a safe place where you can grind and get that level. So eventually, if you put in the time and grind a lot, the game does get easier, but it's still not what I would call fun. There are so many places where the enemies will just get cheap kills on you by pushing you into a pit or surrounding you in a wave of fireballs. These fence lizards especially suck. Or there's several parts of the game where if you arrive and you don't have enough magic on your magic meter, you just literally cannot progress. I will say there are a few cool things about this game. I already mentioned the graphics, but I also think the idea of a Zelda RPG with experience and leveling is kind of interesting. There's also some cool items, and I like how they affect the world, destroying roadblocks, making monsters leave, or making it so that you can see enemies that were previously invisible. A lot of the bosses have pretty cool designs as well, and the final boss is actually the introduction of Shadow Link, which is pretty awesome, even if the boss himself is super easy to defeat if you know what you're doing. All in all though, this game was not fun for me to play. As someone with zero nostalgia for it, it was just a chore from start to finish, and I could not be more happy to never have to play it again. All that being said though, since it does have some merits, I'd actually give it a D rank. There might be some worse Zelda games out there. Unless this was a childhood favorite game of yours or something though, there's not going to be many that are going to be as miserable an experience as this one. Next up, we're going to cover one of the lesser known Zelda games that was still released by Nintendo, The Legend of Zelda Game & Watch. For those who aren't familiar with them, Game & Watches were little handhelds released by Nintendo in the 1980s and early 90s. They were pretty small, portable, and featured very basic controls with a non-backlit screen. I'd compare them to the Tiger Electronics line of handhelds if you're familiar with those, but done a little bit better. Most of them were just this single screen device that you see here, but some of the more advanced models actually had two screens connected by a hinge in the middle. If this design looks kind of familiar to you, it's because it was actually the inspiration for the Nintendo DS. And that also carried over to the 3DS where the influence can still be seen. Following the success of the Legend of Zelda series on the NES, they released Game & Watch Zelda. Unfortunately though, unlike most of the other games in the Legend of Zelda series, this one has barely ever seen a re-release. So with that in mind, if you want to actually play this game, there's a couple of options. First off is obviously to just buy the vintage Game & Watch from the 80s, but for that, you're probably looking at upwards of $500 for a working unit in good condition, which is why instead of seeing an actual one in this video, you're seeing 3D renders I made. Now in 1998, several Game & Watch games were re-released as a series of tiny keychains, known as the Mini Classics series. So if you ever wanted to try playing this game on the tiniest non-backlit screen known to man, you do have that option, but you're still going to be dishing out a couple $100. Nintendo did release a new Zelda Game & Watch to celebrate 35 years of The Legend of Zelda. However, this should not be mistaken for the original Zelda Game & Watch. It doesn't even have the original game on it. Basically, that leaves just one option. Nintendo did eventually start re-releasing the Game & Watch games as compilations for their Game Boy line of systems in Game & Watch Gallery 4 for the Game Boy Advance. If you get to 160 stars, you unlock a playable version of the Game & Watch Zelda. In terms of playing it on a legitimate game console other than the original handheld, this is pretty much your only option. Actually getting all those stars and unlocking the game in Game & Watch Gallery 4 is an achievement on its own. It took me longer to unlock this than it did to beat most Zelda games I'll be covering in this series. How difficult it was to play this in the modern day definitely soured the experience a little bit for me. That being said though, the game itself isn't terrible. Both screens from the Game & Watch are mashed together here as you're seeing. Whichever is the dominant screen that you're playing on will be bigger. You start off on the bottom screen and then you have to defeat the enemy on the right. There's often skeleton dudes below you who will occasionally stab up, and you need to avoid that. And sometimes there will be this floating ghost behind you as well who will throw projectiles at you. You use one button to attack, and doing so also rearranges the position of your shield, allowing you to block incoming projectiles from behind. After you beat a level, you'll also get some kind of upgrade or item. For example, the weapon upgrade of the Tomahawk. The Tomahawk is especially powerful, letting you shoot projectiles yourself when you're at full health. After you complete the stage, you move up a screen and repeat again, with the enemies getting progressively progressively tougher as you go. When you see something that looks kind of like a claw or maybe a tree root, it means it's boss time. The boss that you're going to be fighting every few stages is actually a dragon, and you'll play this part on the top screen. This is different than the game you play on the bottom screen. It's more like a bullet hell, with you needing to avoid these fireballs raining down and also the dragon's tail, and time your hits so that you don't take damage. When you eventually beat the dragon, you get a piece of the Triforce, slowly filling it in. The one thing that I did really appreciate about this version of the game is if you die, you can start right back up on the stage you were on without losing any progress. The only thing that's affected by you dying is your score. No matter how hard I tried, I could never really get the timing down for this game. Sometimes you randomly get knocked back to the left side of the screen for no visible reason, which is really disorienting. There's a lot of stages that you have to work through to get to the very end, and you're going to see a lot of repeating enemy patterns and makeup. In a way that makes it easy, because once you've memorized a particular layout, you can pretty much reproduce the steps you did to win, but also it made it pretty boring because after the third or fourth time playing through, I'd seen pretty much everything it had to offer. So when you beat the last dragon and get the final part of the Triforce, Link climbs to the very top of the screen and a wall disappears, freeing someone that I'm going to generously assume is Princess Zelda. The game then restarts from the beginning and you can play it all over again. There's not really a lot to this game. It's fun in small doses, but sitting down and playing through the entire thing in one sitting doesn't really do it any favors. It gets extremely repetitive. It also doesn't have a lot going for it that makes it actually feel like a Zelda game. There aren't really that many Zelda items, the monsters don't really look like Zelda monsters, and gameplay is at best vaguely related to the dungeon sections in Zelda 2. To be fair to the developers, there had only been 2 Zelda games before this one, so there wasn't a lot to draw on, but with the large wealth of Zelda games that we have these days, it just doesn't really evoke that feeling. However, because it is fun in small bursts if you want to just play a level or two, and for what it is, it's fairly well designed, I'll give it a C rank, just barely above D. While this isn't a complete failure, it definitely leaves a lot to be desired, and coupled with the fact that it's one of the more inaccessible Zelda games to actually play these days, I wouldn't recommend going out of your way to make sure you experience it. You're not going to be missing much if you skip this one. So here's a special one from back when Nintendo was being a bit more free with licensing out their IPs. We're covering the Nelsonic Zelda Game Watch. Now, this is not to be confused with the Nintendo Game & Watch, which we just covered. This is its own entity. So the company Nelsonic released a bunch of different wristwatches that actually let you play games on the watch itself. In order to actually sell these things, they featured a bunch of characters from pretty well-known IPs, in this case, The Legend of Zelda. Now, this thing is pretty obscure, evidenced by the fact that the game has never been re-released in any form, and you can't even play it on emulators. The only way to play this game is on an actual physical wristwatch. The plot here is pretty bare bones, almost non-existent. You have to read it from the manual. Per the manual, Link enters a cave defenseless and is attacked by enemies like crushing iron balls and ferocious bats. In order to defeat them, he has to pick up a weapon that will defeat that specific enemy type. Also important to point out that the art on the watch isn't really anything to get excited about. There's a generic faceless Link, a pyramid that I think is supposed to be the Triforce, and the Legend of Zelda logo at the bottom. There's not really much going on with this watch beyond that. I mean, you can use it as an actual watch and set an alarm, but the main reason you would have this is probably to play the game. So the game here is pretty simple. You move this tiny character around on this grid-based screen, avoiding enemies until you pick up an item that lets you defeat them, usually located in the top left corner. Once you have that item, you go and destroy all the enemies in the level, and then a key will appear which you have to pick up, and then you have to navigate to the exit door. You then start a new stage where you no longer have that weapon, you have to pick up another, beat the enemies, rinse and repeat. At the end of every 4th stage, you'll fight a mini-boss, which is a fire-breathing dragon. You need to pick up a bomb from the top left corner and then drop it near the dragon and run away. When the bomb explodes, the dragon dies, and you can pick up a piece of the Triforce. After that, a key appears again, you go through the door to the next stage, and you rinse and repeat. Annoyingly in this game, you can only move up, down, left, or right, but the enemies can move diagonally. If they move to an adjacent square to you, they will immediately do damage and take away a heart. Even if you have a weapon on you and you're spamming the attack button, if they move to you, you take damage. There's technically 16 stages in this game, with slightly harder monsters appearing in every set of 4, and after you beat the 4th dragon, the game restarts from the beginning. There isn't actually actually an ending to this. The game is just all about score. You want to get the highest score possible. So the watch is pretty much normal sized for a wristwatch, which means that the screen you're playing on is tiny, like really, really tiny. It's also not a great quality screen, and it doesn't have a backlight. So when you're looking at this from certain angles, the characters and UI are pretty much invisible, and there's also occasionally some screen flicker. As well, the button to move up on my watch does not work particularly well, which is why you see me trying to press it down using a variety of tools in this video. And I bought this watch brand new, never used. So I'm not sure if this is just a design flaw that affects all the watches, or maybe it's just mine specifically. Could also be because this thing is just so old. Also worth noting that the battery in the watch does not last particularly long for a wristwatch. If you actually wore this thing regularly, you'd have to swap that out very often. So because there's pretty much no difference between each set of 4 stages except a gradually scaling difficulty, once you've cleared the first set of 4 stages and beaten the dragon, you've pretty much seen everything this game has to offer. The idea of having to get a specific item to beat each type of enemy is a thing from Zelda, and I like that, for example, you can't beat the dragon with just a boomerang, you actually have to go and get a bomb. But overall, that doesn't really save this. The game still feels pretty underwhelming and kind of generic. The one thing I will say though, is that because of how quickly you can move through the stages and how fast this plays, the game did get a bit addictive. It pushed me to keep trying even though I was fighting against the controls of the watch itself. Back in the 90s, I could definitely see playing this for a few minutes while waiting at a doctor's office or between classes at school. So with all that in mind, I would actually give this a C rank. It's almost a D, but it's just slightly above that because there was fun to be had here. I definitely had a better time with this than I expected, and although it's quick and there's not a ton of depth, it does have an addictive quality to it that made it very hard to put down. That being said though, skipping this game is not a big deal. Still, if you ever get your hands on one of these, it's a surprisingly fun way to kill 15 minutes or so. Now we're covering the game that set the standard for all future Zelda titles to come. A Link to the Past on the Super Nintendo. I never actually played this game as a kid since my family went straight from the NES to the N64. And even as an adult, I've never played beyond the opening castle. So most of this game is going to be pretty new to me. So right off the bat, graphically, A Link to the Past looks wonderful. The detailed environments that you see here pretty much created a blueprint that every 2D Zelda game would follow. The sound is also taken up a level on this one, with the music standing out as especially great. And it was really interesting to hear the origin of some tracks that I was familiar with from other titles. Much like the original 2 Legend of Zelda games, there's a pretty in-depth cutscene on the title screen. There's quite a bit of lore that gets explained here, but the most important part is about how the 7 sages at the behest of the king sealed the entrance to the secret land to hide the golden power. The game then starts with you waking up from a dream where Zelda is talking to you, asking for help, as there is an evil mage who has been going around and using the descendants of those sages to open the sealed door, with Zelda being the last one left. Your uncle goes to save her, and then shortly after you follow, and you find his defeated body in the sewers of the castle. He gives you his sword and shield and tells you to save Zelda in his stead. After rescuing the princess, you then go off on a quest to find the village elder, who's kind of like the old man, because he knows the whereabouts of the Master Sword, the only weapon that can defeat the oncoming darkness. They also mark on your map where he is supposed to be, which is super helpful. In fact, whenever you're given a new objective in this game, it will be marked on your map for you. This massively helps alleviate one of my biggest issues with the original Legend of Zelda, where generally speaking, you have no idea where to go next. In A Link to the Past, your next objective is always made clear to you. So gameplay-wise, it feels very similar to the original Zelda, but it has definitely leveled up a bit. You get a wide array of items and weapons at your disposal, some old and some new, and you're armed with your trusty shield and sword. I definitely felt like the shield was a lot more effective in this one than in previous titles. And the sword now has a spin attack. I will say I did find it a little bit annoying just how difficult it is to hit enemies who are even a little bit off center from you. If they're coming at you from an angle, you're going to want to back away until you can line up a straight shot. If you don't, you're very likely to miss and then get hit yourself. This by no means ruined the combat for me, but it's definitely something that has been tweaked as time has gone on, because in a lot of the top-down Zelda games that followed, I never found this to be a huge issue. I also do like that some items you get are just automatically equipped, like the Pegasus boots, meaning that you don't need to constantly go into your inventory and swap them on and Ganon off. Also, if you're like me and you're not amazing at these types of games, it does actually have some difficulty to it. While it's not as hard as the first Zelda, especially the second quest, I did die a fair few times, most of them at the start when I was still figuring out the controls. That being said, it's not an overly difficult game. I would even say that by the end it borders a little on the easier side. So eventually you gather the 3 pendants at the behest of the old man, and this will let you get the Master Sword in the Lost Woods. The Master Sword gives you the classic ability to shoot energy beams whenever you're at full health. Zelda then gets captured by the evil wizard, and after you defeat him, you get transported into the Dark World. This is basically a palette swapped version of the normal overworld, but with different monsters and secrets. I actually really like this concept, because since you know the layout of the overworld, you can find your way around here pretty easily. And even though there's 2 different worlds to explore, it never feels overwhelming or too large as a result. It's also really fun to see the differences between the light and dark world, and using the magic mirror item, you can hop between the 2 at any time. Now you're on a quest to free the 7 maidens that were imprisoned, including Zelda, from various dungeons in the Dark World. Generally speaking, I liked the dungeons overall. I found most of them relatively straightforward, and I appreciated that in some of them you could even skip as much as half of the dungeon and still complete it. A few dungeons like the Water Dungeon or the Skull Woods one were a bit of an ordeal though. Something that did throw me through a bit of a loop is that in a lot of the dungeons you have to fall through holes in the floor to reach critical areas. And this can feel pretty counterintuitive, and it's never really telegraphed to you, as some holes will transport you and some won't. The bosses of these dungeons always looked really cool and were usually a genuine surprise to fight. I also really enjoyed how some dungeons required actions to be done in the light world in order to access them in the dark world. And when you free each of the 7 maidens, you'll also get some backstory and lore as a reward. After freeing the final maiden and defeating the wizard one more time, you then face off against Ganon, and this is definitely one of the trickiest fights in the entire game. If you prevail, Link gets the Triforce and you get a nice cutscene of the world being returned to normal. It's really interesting to see what is the first instance of a bunch of staples from the Legend of Zelda series. There were so many tropes that I'm familiar with that started off here. I also thought it was cool to see references to the previous Zelda titles. For example, this puzzle in the Ice Dungeon, which is basically a carbon copy of a puzzle in Zelda 1. This game was a really fun experience as I kept recognizing more and more things as I went on. And even though some of these ideas were improved on in later games, everything that they did here was done very well. I found A Link to the Past surprisingly addictive. Even as someone who generally prefers the 3D Zelda games, this one stood out as especially well made and fun. While I do have some minor gripes with it, they are massively overshadowed by just how much this game does right. It definitely deserves the praise that it has gotten over the years, and it easily earns an S rank. This game has aged especially well, and it still holds up today. It manages to provide a lot for you to do without ever feeling overwhelming, and it never overstays its welcome. If you're like me and you skip this one, you owe it to yourself to give it a shot. Definitely don't sleep on A Link to the Past. It's iconic for a reason. So now we're going to cover something that kind of skirts the edge of whether or not you should actually consider it a video game, the A Link to the Past pack for the Barcode Battler II. So chances are you've probably never heard of this, and for good reason. The Barcode Battler system is a bit of a unique oddity all on its own. So it's this plastic handheld device, and when you originally buy the system, it comes with a set of cards. All of these cards have a barcode on the back, and scanning them into the system gives you a character with stats. And then you scan enemy or monster cards to fight with your character. Everything that this handheld does is just numbers on this tiny screen. It's also unique in that it can scan the barcodes of anything, not just cards, like anything that has a barcode. And scanning these barcodes will actually turn into items or power-ups for your character. This console did extremely well in Japan, which is why there's 2 versions. This is the Barcode Battler II, but it absolutely bombed everywhere else. Because it did so well, in Japan they got some officially licensed card packs based on different properties, and one of them was based on The Legend of Zelda, specifically A Link to the Past. Luckily, this hadn't yet reached the era of Pokemon cards where there's different cards in different packs. Everything that you would need is contained in this single pack, and it plays a special kind of game mode. So first off, the console is a little bit confusing to use. I had English instructions printed out, and I also watched several guides, but there's so many menus that aren't really communicated well to you that it gets very confusing. Note that I do have the Japanese version, but the only difference is that the writing in the middle of the screen here would be in English. The worst part about this thing is that the barcode scanner, which is what this handheld is built all around, is really finicky and imprecise. You have to pass it through perfectly at exactly the right angle, at exactly the right speed for it to actually scan it. Think of the card scan minigame in Among Us, but even worse. The actual story is written out in the manual, and you pretty much just have to follow it in your head, I guess. So the basic plot, as best I understand it, is that Ganon is trying once again to take over Hyrule, and there's an evil priest who is trying to sacrifice the daughters of the sages in order to help him succeed. And apparently you're fighting through both the world of light and darkness to save Hyrule. And you do this all with numbers. You scan in 2 different versions of Link, then a monster, then you select which Link you're going to use, then you scan in an item, and then you fight. How much damage you do or who wins the fight is completely randomized. Sometimes you'll hit 0, sometimes you'll hit 3000, and so will the monsters. Even if you have significantly better stats, sometimes the enemy is just going to one-shot you and there's nothing you can do about it. There's no skill to this and very little strategy. So then, considering how RNG based it is, how do you actually beat this game? Beating the main game, the original, not the Zelda pack, will reward you with cheat codes that are referred to as P codes, and you can input these in any game to give your character buffs. And that's the only way I found to make this pack beatable. Otherwise, I could not get past the 3rd monster. So yes, to make this game beatable, you have to beat the base game before playing this expansion, even though you can load up this expansion on its own. And I did what anybody in the modern age would probably do. I just looked up these codes online. Using one of these P codes makes the game go from impossibly hard to impossibly easy. Instead of an actual challenge, now it was the monsters who were mostly all dying in one hit instead of me. There is so little depth to this, it's barely even a game. I'd compare it to setting up 2 calculators side by side and seeing who can type the longest word with numbers. And keep in mind that this thing was on shelves at the same time as the Game Boy. And the fact that it's entirely based on RNG means that even if you don't use a P code, you don't feel accomplished when you actually win or beat a monster. And also the fact that there's no plot or graphics presented to you by the handheld whatsoever means that you have 0 attachment to the story, characters, or the plot. This is absolutely an F rank. Like, no question about it. There is nothing to this, barely even anything to review. As a concept, scanning barcodes is cool, I guess, and doing a licensed Zelda pack is also kind of interesting, but in practice, gameplay-wise, it's as basic as you can get. The watch was more fun than this. The best part of this entire thing is actually the cards, because the artwork on them is really cool, but it's not worth buying the card pack just to see the art. Just look up those pictures online and stay as far away from this as you can. And now it's time to cover the very first Zelda game on a handheld console, Link's Awakening on the original Game Boy. I had played a little bit of the Game Boy Color version before doing this video, but I had never played the original, and that's what we're covering here. So the game starts with a little cutscene where Link is in a shipwreck and he's washed up on the shore of Konolit Island. You're rescued by this NPC Marin, and then you wake up in her house with no gear. You do eventually get your sword and shield back, and then it's basically up to you to find a way off this island. So first of all, this is one of the most charming games I think I've ever played. Every single character in this game is bursting with personality, and even simple things like the messages on signs are sassy. I also really like how some of your actions affect how characters interact with you. Early on in the game, I stole a bow from this shopkeeper because it was way too expensive for me to actually buy, and from that point onwards, instead of referring to my character by name, everyone just called him a thief. Graphically, for a Game Boy game, it does look pretty good, and Link's animations are super fluid, even more so than A Link to the Past on the Super Nintendo. Something special about this game is you also see characters from the Mario universe running around in it. This felt really strange, but it does make a little bit more sense later on when the plot kind of gets revealed to you. Link also kind of has a girlfriend in this game, which might be the first time ever in a Zelda game. So the plot does get pretty weird. There's a lot of running around and trading random objects to different NPCs until finally you end up with something useful, and there's not really a whole lot of rhyme or reason to a lot of it. Eventually, you do find out that the entire island and all of its inhabitants are actually a dream conjured up by a creature called the Windfish. And the only way to leave the island is going to be to wake the Windfish up. If you recontextualize the story through the lens of knowing that it's a random dream, it does make some of the weirder stuff in this game not stick out quite so much. It also feels like this is the game where they perfected the Zelda dungeon formula. And by that, I mean something that's just been repeated in so many games at this point, where you go into a dungeon and there's going to be various obstacles that you can't figure out yet, but halfway through you get a new special item that lets you get past all these obstacles. For example, a bracelet that will let you lift heavy rocks, or a hook shot to go across gaps. And then, once you finish the dungeon, you now have this item and it opens up new paths that you can explore in the world. I will also say that I never found the dungeons confusing enough to actually need a guide. I played this entire game blind. The boss fights I found were a mixed bag. All of the bosses have a lot of personality like all the other NPCs, but they also all have to be defeated in a very specific way, and sometimes it's obvious and sometimes it's not. Something that I really like as a concept as well is just how much you have to use your different items to explore the world. In a lot of other Zelda games, maybe you'll come across something where you have to blow up some rocks with bombs to be able to keep going or whatnot, but this game has you use your entire arsenal just to be able to traverse the land. Although touching on that, the reason why I like it as a concept more than an actual practice is because of some of the limitations of the platform that it's on. This is a Game Boy game, and there's only 2 face buttons on that original Game Boy that you can use. And because there's so many items that are all useful, you're constantly in menus swapping out your different items just so you can keep going. There are some points in this game where it honestly felt like I spent twice as much time in menus just switching my items around than actually playing the game. As well, graphically, it does look good for a Game Boy game, but a lot of stuff does just kind of blend together, especially if you're playing it on the actual handheld. So there are several parts where there's visual cues of what you have to do, or maybe you have to bomb a wall that looks slightly different. And just because of the way the graphics are, I found it very hard to see that. This game is still really fun, and for a handheld game, it has a lot of depth to it. So with all that in mind, I give this original version of Link's Awakening on the Game Boy a B rank, and it would probably be at the top of the B rank games. It's definitely a game where there's a ton of potential and a lot of fun to be had there, and most of the issues that I ran into were just because it was on such an old and limited handheld. Because of that, I'm very excited to see how this game improves in the later versions. So next up, we're covering The Legend of Zelda: The Wand of Gamelon. And if you're not familiar with the story of this one, strap in for a moment here. At one point, Nintendo was planning to create a disc-based add-on for the Super Nintendo. The deal ultimately fell through, but one casualty of it is that Philips was granted license to create games based on Nintendo's IPs. And some of the most notorious ones released on the Philips CDI was the unholy Triforce of Zelda games. So first off, this game is a side-scroller, and it clearly takes inspiration from Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link. Even though not just the original Zelda, but A Link to the Past and even Link's Awakening were already out and getting extremely strong reviews, for some reason they decided to copy the style of everyone's least favorite Zelda game. Maybe they thought they could do it better than Nintendo? The results are mixed, to say the least. So the plot is pretty thin here. It's all explained in this MS Paint cutscene at the very beginning. Zelda's father goes to a nearby kingdom to help and then doesn't return, and then they send Link after him and Link also doesn't return. So Zelda decides to take things into her own hands and go and save them both. As cool as it is for her to actually be the main character in a Legend of Zelda game, they really did her dirty here. To be fair, Zelda's look wasn't exactly set in stone or iconic like Link's was up to this point, but still, if you gave me a lineup of random video game characters and told me to find Zelda, I could not have picked her out of it. The controls in this game are bad, like really bad. So the Philips CDI is designed as a multimedia device and wasn't just a dedicated game console. It's a lot more suited to playing music or doing a PowerPoint than it is to actually playing a game. As a result, because gaming for this system is kind of an afterthought, the controller lacks a lot of the necessary buttons. For example, the same button is used to walk through a door, to use an item, or if you hold down and press it, you open your inventory. If you're standing anywhere even close to a door, your guess is as good as mine as to which of those 3 things will actually happen. Jumping also sucks. It's super imprecise, and the arc of your jump is really hard to telegraph. You're able to select which level you want to do from this overworld map, and more levels do open up as you play. And while what to do in each level is a little bit confusing, the levels are at least pretty short. And while the levels can be frustrating, especially this swamp one gave me a lot of trouble, generally speaking, their short length makes them not that bad. If you die too much and run out of continues, you're booted back to the overworld and then you have to start the stage from the beginning. But the fact that you don't have to spend 10 plus minutes walking back to where the dungeon was actually made this game less frustrating to play than Zelda 2 for me personally. That being said though, there's a lot of design choices in this game that are just weird and counterintuitive. For example, there's this rock here that you come across pretty early in the game, and the way you break it is by throwing 10 bombs at it. Now, most people would probably throw 1 bomb at it, it doesn't work, and they would move on. But no, you have to stand there and throw 10 bombs at this thing to get it to explode so you can keep going. Later on in the game, you do get an item that will take it out in 1 hit, but this is never conveyed to you. Oh, also fun fact, some items and weapons also cost rubies to use while out in the field. I'm really glad they brought that that mechanic back. Another thing is that normal enemies can do so much damage in a short amount of time to completely body you, and this is because there's 0 invincibility frames when you get hit. On the opposite end of the spectrum, pretty much every boss fight you come across is super easy. Usually you win them just by throwing a random item at the boss. It's also so weird to me that basic enemies pose so much more of a threat than the game's bosses, even the final boss. Again, there's not a lot of plot here. You pretty much just go from place to place, meeting different NPCs who need specific items. You bring them back the specific item, you get a new item that probably helps you progress a little bit. The story does get weird though, like really weird. Like, what even is this cutscene?
You know Link? Sure, he gave me his canteen for a kiss. You kissed him? Here, it's empty anyway.
Or this cutscene.
You've killed me!
Good.
Now, the final fight of the game against Ganon is actually laughable. You just climb up to him and then you throw the wand of Gamelon at him and you win. You get treated to another one of those MS Paint cutscenes, free your father, very casually free Link, and you're done. They don't even roll the credits, you just get booted back to the main menu. So one of the few things I do actually like in this game is the art style for the environments. Everything looks painterly, almost like you're in a storybook. One thing I do wish though is that they made it a lot more clear which parts of the environment you can actually interact with or jump on, because in a lot of cases it felt extremely arbitrary. The music in this game is strange, it's nothing like any classic Zelda games, but surprisingly I did find myself jamming out to it on occasion, and the main menu theme got stuck in my head for a while. Now, with me singing such high praises for this game and probably everything else you've ever seen online about it, you're probably expecting me to give it an F rank. But honestly, for me, this was a D. I truly believe that it can and will get worse for Zelda games. This game does have a few things going for it, and it's really short, which means it's not a prolonged experience. It's by no means a good game, it's more of just an odd curiosity, but chances are if you play this yourself, you know that going into it. So here we've got the second entry in the trifecta of Philips CDI Zelda games, and this one is very much in the same vein as the Wand of Gamelon, and it released at the same time. So this time you actually play as Link, and it's a completely separate adventure from the first game, but you're still trying to defeat Ganon, who's taken over another random kingdom. You get another one of those classic low detailed cutscenes to start it off, where basically Link complains about how bored he is, and then the king gets a message that a faraway kingdom is under attack by Ganon, and Link's the only one who can actually beat Ganon, so he sends him off to deal with it. The animation in this one is just as bad as the previous game, but I will give them props on one thing. Link does actually look like Link. Now, Link did already have an iconic look that they could emulate here, but even so, I will say at least they made it work and his sprite does look pretty good. This is clearly Link. So all the same issues from the previous game are still here. It still has terrible controls, environments that look really nice, but you can't figure out where you're actually supposed to jump, and enemies that are a million times harder to beat than any bosses. I found most of the platforming in Gamelon to be harder, while in this one I found the combat to be more difficult. All that being said, I will give them credit where credit is due for this one though. This game does have a very unique mechanic that actually feels like it's out of a Zelda game. One of the first stages of the game is this snowy area, and here by killing these pig dudes you get snowballs. And then in a later stage you can actually use these snowballs to defeat these fire guys. These fire guys drop fireballs that you can then pick up and use to fight these even harder ice monkeys in that original winter stage. This actually feels like the blueprint of a mechanic that would be in an actual Zelda game by Nintendo. The dungeons and levels are all significantly longer than they were in the Wand of Gamelon, making them a lot more frustrating and more of an ordeal to get through. So it plays out pretty much the same as the Wand of Gamelon, where you're getting random items for NPCs that have sometimes been taken by monsters or are located in some weird place, and this will open up new areas and get you new items for yourself. There's not really much more to say about it, but I definitely enjoyed it less than the Wand of Gamelon. I found it a lot more frustrating. Those extra long and involved dungeons where you have to make it through on just 3 continues absolutely killed me. Also, I know that I did say I kind of enjoyed the music in Wand of Gamelon. In this one, I didn't. I don't know if they contracted a different artist or maybe they just had no more budget left, but something about this music just did not do it for me this time around. Because of all that, I'm actually going to give this game an F rating. Even though it does have that one redeeming mechanic, it's not fleshed out enough to actually save the game. And because of just how overall frustrating this experience was, I think that rating is pretty justified. If I'm lucky, I'll never ever have to play this one again. It's extremely not good. Now it's time for the final Zelda game on the Philips CDI, Zelda's Adventure. This one, This one is bad, everyone. So you start off with another digitized cutscene, but you'll notice that in this game, they're all live-action FMVs. And for the most part, it's pretty much a bunch of low-budget cosplayers saying really, really awkward lines. The cutscenes in this game all look really, really bad. Like the ones in the previous CDI Zelda games were so bad that they were almost good, if you know what I mean. And at least they were unintentionally hilarious. These are so bad that they're just bad. There's no redeeming qualities here. The only thing worse than the character outfits in this game is the voice acting. This really has the feel of they just pulled random people from the office into the recording booth and just had them say lines that they were reading for the first time. I would be incredibly surprised if they hired a single legitimate voice actor for this. And the performances get weird, like so weird, like what even is this?
Is a shrine a thing to be taken lightly? No, and a candle is needed to light a shrine.
So the plot of this one is that Ganon is back and he's threatening the world again, and this time he's actually kidnapped Link, so Zelda is sent out in his place. Or at least I think that's the plot. The audio mixing is terrible, with a lot of the dialogue being almost unintelligible. And this happens both in cutscenes and when interacting with NPCs. The load times in this game are atrocious. It's one of the worst things about it. It takes forever just to go from one screen to another. Apparently it's because of these digitized backgrounds all throughout the game. They just eat up so much memory and slow everything down to a crawl. And the game takes a huge hit to the performance for something that looks legitimately awful. The monsters as well in this game are varying levels of bad looking. Some of them look like they're claymation, and some of them look like they're just drawn by hand with pixels. And there's very clear edges on some of the giant monsters like the Octorok here, making it look like it was just cut badly out of a background in Photoshop. Your hitbox in this game is enormous, meaning you never want to be anywhere close to any of the enemies you're fighting. The upside to this though is that all of the monsters and the bosses also have huge hitboxes. Because it's so easy to take damage, this makes the bosses in the game actually kind of challenging. Zelda's main weapon is a wand, and she swings it like a sword. The best method to win any combat scenario in this game is to just stand back, wave your wand continuously, and let the monsters come to you. One thing I will say is that at least the monsters do actually drop hearts in this game, so if you take a hit or you lose life, you can regain it. Oh, and they actually call the currency in this game rupees instead of rubies. On the downside though, you actually need to equip the rupees as an item to be able to buy something, which is the first time I've ever seen that in a video game. Key items are found just randomly strewn about on the map in really obscure locations. Some of them are single use, some of them are multi-use, and there's no clear indicator which are which. Occasionally you'll also get a key item by talking to a specific NPC. Sometimes you even have to talk to them multiple times to get them to actually give it to you. All of your items have to be selected from your inventory, and the inventory screen is awful. They only show so many items at a time, and you have to use the world's slowest cursor to actually navigate between them and select the one you want. And because of how long it takes everything to load in this game, swapping items is just awful. It actually made me miss the constant item swapping from Link's Awakening, and that was my least favorite part of that game. Also, pretty much every weapon in the game costs rupees to use, which is just awesome. When you run out of hearts in this game, you will die and respawn. There's no multiple lives at play here. Respawning is annoying because just like in Zelda 2, you respawn back at the very starting area of the game. However, if you're in one of the dungeons and you die there, you will respawn back at the start of the dungeon. As well, there's always a checkpoint right before the boss room, so if you die against the boss, you respawn there instead. I did appreciate this checkpointing system when you're in an actual dungeon. Most of your time in this game is going to be spent going from dungeon to dungeon, and that's where you're really going to get to appreciate the really awkward and slippery controls. They also decided in several dungeons to make the floor itself even more slippery, almost like it's made out of ice. The dungeon designs themselves are bad. They're usually pretty much just a straight line from start to finish. One of the few standouts is actually the water dungeon, in that at least the boss who is yelling at you actually does sound kind of menacing, and while the boss of the dungeon doesn't look that great, it is one of the more unique designs. The sixth dungeon also stood out because it's not really a dungeon or a temple, it's pretty much a Renaissance fair. And this is complete with all the different events like archery and even jousting. This feels really weird since it's a dungeon you have to clear to beat the game, but it was kind of interesting. It was one of the things that stood out in an otherwise very bleak and bland game. The overworld doesn't fare much better, and while there are lots of characters to interact with to try and make it feel lived in, most of them are weird or nonsensical. It's also super confusing to figure out where you're supposed to go next. The NPCs don't don't really guide you along. Most of it is just straight up exploration. And this gets really annoying because you can go really far in one direction having no idea if you're going the right way. The final dungeon of the game is basically just a boss rush, but at that point you're so overpowered that you pretty much barrel through every single boss until you get to Ganon. Ganon himself isn't particularly hard either. Once you learn his pattern, it's pretty much just a waiting game. I will say though, at least you don't win against Ganon by just throwing a random book or wand at him. You do actually have to fight him. After you defeat Ganon, there's a very quick cutscene of the world returning to normal and prospering, and you see low-budget cosplay Zelda and Link holding hands and looking up at the camera. There's then another one of those weird green-screened cutscenes with the old man who tells you that you've done well and that he's proud of you or something. And then they actually roll the credits instead of just booting you back to the main menu. There's not a lot of nice things to say about this game. Even the stuff that it sort of does well, that's just in comparison to how badly it does everything else. Everything from the cutscenes, to the look of the game, to the really basic combat, to the way too huge overworld, to the boring dungeons, to how long it takes to even load a screen, to the fact that they can't have music and sound effects playing at the same time. None of it stands out or is even remotely fun, and at no point does it feel like a Zelda game. With that in mind, this one absolutely takes an F rating. I thought that Link the Faces of Evil would be as bad as it could get, but no, this one's worse. I didn't get as frustrated in this game as I did with Link the Faces of Evil, but there were definitely parts of this game that did make me angry, and these were sandwiched between long hours of just being incredibly bored. Definitely avoid this one. It's bad. It's next level bad. I just really have nothing nice to say about it. So we're kicking this off with a pretty unique game right out of the gate. We're covering BS The Legend of Zelda Map 1. This is a remake of the original Legend of Zelda game, but released for the broadcast Satellaview, which is an accessory by the Japanese satellite company Saint Giga for the Super Nintendo. It's a pretty interesting story in of itself, and you kind of need to know the backstory behind this to understand the game. So if you already know all about the Satellaview, feel free to skip to here in the video, otherwise keep watching. In the early to mid 90s, Nintendo played it a bit fast and loose with their IPs, which is why we got things like the Nelsonic Game Watch or the Barcode Battler II game. This was yet another lucrative deal that they brokered in the same vein, but they had a little bit more involvement for this one. Nintendo purchased some shares in a traditional Japanese satellite radio company, and then they released the Satellaview peripheral for the Japanese Super Nintendo, and this allowed you to download games from the service. Between 1995 and 1997, they released 4 different Zelda titles. These games were unique in that, with the exception of the last one, they could only be played at specific time slots, kind of like watching a traditional cable TV show. There was also a live announcer during the gameplay who would say things at specific times, notifying you that events had been triggered in the game. And instead of playing as Link, you actually got to use an avatar that you created when you signed up for the service. The setup to make this happen though was pretty complex, and it definitely wasn't a cheap option, which is probably why this never caught on with a wider audience. Now, I don't live in Japan, and even if I did, the company that they did this through shut down operations in the year 2000. However, a group of very dedicated fans have been able to release a version of these games that will play on a regular Super Nintendo and do not need the Satellaview live service to be able to run. There's also a few features missing because of this, like cutscenes at the beginning and end of some of the games, as well as the live announcer. There's no legitimate way to play the original versions of these, so in this case, I'm going to take what I can get. Now, the first game that we're covering here, BS The Legend of Zelda Map 1, is based on the original game for the NES. The overworld map has been shrunken down, and the game has gotten a pretty substantial graphical overhaul. Most of the enemies and characters that you'll encounter have definitely gotten a glow up, and so have the environments. But I will say there are a few, like this dragon boss of the first dungeon, that end up looking just a bit weird. The sound as well is a big improvement over the original, but it still manages to maintain the feel of the original game. In this version, you do get 3 characters to choose from. You get a scrolling text on the title screen that explains the basic plot. You're then thrown into the game, and you're scripted to go and meet the old man and get your sword as soon as it boots up. After that, you're able to roam freely again, although you will quickly find out that the world has a bunch of barriers and roadblocks preventing you from reaching later areas. Control-wise, it also takes advantage of the extra buttons of the Super Nintendo controller, allowing you to actually use the shoulder buttons to swap between the items in your inventory while you're playing. It's a really nice quality of life improvement and helps avoid the Link's Awakening syndrome. Because the map is a lot smaller in this version, the world is a lot easier to navigate compared to the original. And they actually took a cue from A Link to the Past and marked the first few dungeons on your map for you. The dungeons themselves also have remixed layouts compared to the original game, and in general I found them pretty straightforward. There was a lot less bombing through random walls to get to where I actually needed to go, and on the occasion where I did need to do that, it was usually a lot more clear than it was in the original. The bosses you fight are all returning monsters as well, and the strategies that you use for those fights on the NES are still valid here. One of the things that the original Satellaview version of this game had was that there was a live announcer who would say voice lines at certain parts in the game, which would trigger different events. Now, these events could be something as simple as making a fairy appear on screen, causing lightning to kill all of the enemies in your vicinity, or even giving you unlimited bombs. The actual live announcer has been removed, but the events are still in it, which is why there's a timer in the top right corner here. There are several limited events where something really important is missable, like a secret heart piece, and because the game doesn't notify you that this is happening, keeping track of this on your own is incredibly important. There's also no real pause function in this game as a result, because the timer never stops going even on your inventory screen. The weekly time system from the Satellaview version is still in place. You're only able to play this game for an hour in a specific cable time slot for 4 consecutive weekends. The way that's accomplished here is that once the timer in the top hits 57 minutes, a new week starts and more things open up. You need the candle to burn through these bushes over here to be able to progress to dungeon 3 and 4, but you can only get this candle starting week 2. So having completed everything in week 1, I had to just sit around for a while and wait until week 2 started so that I could actually progress the game. Ending the week-long cycle triggers a small cutscene where everything goes black and white, and then you're booted to the menu screen. This is also the only way to actually save the game. Now, as someone who is relatively familiar with the original game on the NES, I blasted through all of the content available in each week in about 30 to 45 minutes. You also might notice that while clearing through these dungeons that the maps actually spell out a word, which is Saint Giga, the Satellaview provider. It's just kind of a fun Easter egg. Now, after you beat the 8th dungeon and get the final Triforce piece, you need to return to the starting screen where you met the old man and wait for nighttime, after which you see a rare cutscene, and then you can go on and fight Ganon himself. The fight against Ganon was surprisingly easy compared to the original, like it was over in a matter of seconds. After rescuing Zelda, you reunite with the old man, and he tells you to finish up anything you have left to do in the game. But considering the nature of this title, I'm not really sure what that would be. I had about 10 minutes to spare here, so once again there was a lot of waiting around before the game actually ended. When it does, you get a nice little ending credit sequence along with some unique images of Link that I'd never seen before. So this game was surprisingly well made, and I definitely consider it an upgrade to the original Legend of Zelda. It manages to capture the feel of the original while also streamlining and updating a lot of things along the way. I had a surprisingly good time with it. My only real complaint is the mechanic where I had to wait for the timer to run down to be able to progress. But if you're playing this and you're not familiar with the original or you don't know where to go, having all that extra time is probably pretty helpful. With all of that in mind, this game actually manages to get an A rank from me. I find it an improvement on the original in almost every single way, and because of that, I enjoyed playing through it significantly more. That being said, if you have a lot of nostalgia for the original, that's probably going to be your preferred version, but even so, this one manages to stand on its own as a fun and unique experience. Hats off to the fans who meticulously recreated this. If you don't mind going off the beaten path a little bit when it comes to the Legend of Zelda series, this one is definitely worth your time. And now we're covering BS The Legend of Zelda Map 2, which is a direct sequel to the last game. And it's also important to note here that some reproduction cartridges, like the one that I have, will actually have both games on it. But they were released at different times and are considered separate games. I chose a girl character this time around so that it'd be easier to tell which game was which. So this has the exact same aesthetic, music, and overall vibe as Map 1 did. In a lot of ways, it's very similar to the second quest of the original NES Zelda, in that the dungeons have been moved around a bit and remixed, and the monsters are generally harder. I actually died several times playing Map 2, especially at the start, and in Map 1 I didn't die a single time. That being said, it's not a significantly harder game overall, it just poses a little bit more of a challenge when it comes to the combat. And this actually made me appreciate the extra time on the timer a little bit more, because it meant I didn't have to stress or rush while I completed things. Although, I still ended week 1 with all of the content finished and enough rupees to last me through the end of the game with 17 minutes still left on the timer. The overworld map itself has been changed around a bit in this game compared to the previous one. There's some new land formations and islands and different obstacles, although the southern portion of the map is very, very similar. They also no longer mark on your map where some of the dungeons are when you first start the game, which does force you to go out and explore a little bit more. Although on the final day, you do get indicators of where every dungeon is just in case you miss them. The remix layouts of the dungeons were fine, but they did feel a bit repetitive this time around. And I will say there was a lot more random walls to bomb through without any real indicators that you had to do that, which I didn't love. And I also saw repeating room layouts and enemy formations from map 1 reused here a lot. Ganon also still doesn't have his own dungeon before you fight him, it's just a straight line from the old man's cave. Now, events are still scripted to happen at specific times, and you still have that timer to keep track of it. As far as I can tell, it seems to be the exact same events at the exact same times as they were in map 1. For example, this heart piece appearing on the beach. While I do find the idea of timed events kind of cool, without the announcer telling you what's going on, it is a lot to manually keep track of. Having to wait around for the timer to run out still prevails in this version as well, as I would often have a lot of time left on the clock after I finished everything that could be accomplished that week. On week 2 and 3, I only had at most 10 minutes to kill before everything reset, and on day 4, I only had 4 or 5 minutes before I could actually fight Ganon after clearing the last dungeon. Speaking of, the fight against Ganon was still pretty easy, but it did take me a little bit longer than it did in map 1. After the fight ended, I still ended up with a solid 10 minutes to kill though before the credits rolled and the game recognized that I beat it. I do want to jump in and mention here as well that there are 2 other fan versions of the BS Zelda map 1 and 2 games. These are called map 3 and map 4 respectively. For those versions, they actually go through and implement a bunch of quality of life changes. One good example is making it so that the timer will automatically jump ahead to the next week or event that you need, so that you don't have to wait around after you've completed everything. I wanted to experience these games as close to the original version as possible, which is why I played the original map 1 and 2, but if that's not what you're after, you might enjoy map 3 and 4 more. So all of that being said, this game was incredibly similar to map 1, just with a few key locations moved around. Also, the Easter egg of the dungeon spelling a word out, that still happens here, but instead of St. Giga, this time it spells out Nintendo. Since it doesn't offer anything new or innovative that you wouldn't have seen in the first one, everything ended up very much feeling like you're just treading the exact same ground. And as a result, I'm going to give map 2 a B rank, just like I did the original Zelda. If you're looking for more of the same, or if you just beat map 1 a long time ago and want to try something with a hair more challenge, then this game might be for you. But everything that this game does, I had already gotten to experience, and generally speaking, I just felt like map 1 was a lot more smoother to play through. Still, there is some fun to be had here, and if you enjoy the original Legend of Zelda on the NES, you should definitely give either map 1 or map 2 a try. Now we're covering the third BS Satellaview Legend of Zelda game. This one is known as the Ancient Stone Tablets. Surprisingly, when I booted this game up, there is the opening cutscene from the original Satellaview version. And while the cutscene isn't anything amazing, it's a bit low quality and mostly just dialogue over a static background, it was a fun surprise. Based on the previous 2 games, I was not expecting this. The Ancient Stone Tablets is set 6 years after the events of A Link to the Past. Link has already left Hyrule to go on his own journey and look for new adventures, and he has not been seen in a long time. One day, a mysterious person drops from the heavens into the land of Hyrule, and this is your player character. Zelda and the old man find you, and because monsters have returned to Hyrule, they conclude that you are the hero of light destined to fulfill a prophecy. Your character then wakes up and you're tasked with saving the land. So this game once again has a 4-week system just like BS Zelda Map 1 and 2. It was originally only playable at specific times on the satellite TV network. The way that they handle this for the Super Nintendo version though is a bit different this time around. Each week is individually selected from this menu screen that you get when starting up the game. Progress carries over week to week, however if you do miss out on any dungeons from the previous week, you'll find the entrances blocked by thieves in-game who won't let you in, but they will give you all the key items and weapons from the dungeons. Meaning that if you weren't able to complete everything the previous week, you aren't completely blocked from progressing. The current day or week you're on ends at 57 minutes on the timer, and then there's a brief cutscene to fill the remaining 3 minutes. My experience with the timer and the week system was a bit different in this one. Unlike BS Map 1 and 2, I never finished all the content for the week with a ton of time left on the clock. Maybe at most I had to kill around 10 minutes, and not having to wait around for an extended period of time every week was very nice. The live announcer was also present in this game originally, originally, and for this version, instead of completely omitting it, it has been turned into a text box at the bottom of your screen. It mainly comprises of characters in Hyrule talking back and forth, letting you know when special events are happening, as well as when there isn't much time left in that specific week. This worked okay, but generally speaking, I didn't really have time to look down at the screen and read this while playing. The events that you get in-game at certain times were very similar to the ones you got in the first two Satellaview games. For example, infinite bombs or arrows or fairies appearing on screen. However, the time of day and the weather were also controlled a lot more frequently by these events. Overall, I found these timed events to be a lot less exciting and game-changing when you compare them to the events in map 1 and 2. It was more of just something I had to keep in mind and watch out for, since the weather would actually prevent me from doing things like bombing walls in the overworld, and there were also some limited time events like being able to get the bottle or try out some of the minigames. A few of the scripted events were actually superior to the ones in BS map 1 and 2 though. For example, this one where you can go and save Zelda from Octoroks. So you start off the game by receiving a bag full of items, and that serves as your inventory. You don't actually get a sword or shield at the start of the game, but you do get a good bee that will follow you around and kill enemies for you. The first dungeon is located in the same place as the first dungeon was in A Link to the Past, and you're probably noticing how much the overall map, locations, and aesthetic very much match A Link to the Past. However, most of the dungeon locations have been moved around, and the map has been condensed in a lot of areas, making it a lot more streamlined and compact. You also can't access the Dark World in this game except when doing the final boss fight. The controls and items that you use in this game are lifted straight out of A Link to the Past. That being said though, they do still all feel really good to use, and the puzzles take advantage of them in new and unique ways. Each week you can complete 2 dungeons for a total of 8, and then there's the final boss fight, which is its own location. The dungeons themselves were very reminiscent of A Link to the Past, but generally speaking they were a lot smaller and easier to complete, and the bosses as well seem to have been toned down in difficulty significantly. I imagine this was because of the time limit and the developers not wanting to put in extremely tough fights or overly long dungeons that would run down the clock. Each dungeon will reward you with a heart container and an ancient tablet for completing it, but the tablets themselves aren't very well defined, and none of the characters in the game actually seem to know what they do until the very end. And when Zelda deciphers them, pretty much all it does is give you the silver arrows. Because of that, the plot in this game felt very thin. Near the end of the final week, the announcers noticed that Ganon has reappeared in Hyrule, and then you set off to fight him. The fight against Ganon felt a lot easier than in A Link to the Past, and I came out the other side only having drunk one single potion. So when the time runs out on the final week, you'll get one of 2 endings. If you manage to beat Ganon in time, you'll get the good ending, where you return the Master Sword to its pedestal in the Lost Woods and then you leave their world. However, if you didn't manage to defeat Ganon before the clock ran out, you'll get this other bad ending. This game is also pretty quick to play through, as is to be expected, and it does feel very similar to A Link to the Past if you've played that one. But I did feel like the overall difficulty was a bit too easy for me. The in-game events and timer mechanic didn't feel as well implemented as it did in the previous titles, and more like something that was just slapped on as an afterthought. With all of that in mind though, I would still give this game a high B rank. If you enjoyed A Link to the Past and want more of it, this is a fun extension of that story, but its somewhat lackluster presentation and lack of any new mechanics or ideas definitely makes it fall a little bit flat in comparison. And this is doubly so if you've played the other Satellaview Zelda games before this one. Also, it's another game that's a bit complicated to actually play in the modern age, so I would say this one is definitely more for die-hard fans than casual enjoyers of the series. All that being said though, it does have some fairly cool ideas in it, and it's overall a pretty fun game to play through. So there is one more Zelda game that was released on the Satellaview, however it's just a port of the Japanese version of A Link to the Past. There's no significant changes or differences from the original. For this one you do actually play as Link, not your Satellaview avatar. It's also the only Satellaview Zelda game where you could play it at any time. You didn't have to wait for a specific TV time slot. Anyways, just wanted to throw this out there real quick so you guys didn't think I forgot about it. Other than the brief footage you're seeing here, the reason it's not being featured is because it's just a near identical port to a game I've already covered on this list. Now we're going to cover the Legend of Zelda game that I'm probably the most familiar with out of any game on this list, Ocarina of Time. So I played this game a ton when I was a kid, and it's honestly the game that got me into the Legend of Zelda series. That being said, not that long ago I did try to play it on Nintendo Switch Online, and I didn't have a great time with it. I'm also going to go a little bit more in depth on this review because this game will appear 2 more times during this series. So the game starts you off in the Kokiri Forest, and after obtaining a fairy and some basic gear, you pretty much immediately jump into the first dungeon. We'll talk a little bit more about them later, but generally speaking, I find most of the dungeon layouts pretty straightforward and well designed. Ripened. So after defeating the first boss, the Deku Tree who we were trying to save unexpectedly dies. And then you're off on your journey. This immediately sets a dark undertone for this game, and I think the game handles the darker aspects really well. You soon meet Zelda in the palace, and she explains that Ganon is evil, and the two of you hatch a plan to stop him. Ultimately, this has you go to Death Mountain and then Zora's Domain to collect sacred gemstones to open the door in the Temple of Time. Along the way, you're going to be using a variety of interesting items, some of which are staples of the Zelda franchise, and some of which are pretty new. All of them feel really useful. Every time I found a new item, I couldn't wait to try it out, and some of the most useful ones, like the boomerang, would open up new secrets and new areas that you could go back to. I also really like how integrated the music is into this game. So the core Legend of Zelda series has always had great music, but they really went above and beyond in this one and integrated it into the gameplay in a new and unique way. You'll learn a variety of songs that all have different functions, like talking to a character from far away, kind of like a telephone, summoning your horse to your side, or even changing the time of day, and there are events that happen based on the time of day, so this was very useful. Later on, you even get songs that warp you to different destinations, facilitating fast travel, and you also have to remember the notes to each song, which I thought was really interesting. It's not just a button you press, you actually have to play it. Now, after you get the spiritual stones and open up the Temple of Time, you get hit with the first plot twist in this game. Ganondorf was basically following you and waiting for you to do this so that he could step in and take advantage of it. He uses it as an opportunity to enter the Sacred Realm. There's then a time skip and you wake up 7 years later as if no time has passed. Shortly after this, the whole time jumping mechanic is introduced where you can go back and forth in time from your kid self to your adult self, and this is one of my favorite things in this game. And as adult Link, a lot of the items that you got as a kid no longer work, so you either have to go without or eventually find alternatives. And even the replacement items you find as adult Link all do different things than the ones did as kid Link. All in all, the different items, both as a kid and adult, really switched things up and made everything feel fresh. Combat in general in this game felt okay. You use what is the first iteration of the Z targeting, and it's not perfect, but it's there. The combat's not super advanced. Usually it's mostly just swordplay and blocking. Occasionally you can use items to stun monsters and stuff. Now that you're an adult, there's a bunch of different temples and mini dungeons that you're going to have to clear in order to rid Hyrule of Ganon's influence. These dungeons pretty much follow the standard Zelda formula of where there's a bunch of different puzzles, you'll get useful items in them, and then eventually it culminates with a boss battle. The boss battles are actually where I feel like the combat is the most varied in the entire game. Typically you'll have to use whatever item you found in the dungeon in a specific way in order to make the boss vulnerable so that you can beat it. This is also usually telegraphed to you pretty hard from different examples during the dungeon itself, so you never arrive at a boss and have no idea what to do. Temples and mini dungeons in this game all feel just about the right level of challenging and the right length, with my favorite being the Spirit Temple because you actually have to jump back in time and complete part of it as a child, then jump forward and complete the rest as an adult. My least favorite was probably the Fire Temple, just because I found the rooms huge and there's a lot of backtracking. The Water Temple would be a close second though, because it is pretty confusing and the layout is not well conveyed to you. That being said though, the Water Temple wasn't as bad as I remembered. So as I've mentioned, there's several parts in this game where you need to jump back in time to your kid self to solve a puzzle or affect something in the future. I really enjoyed this game mechanic and seeing how things you did in the past affected the present, and the best part of this game center around it. Another thing that I want to shout out that I think is done extremely well in this game is how different in tone things become when you hop through time, with the world Kid Link is in being very lighthearted and almost goofy, and Adult Link being very bleak and serious. It was a real shock to see characters from around Hyrule Castle have to relocate after it gets destroyed and suddenly pop up in Kakariko Village. I really like how actions in the past will influence things in the future, even if occasionally it does create a time paradox. It helped make everything in this world feel really cohesive and alive. The game actually has a bit of an ambiguous ending, which I really like. You'll need to clear the final dungeon, which is basically made up of a bunch of mini dungeons that test all of the different mechanics and skills that you've acquired throughout playing the game. After you stomp Ganon a few times, you rescue Zelda, and then Hyrule is saved. Kind of. I like that it isn't a cut and dry happy ending, and I will say that the ending cutscenes where you see different characters who miss their friends who are now gone does hit you right in the feels. This game was every bit as fun as I remembered it to be, even after all of these years. The controls did take a little bit of getting used to and are definitely one of the weaker aspects of the game, but if you're playing on the original hardware, they're fine-tuned to work really well with that controller. In terms of plot for a Zelda game, it's top-notch here, with the game managing to pull off not just one but two pretty impressive twists twists that definitely the first time I played it, I did not see coming. I also like that there aren't a ton of collectibles, and while a few of the side quests and activities can be a little bit long or vague in what you have to do, they never overstayed their welcome, and there weren't so many that it felt overwhelming. Every single one rewards you with something that makes all of the work worth it, whether it's just a new item, a new bottle, or even the best sword in the game. So I debated pretty heavily on whether or not this game should actually be an A rank, because some things like the graphics and even the controls to some extent haven't aged the best. But at the end of the day, this game does still absolutely get an S rank from me. In terms of a Zelda game, it's almost as good as it gets, definitely for this era. The game itself is so good and has so many merits that it vastly outweighs any of the minor negative aspects. There are a few more versions of this game that are going to pop up later in the video, and I'm very curious to see how they've improved on this game, if at all. This is a really fun one, and I'm so glad that I played it again. Highly recommend. So now we're jumping back to a handheld console and covering the first re-release of Link's Awakening, and this time it's Link's Awakening DX on the Game Boy Color. This version of the game, in addition to being in full color, also includes a bunch of new content, and we're going to get into all that here. So right off the bat, it's great to see this game fully realized in color. While this doesn't look quite as good as A Link to the Past to me, it's still really nice to see this world with a lot more detail. A lot of the different things that blended together because they were just a couple different shades of green will now actually pop out. The story is still the exact same as the original. You still wash up on the island after a shipwreck. You meet the different inhabitants and have to go on a quest to be able to leave the island. You're still clearing out various dungeons in order to get musical instruments, doing it all with a bunch of very iconic Zelda items, and fighting a bunch of different bosses. The goal here being to get every different musical instrument so that you can wake the windfish. On the topic of dungeons, one new addition to this game is the Color Dungeon, which is aptly named as all the different puzzles and even the final boss all focus on using color as a mechanic. While this is a bit gimmicky and obviously it's just there to show off the capabilities of the Game Boy Color, the dungeon is pretty short so it didn't overstay its welcome, and the reward you get for clearing it is legitimately useful. You get a new tunic which is a different color, and it can either increase the damage you do or decrease the damage you take. I chose the latter because on my first playthrough of this game, going in blind, I died a lot and I felt taking less damage would be a better option for me. One of the other new additions to this version of the game is this mouse-like character called the Photographer. If you interact with the right characters in the right locations, this mouse character will pop up and a photo will be snapped of that moment. You can then view all of these photographs at the photographer's house. And speaking of gimmicky, if you have a Game Boy printer, you can actually print them all out. And knowing me, you better believe I busted out that Game Boy printer immediately. This whole printing thing is silly, unnecessary, and I love that it's included. The small cutscenes that you get that culminate in a photograph being taken were a really good addition to this game. They fleshed out a lot of the characters to a degree that wasn't present in the original, and because of that, it ended up being one of my favorite parts of the game. A good example is that once you have Marin following you, you actually get to take several pictures back to back, and these are probably my favorite ones out of all of them in the game. I legitimately laughed when I saw how they gave Marin's dad the side eye when he forces his way between them for a picture in front of the statue. And something else that I really appreciated about this game that I didn't notice my first time playing through is that the various characters that you interact with can actually be found at a bunch of different places on the map depending on what's going on with the story. For example, both Marin and this broom lady will relocate to Animal Village for a while, or Terran goes off on his own several times throughout. This really helped the world feel lived in and like you're actually just a traveler passing through while all of these characters are out there living their lives. And even though the new cutscenes and interactions were relatively a small thing, like they didn't add that much overall time to the game, it really helped make this world feel lived in and make all the characters feel real. And because of that, it brought both the plot and the characters to another level. In fact, because I now had so much attachment to all of these different characters, by the time I got to the end of the game and had to wake the windfish, it made me legitimately feel a little sad. I knew that because of my actions, they were all gonna disappear entirely, and I had grown to really like a lot of these characters, even just the small bit characters that you find, like these kids in the village. This was not the same experience I had when I played through the original, where I was mainly just pumped to actually get to the final boss and beat the game. So all that being said, this game does still carry forward a lot of the same issues that the original had. There's still a lot of time spent in menu swapping items, and all of the item management can get pretty tedious. There's also still that extremely long trading sequence that doesn't make a whole lot of sense overall, where you have to get specific items to specific characters before eventually at the end finally getting something useful. I do still find it really weird that you help to deliver this picture for this goat woman to her pen pal boyfriend, and it's a picture of Princess Peach, all to fool him into thinking that she looks like that. It's just kind of a weird moment. Something else that I didn't mention in the original review because I knew I'd be revisiting it in this one is that while the overall music for this game is really great, one thing that did get on my nerves is the music that plays when you get a power-up. It's pretty much just a 5 to 10 second loop, will still play when you're in your inventory or in some cutscenes, and you get tired of it really fast. I legitimately avoided these power-ups whenever possible, even though they double your attack power or reduce the damage you'll take by half, just so that I didn't have to listen to that music again. So in the end, while this version of the game does still carry forward most of the issues that the original had, it adds in enough new content in addition to the visual upgrade to make this clearly superior to the original. The plot hit a lot harder this time around, and the characters felt so much more fleshed out and realized. For that reason, Link's Awakening DX on the Game Boy Color gets an A rank. This version is definitely still worth playing, and it definitely ranks up there as one of the best Zelda games on a handheld, period. So now we're covering the direct sequel to Ocarina of Time, coming out just 2 years later, Majora's Mask on the N64. As a kid, I did not enjoy this game. I put maybe 3 or 4 hours into it total, wrote it off as not a good game, and moved on. So it will be very interesting to see how my opinion has changed considering the last time I played it was probably about 20 years ago. The game starts off with young Link riding Epona through a forest, searching for Navi, who left after the events of the last game. You're ambushed by 2 fairies and Skull Kid, who steal your horse and your belongings, and then they curse you into the form of a Deku Scrub before running off. One of the fairies gets left behind and begrudgingly teams up with you. Shortly after, you meet the Happy Mask salesman from the previous game, who reveals that Skull Kid stole Majora's Mask from him, and that if you get it back for him, he'll help you transform back into your normal self. The first few hours of this game are entirely different than anything you experience in Ocarina, or pretty much any other Zelda for that matter, as you're trapped in the Deku Scrub form and your moveset is completely different and very limited. One of the first things that you discover is that Skull Kid has managed to make this terrifying moon come crashing down, and that there's only 3 days left before the world is going to end. After meeting a bunch of the townsfolk and getting a feel for the controls, you actually fight Skull Kid, regain your Ocarina, and use it to create a time loop, traveling back to the very first day you arrived in Termina. You trick the Happy Mask salesman into turning you back into your human self, and then you're tasked with preventing the apocalypse. So when you're finally back into your kid self, this game does feel a lot more fun to play. Gameplay and control-wise, this game feels very similar to Ocarina, with quite a few items from that game making a reappearance. One key item that is massively expanded on in this game, though, is the masks. They give you a variety of abilities, and some, like the Deku Scrub, Goron, or Zora masks, will actually completely transform you and give you an entirely new moveset. This is one of my favorite parts of the game overall. I love all the new gameplay mechanics and opportunities that come from this. Even though I do feel like only a small handful of the masks are particularly useful, one thing I do dislike though is the animation that plays when you put on one of the main masks. It can be quite disorienting and very annoying, especially in fights where you're taking it on and off repeatedly. The other new main game mechanic is the 3-day time loop. So before the 3 days are up and the world ends, you have to play the Song of Time to reset the loop and go back to the start of the first day. Doing this will save your game, and it's the main way of saving. You can't just save anytime you want like in Ocarina, but you also lose any non-key items like ammo and also any events you've done, characters you've met. That's all been undone and reset. And because of that, there's a lot of small events that you're gonna have to redo multiple times depending on what you're trying to accomplish. A good example of that is that beating this boss here makes it spring around Goron Village, and there's various events that only happen during spring, some of which you can't complete until much later in the game. So because of that, you're gonna have to beat this boss multiple times in different time loops so you can make it spring again and do those events. Early on in the game, you also get this notebook that keeps track of all of the different characters in the world and their problems, known as the Bomber's Notebook. While this is a great way to track which characters you've interacted with and whose stories you've completed, the fact that what you've done gets completely erased every time you reset the 3-day cycle means that filling this out does kind of feel like a pointless task. Something that sets this game apart from pretty much any other Zelda game is that it's also extremely dark. Everything from the theme themes of the world ending, to the aesthetic, to all of the different characters coming to terms with their own mortality, it has a very unique vibe that's all its own. The moon itself is particularly terrifying to look at. They did a really good job with the design here. Oh, and if you do fail to reset time before the 3 days are up, there is a cutscene of the world ending. Another thing that I do find off-putting in this game is that a lot of the characters from Ocarina return here, except they aren't themselves. I feel like having an entirely new cast of characters would have helped this game overall, but I also know that cutting that corner is probably what allowed them to get the game out so fast. This game is also a lot more difficult than Ocarina. A lot of the monsters have been beefed up and need to be defeated in really specific ways. And if you take too much time trying to complete something like a dungeon and have to reset the cycle, you're forced to start all over from the start, which can be really frustrating. This game also seems to have a much larger focus on platforming, but the controls haven't really improved much. The Goron mask and rolling mechanic in general, I found really difficult to control, as well as swimming in your Zora form. There's also so many mini-games in Majora's Mask, dozens even, and while some are fun, a lot of them are definitely a chore. To reach the final confrontation with Skull Kid, you need to stop the moon from falling, and to do that, you need to clear the 4 main dungeons. The first 3 dungeons are themed after one of the specific races that you encounter: Deku Scrubs, Gorons, and Zoras. The final dungeon is kind of a combination of everything. Each dungeon has a few mini-bosses and then ends with a real boss fight, and then you get a cutscene where one of the Guardians of Termina agrees to help you if called upon. The dungeons themselves can be pretty confusing, but thankfully none of them are overly large, and since there's only 4, I mostly give them a pass. When you finally confront Skull Kid again, the 4 giants come to aid you and hold up the moon, and then you actually get to go onto the moon itself, and it gets creepy again. Regardless of what you were expecting, it probably wasn't this. If you've gotten every mask in the game, you're rewarded with a final mask called the Fierce Deity Mask. This makes the final fight a joke and is a very fitting reward for doing all of that work. Finally, you go and fight Majora, and after winning, all of the people across the land celebrate. You get a really nice farewell cutscene with the fairies, the happy mask salesman gets his mask back, and then fireworks from the carnival close it out. This game really shines when it comes to all of the different characters you meet throughout the journey and the stories that they have to tell. I also do really like the complex puzzle solving that comes into play in the different dungeons. The 3-day cycle is a cool gimmick, but the amount of side quests, minigames, and other events where you have to make sure that you're at exactly the right place at exactly the right time does all start to make some of this game feel like a chore. And the sheer amount of things to do at specific times that you have to keep track of can be pretty overwhelming. I was definitely ready for this game to be over several hours before I finally got to the end. That being said though, it was significantly better than I gave it credit for as a kid. For me, this game teeters on the line between an A and a B rank, but as an apology for all the hate that this game used to receive, I'm gonna bump it up to an A rank. Majora's Mask has a lot to offer, and if enjoyed on its own terms, there's a very fun game here. It's really important to go into it not expecting another Ocarina of Time and appreciate it for what it is. This game is a lot better than most people give it credit for, and it's definitely worth revisiting. Next up, we're covering Oracle of Ages on the Game Boy Color, a pretty unique game in the Zelda franchise that is often overlooked. Visually and mechanically, it harkens back a lot to Link's Awakening DX. However, this title manages to forge its own identity pretty quickly with some very unique mechanics and a much more ambitious plot. It is important to know that Oracle of Ages released alongside a companion game called Oracle of Seasons. Both of these games seem very similar on the surface, but have completely different plots and can be linked together using a password system that will carry over your achievements from one game to the other. So Oracle of Ages starts off with an opening cutscene of Link traveling to Hyrule Castle, where the Triforce then throws him into another land and he quickly meets Impa, Zelda's attendant, and goes with her to meet Nehru, the Oracle of Ages. Impa then reveals herself to actually be the sorceress Verin, and Verin then possesses Nehru in order to use her time-hopping abilities. Her meddling with the past causes the present to change, including several characters turning to stone as they're written out of history. The real Impa then awakens, gifts Link with a sword, and sets you off on your quest to undo Verin's meddling and return the land of Labrina to how it was. You quickly come across the Meku tree, who gets deleted from existence before your very eyes. Link then travels 500 years into the past to try and save her, starting the first leg of your adventure. After saving the Meku tree, you learn that her memories have been taken away and sealed in the form of something called essences, which have been locked away in various dungeons throughout the land. Along your quest, you also run into Ralph, a friend of Nehru, who is also trying to save her. In the past, you learn that the queen of that age named Ambi is constructing a giant tower as a tribute to her long-lost partner, and is being urged to finish it by the possessed Nehru, although to what end is very unclear. I am a sucker for a good time travel story, and this one is done fairly well overall, all things considered. There's several points in the game where a city or town will be pretty messed up in the present, but your actions in the past will actually save it, completely changing how it looks. That being said though, there are times where the constant hopping back and forth in time will get a bit tedious, but to be fair, there are just as many places where it is used to great effect. A new key mechanic to the Oracle games is rings, all of which give you specific buffs or abilities when worn. You also get an animal companion in this game, and even though their use is relatively brief, you do get to choose which of the three you'd like to accompany you. And there are different parts of the world that change depending on which one you picked, which is pretty cool and definitely adds some variety. I was pleasantly surprised to see the return of a lot of Legend of Zelda tropes and characters from previous titles, like Toilet Hand from Majora's Mask or even the Happy Mask Salesman. Just like Majora's Mask though, I found there are also way too many minigames, a bunch of which are required to move the plot forward. There's also gacha seeds which you plant in specific locations, which will then grow into a tree with a random piece of loot within, and a bunch of the rare rings can only be gotten by doing this. This is one of the most cryptic Legend of Zelda games I have ever played. I do not think I could have made it through a lot of the dungeons in a reasonable amount of time without having turned to a guide, and there is such a high degree of backtracking involved in all of them, as well as some really time-consuming puzzles, where if you mess up even once you have to start it all over again. Because of that, for the most part, I just did not enjoy the dungeons or the puzzles in this game. And outside of the dungeons, there's also several parts where the game slows down to an absolute crawl, like when you wash up on the shore of Tokay Island and have to spend a ton of time trading back and forth just to get your items back. On a more positive note though, I did enjoy most of the boss fights in this game. They all felt pretty solid and unique, and figuring out their mechanics was usually a fun challenge. Near the end of the game, you free Nehru from Varen's influence, but Varen then possesses Queen Ambi, who doubles her efforts to finish the Black Tower. After collecting all of the essences for the Maku tree and getting the Maku seed, Ralph reveals that he intends to kill Queen Ambi himself, although right after you find out that he's actually her descendant, meaning he would be wiped from the timeline if he succeeds. There's also a B-plot going on where a disguised character, later revealed to be Twin Rova, appears partway through the game and alludes that they've been pulling the strings all along. Ralph gets defeated, but you manage to pull Varen from Ambi's body and then defeat her, after which she tries to bring the entire tower crumbling down upon you. After another pretty intense fight, Varen is finally defeated, but she reveals that her true purpose was just to sow discord on behalf of Twin Rova, and despite being defeated, she was actually successful. The now freed Queen Ambi thanks Link, and his party then travels back to the present, but before the credits roll, Twin Rova appears yet again and reveals that everything went according to their plan, and that the adventure is not truly over. After the credits, you get a special password that you can use to link this game to Oracle of Seasons by inputting it in that title. So despite really liking the overall style, aesthetic, characters, and even what they tried to do with the plot, a lot of the gameplay did fall pretty flat for me in this one, especially the puzzles. However, as I mentioned, one of the key features of this title is the linked game system, so I'll reserve final judgment for Oracle of Ages until I've actually done that, which means that right here is actually where we jump into the review of the other title, Oracle of Seasons. Now we're covering the sister game Oracle of Seasons, which takes place concurrently with Oracle of Ages. Despite the fact that I had the password from Oracle of Seasons and could have linked the games right from the get-go, I decided to start fresh to see what the experience would be like with a blank slate. Oracle of Seasons doesn't waste any time throwing you into the action, with a similar opening cutscene where Link gets thrown into a foreign land by the Triforce. This time Link wakes up in the land of Holodrum, and he is immediately found by Din, the titular Oracle of Seasons. Din is then almost immediately captured by an evil force named Onox, which causes the Temple of Seasons to lower into the earth and throws the seasons of the land into chaos, causing distress throughout the land and endangering the harvest, among other things. The start of this game feels very quick, but not in a bad way. You're basically thrown into the adventure immediately with virtually no downtime. You find this land's version of the Maku tree, who tasks you with collecting the 8 essences, same as in Oracle of Ages. Interestingly enough, you actually need to clear out the first dungeon without a weapon to get your sword, which reminded me a bit of the Ancient Stone Tablets Zelda game. The main mechanic that sets this game apart from Ages is that you're able to change the seasons of the land using the aforementioned Rod of Seasons. Initially, you can only change to one different season, but as you play through, you unlock the ability to swap between winter, summer, autumn, and spring. Although you do still have to hop onto a tree stump in specific locations to be able to do this. You can use this ability to great effect, for example, turning the season to winter so that you can walk over a frozen lake bed to reach somewhere that was previously inaccessible, or turning it to summer, causing vines to grow on the walls that you can now climb. I honestly like this mechanic a little bit more than the time hopping of Oracle of Ages, as it felt a little bit more unique, less intrusive, and better implemented overall. I also think the presentation of seasons is a little bit better than Ages, and the game moves at a much faster pace, which I also appreciated. You still have to go and clear out 8 dungeons to get the different essences and then do the final boss battle, which again has 2 forms, but there was significantly less downtime between each section, and I found the dungeons themselves a lot more manageable to work my way through. Oracle of Seasons has a much heavier focus on combat, with significantly harder bosses and enemies to be found throughout. While most of the bosses in this game were okay, I did find many of them to be a bit frustrating and less fun than the ones I found in Ages. This game also has a secondary sub-world that exists underneath the main overworld and is called Subrosia, and Subrosia actually has its own currency and characters that populate it, and it's where the Temple of Seasons sank to at the beginning of the game. I really liked the difference in visual style and tone when entering this underworld, and some of my favorite sections in the game took place down there. When you do reach the final dungeon, the seed of the Maku tree and the 8 essences break the barrier open, and then Twin Rova comes swooping in to tell you about their master plan, which again feels pretty shoehorned in. The final boss fight against Onox I found particularly annoying, especially his second form. Beating the game and rescuing Din rewards you with the credits and another quick cutscene of Twin Rova telling you that it isn't over yet, and then a password to carry your adventure over into Oracle of Ages. I put in the password I had already gotten from Oracle of Ages to link the two together, knowing that this would let me compare back to back just how differently the playthrough becomes. So Oracle of Seasons now starts off with a cutscene of Twin Rova explaining that even though Varen was defeated in Oracle of Ages, her part in the plan was successful. Link then once again wakes up in a strange world and is found by Din, but now the various members of her troop, Din herself, and even the big bad Onox do reference the events of the previous game, which does help things feel more tied together. This time around though, you actually start off with your sword, streamlining things even more. I was able to transfer over my rings from the first playthrough of Ages into Seasons as well, thanks to yet another passcode, meaning I did start the game off with some useful additions in my arsenal. Characters throughout the world will now also tell you small passwords that you can redeem with other characters in your first playthrough of Oracle of Ages that is linked to this one. The password trading system between both games required a ton of note-taking and was honestly a chore, as you had to keep track of dozens of different passwords, and then also sometimes get a new ring password from the snake to transfer the rings back and forth between the two games. This entire password system is definitely a relic of the past. I do like that they tried something different here, but I don't think that they succeeded. So while the game does follow the same formula and basic plot as the first time around, there are a bunch of new cutscenes, like Princess Zelda actually coming to Holodrum and you needing to save her from the great Moblin who recognizes you from the previous game. Queen Ambi also now appears in Seasons, and she reveals that the pirate captain who you've interacted with several times throughout both games is actually the partner that she had been building the Black Tower for in Ages, which adds a nice resolution to that plot thread from the other game. One of the most sizable pieces of new content is the Heroes dungeon, which is located where you would have originally gotten your sword in the first playthrough. While you can clear through certain parts of this dungeon as you go, to make it all the way to the end, you have to have cleared all of the other dungeons in the game and gotten their respective items. The dungeon itself isn't particularly difficult or complex, especially when compared to some of the dungeons you'll go through in Oracle of Ages, but it was a relatively fun challenge to work through and rewards you with yet another useful ring at the end. The ending of this game is also where you start to see some pretty significant changes once again, as when you reach Onox's castle, Twin Rova will appear and kidnap Princess Zelda, intending to sacrifice her to resurrect Ganon. After defeating Onox, he reiterates that he was just a pawn there to cause mayhem and assist Twin Rova with their plan. The oracles from both games come together to cheer you on, and then you appear at the true final dungeon of the game. There's a very brief set of puzzles, and then you fight Twin Rova, who tries to stall for time so that Zelda's body can be used to house the revived Ganon. Twin Rova has 2 forms, first as 2 witches flying around, and then as the 2 combined, and both forms were kind of annoying to fight. The defeated Twin Rova then uses their own body as a sacrifice to resurrect Ganon, and then you fight the Demon King himself. This fight was pretty reminiscent of the earlier Zelda titles, and I actually quite enjoyed figuring out his patterns and mechanics. Heroes. After Ganon is defeated, Princess Zelda awakens, and you're then teleported back to the Maku Tree, where Zelda declares you a true hero before a new credit sequence rolls. At the end of the credits, you get another password, which if input into either game will activate what's called the Heroes mode. So all in all, Oracle of Seasons was a pretty fun game, and I like that it moved along quite quickly, never losing momentum. I did enjoy the season-changing mechanic and how this was used to traverse the overworld. My biggest complaints with Oracle of Seasons lie within the password system itself, which I found very cumbersome, along with some frustrating boss fights and the fact that you have to have played through both games to get the true ending. So with all of that in mind, I would give Oracle of Seasons a high B rank. While it's far from a perfect game, it manages to be a pretty solid offering for a handheld Zelda, although keep in mind to get the most out of this, you will have to do multiple playthroughs. So with Oracle of Seasons covered, now let's jump back to Oracle of Ages. So coming back to this title, I linked my new playthrough of it to my very first playthrough of Oracle of Seasons using said password, which causes the game to start off with a very similar cutscene to what happened in Oracle of Seasons, with Twin Rova narrating, but this time talking about how Onox's sacrifice was not in vain and how they are very close to being able to summon Ganon with their Gerudo magic. Oracle of Ages then starts off pretty much the exact same as it did before it was linked, with the only main difference at the start being that Link gets both a sword and a shield from Impa before he goes on his quest. I then immediately linked my rings using yet another password and set off to find the Maku Tree and collect the 8 essences once again. That same password linking system from Seasons is here in this game as well, and it's just as time consuming in this iteration in exactly the same way. The first real change that I noticed was Princess Zelda coming to Labrynna and then getting captured, much like in Seasons. The Heroes dungeon that you unlock in Oracle of Ages for doing a linked playthrough I did find a lot more challenging and time consuming than the one in Seasons, although I didn't particularly mind it overall, and again, the reward that you get from completing it is a ring that's pretty useful. I came to the conclusion during this playthrough though that the ring system didn't really do much for me. The fact that you're only able to use the ability of one main ring at a time means that the massive amount of rings available in the game mostly go unused and are kind of worthless. Eventually you defeat Varen in both of her forms once again, and then everyone is returned to normal and unfrozen from time. Impa then rushes over and reveals that Zelda was captured by Twin Rova, who just like in Seasons intend to use her as a sacrifice to resurrect Ganon. The sages from both games once again cheer you on, and then the rest of the game plays out exactly the same as it did in Seasons, with you traversing a very easy final dungeon, fighting Twin Rova, and then ultimately defeating Ganon when he's resurrected. You're then teleported to this world's version of the Maku Tree. Zelda expounds on how much she appreciates Link's efforts and gives him a kiss on the cheek. After the credits, you get another password you can use to play on Hero mode, bringing all of your rings into essentially an unlinked game. So all in all, while I do like a lot of what Oracle of Ages tried to do, it definitely doesn't rank up there with my favorite Zelda titles. I did find a lot of the boss fights in this game fun, but the slog of getting to them through the different dungeons brought down the entire experience for me. With all of that in mind, it was still a relatively fun game to play, so I'd give this one a low B rank. While definitely an okay game in its own right, I do prefer Seasons for its faster gameplay and more memorable moments and characters. That being said, Oracle of Ages did try and do a lot of things you wouldn't usually see from a handheld game of this era, so you won't go wrong by giving this game a chance. Just keep in mind that to get the full experience, you will have to beat both games as well as dealing with the headache that is the confusing password system. Next up, we're covering Ocarina of Time Master Quest for the GameCube. This is similar in concept to the second quest for the original Legend of Zelda, but instead of being something that you unlock, it was released as a separate title. And like a lot of the more unusual and less heard of games on this list, there's a story behind this one. So after Ocarina of Time was completed, Miyamoto set about creating an enhanced version of the game for the soon-to-be released N64 disk drive. This is a relatively unknown accessory for the Nintendo 64 that was only officially released in Japan, and it sold very poorly. This second version of Ocarina of Time, dubbed Ura Zelda, went through development hell for several years. It seems to have originally been intended to be a pretty sizable overhaul, potentially including new quests, dungeons, characters, and more, but as time went on, the scope of the project was slowly reined in. Many developers left Ura Zelda to work on Majora's Mask instead, and Miyamoto himself was even shifted onto that project at some point to help meet its deadline. For many years, news of Ura Zelda was pretty quiet until eventually it was released alongside the original game on a special disc for the GameCube that you could only get by pre-ordering Wind Waker, and instead of Zelda, it was now called Master Quest. Despite this original project having very high ambitions, what we ended up getting pretty much just amounts to a port of the original game with remixed dungeons and a higher difficulty. I had never actually played Master Quest before now, so I'm curious to see how this all comes together. The plot of Master Quest is the exact same as the original game on the Nintendo 64. Link, the boy without a fairy in the Kokiri Forest, gets saddled with one and then is tasked to save the Great Deku Tree who has been cursed with evil. Although he fails and the Deku Tree dies, he gets the Spiritual Stone of the Forest and is sent on a quest to find Zelda. After he does, she tells him about the evil man that she doesn't trust, Ganondorf, and they hatch a plan to protect the world by collecting the other Spiritual Stones. Ganondorf manages to get the final laugh, as when Link opens the door to the Sacred Realm, he reveals that he was waiting for him to do just that and enters it himself. Link then wakes up several years in the future, after Ganon has taken over Hyrule, and he goes on a quest to find the sages of several different temples in order to overthrow him. Along the way, he hops back and forth through time in order to make different events happen. Eventually, he does find Zelda, who is captured by Ganondorf, and then after defeating him, Zelda and Link make their escape from the castle before confronting Ganon in his beast form. After slaying the beast, peace is restored to Hyrule, and then Link is transported back in time to his original timeline, and this actually sets up the first instance of multiple timelines in the Legend of Zelda series. So I'd hoped that the controls of this port would be a lot better than they were in the original N64 version, but sadly, even though it's on the GameCube, that's not quite the case. Most of your movement in the combat still feels more or less okay, but one downside is that because the controller does not have the same yellow C buttons that the N64 controller did, the items that you would normally map to those buttons are now triggered using the C stick, and the C stick just isn't anywhere near as precise as a button press. The thing I struggled with the most was actually playing the correct notes on the ocarina. Now you can also use the Y, Z, and X buttons on the GameCube controller instead of the C stick, but it's not labeled on your UI as such, so it can get a little bit confusing, and you're still missing a button for the ocarina, so that doesn't really work. I also found the Z targeting in this version of the game extremely fickle. Often I would be facing an enemy and pressing in the trigger like you're supposed to, but it would just refuse to target them. Another thing that's seen a bit of a downgrade is that saving and even entering the main menu now take a noticeably longer time. This made me a little bit reticent to actually save the game frequently because it really started to break up the flow whenever I would do it. The main new feature of Master Quest compared to the original is that there are remixed dungeons. The dungeons themselves are still located in the exact same places in the overworld. However, the rooms inside have been jumbled around and redesigned. You're also going to be fighting much tougher enemies right from the get-go. The new puzzles and layouts that they presented were fine, but nothing that really stood out over the original. And in fact, a lot of these dungeon designs felt kind of obtuse and counterintuitive, especially whenever they repurposed existing rooms with new puzzles. And playing through these modified dungeon designs really made me appreciate how well the designs were in the original game to begin with. I honestly can't think of a single dungeon where I preferred the Master Quest version. A lot of the puzzles in the Spirit Temple or in Ganon's castle in particular felt very poorly designed, and these caused the most frustration. Also, a ton of the puzzles in this game now involve moving around blocks using the Song of Time, and when you have to do this, it slows down everything to a crawl. All of the dungeons in this game get this kind of remix, from the starting 3 to the temples to even the side dungeons like the Ice Cavern. At the end of the day, you're still playing Ocarina of Time, which is a top-tier game, but with a lot of weird choices and modifications that bring down the overall experience. All of the content that carries forward unchanged from the original game, like the plot, the overworld content, and the side quests, still resonate just as strongly as they did in the N64 version. The original game I considered an S rank, although it was a little bit borderline since I felt that the controls and the graphics hadn't aged the best. This version, though, suffers from even worse controls, and a huge part of the gameplay has been made objectively worse. And because of that, it knocks it all the way down to a B rank for me. While this can be an interesting diversion for fans of the original game, if you've never played Ocarina of Time before, this is definitely not the recommended version to start with. Master Quest had a lot of potential to be a lot more, but what we ended up getting was just a less fun version of a classic. So now we're going to cover the first multiplayer game ever released in the Zelda franchise, Four Swords on the Game Boy Advance. So this came packaged on the same cartridge as the Game Boy port of A Link to the Past, which I'm also going to be covering right after this one, but I'm doing this one first because completing this game actually unlocks an extra dungeon in A Link to the Past. So the game starts with a pretty brief cutscene of Zelda and Link visiting a mysterious sword. This time though, it's not the Master Sword, it's the Four Sword. Zelda gets abducted by the big boss of the game, Vati, and you decide to go save her, grabbing the sword to help. When you grab the sword, you split into multiple different links and you can have up to 4. And this is the in-game justification for why you can have up to 4-player multiplayer. In this playthrough, I just played it with one friend because 4 people felt way too chaotic. After that cutscene, you need to go through the effort of connecting to another Game Boy Advance. Because this version of the game is multiplayer only, there is no single-player campaign. Getting the game to connect and have a stable connection to another Game Boy Advance was probably one of the worst parts of this experience. Recognizing the other device could take a while, and if the link cable ever got wiggled even just a tiny little bit, you'd get this disconnect screen and the level you're in would end and you'd be booted back to the start menu where you have to reconnect. So at the beginning, there's only 3 main stages in this game plus a tutorial. The main stages are all broken up into 3 sub-stages, and after you clear those 3, a 4th final boss dungeon opens up. The premise of these stages is pretty simple. The goal is just to make it to the end with as many rupees as you can. At the end of each stage, you're ranked based on how many rupees you collected. Although ultimately, it doesn't matter who wins, it's just for bragging rights. There's also a heart piece at the end of each stage, and you get to decide which player actually gets that. It also tells you in-game how long it took to complete each stage, meaning this game probably has speedrunning potential. Now, there are a few different things that this game does that really make it stand out and feel unique. The first is that all of the different levels are actually randomly generated. If you ever exit a stage and come back, it's going to be completely different. There's going to be different items, different layouts, even different enemies. Because of that though, there's definitely some stages that have very strange layouts and not in a good way. The next thing that makes this game feel different than most other Zelda games is that other than your sword, you can only carry one item at a time. Anytime you find a new item out in the wild, you have to swap it with whatever item you're currently carrying. This took a lot of getting used to, but once you get the hang of it, you're fine. They'll always give you an item right before you actually need to use it, meaning you're never left searching for an item and then doubling back. Most of the items that you're going to get are staples of the Zelda franchise, like a bow and arrow, bombs, or even a boomerang. But the standout item in this game was actually a totally new item, the Nat Hat. This shrinks you down so that you can go through tiny little holes in the wall and get to new areas. This is a precursor to what would eventually be done in the Minish Cap a few years later. The other thing that makes this game really feel unique is how the puzzles are designed to take advantage of having multiple people. There's a lot of different obstacles where you have to work together, either to push down switches at the same time, throw each other across gaps, lift big boulders together, and more. It added a different kind of depth to the gameplay that has never really been in a Zelda title before, and I really like how it forces you to work together. So the gameplay itself feels very similar to A Link to the Past, or even more so Link's Awakening, and having played that game before this one, most of the strategies I learned there did apply here. A lot of the same enemies will appear here and you defeat them the same way. It's quite similar. The game itself moves really quick, with some levels only taking a handful of minutes to complete. The bosses themselves were a bit uneven and were one of my least favorite parts of this game. The hardest part of the fight was pretty much just figuring out what you actually had to do to damage the boss. Once you actually figured that out, which could take a while, the fight was usually over in a matter of seconds. The final boss was a fun challenge though, as he mirrors different aspects and abilities of all of the previous bosses. And that's actually where this review would have ended had I not also completed the anniversary edition of this game about a month later and found out a few things as a result. You don't get the quote-unquote true ending until you actually beat this game 3 times. And if you're wondering why I didn't realize this at the time, it's because it's never actually communicated to you in-game. So you need to clear all of the stages again twice. And the first time you do so, you need to end with 3,000 rupees, which is still totally doable in a normal playthrough. The boss fights are a little bit different, but you still get basically the same final dungeon and the same ending. The third time you play through it, you're actually going to need to end with 5,000 rupees. The trick that we discovered is that if both players are at full health, you actually activate a mode called Rupee Fever, and all of the rupees in the stage are now worth double. So what you actually want to do is avoid picking up any rupees until you have this mode active, and then go crazy trying to get as many rupees as possible before somebody takes damage. On this third playthrough, the bosses are even harder, but this actually just kind of made it a fun challenge. When you go back to the final stage and unlock the third door, the final dungeon is now completely different, featuring various courses from the other 3 stages as well as their bosses. before culminating in a final battle against Vati once again. As far as I can tell though, the actual ending cutscene isn't any different, or at least it didn't seem so to me. Also, while playing through these stages again, the connection issues that I mentioned before were more of a problem than ever. And while eventually we did find the right combination of Game Boys and link cables to be able to do it without dropping that often, it was an ever-present possibility always looming over our heads. Another thing that I hadn't realized is that there's also 2 abilities that you unlock in Four Swords by playing A Link to the Past. The first is the Master Sword, which you'll actually get pretty early in that game, and it lets you shoot a beam of energy while attacking if you have full health. The second ability is the Super Spin Attack, this kind of tornado move, which is a lot less useful than it sounds. It's pretty much only good for mowing down large patches of grass, and for me at least, I unlocked it pretty late in the game, so it didn't get a whole lot of use. While both of these abilities are cool, neither of them are really necessary to beat this game. So while there is more game after having discovered this, the stages were still randomized versions of the same thing, making it feel more like padding than anything. And the fact that you didn't get a super cool secret cutscene for beating all of them felt a little bit underwhelming. With all of this in mind, the game does still get a B rank. It's fun, and it's a nice multiplayer diversion from the main Zelda series, but it definitely didn't quite reach the full potential of what a multiplayer Zelda title could actually be. Now it's time to cover the port of A Link to the Past for the Game Boy Advance. In addition to various tweaks that have been made to this version, the game also has some new content in the form of an exclusive dungeon that is now unlocked by beating Four Swords. The plot is the exact same as the original games. An evil wizard is capturing the descendants of the sages of old in order to help Ganon break free and conquer the world of light. Link saves Zelda, and then he goes on a quest to get the Master Sword to use it to defeat Ganon. Zelda is captured, and Link then travels to the Dark World to rescue her and the other maidens before finally facing off and defeating Ganon. Aesthetically, this game looks almost identical to the original, although your field of view is slightly cropped in comparison to fit the Game Boy Advance's resolution. Also, certain effects, like shining your light in a dark room, do end up looking a bit strange on the Game Boy Advance. The sound and music are also very consistent with the Super Nintendo version, although it feels less orchestral and more classic video game style. Overall, it's a pretty faithful port of the original game, although there have been some minor changes. The controls have been adjusted to fit the Game Boy Advance as it has fewer buttons than a Super Nintendo controller, and I definitely find them a bit inferior in comparison. One change that I did like though is that each bottle is now a separate item and not just one stack in your inventory. This makes it a lot easier to navigate and see what you have. There's also a few gameplay tweaks that caught me a bit off guard. Grass that you cut down now also has a very high chance of containing a bomb, meaning that you can no longer just mow down entire patches and instead have to be very meticulous, which kind of takes some of the fun out of it. Another thing that seems to have been tweaked is the hitboxes. If you remember, in the original game, I would struggle to hit enemies that were off-center or coming at me from an angle. This version of the game seems to have significantly improved in that regard, but the downside to that is that I also found it a lot easier to actually get hit. And a side effect of this tinkering was that it actually made the third boss, Moldorm, insanely difficult this go around, harder than any other boss in the game, even Ganon. Because the hitbox was just ever so off, he managed to constantly push me off the edge, or my sword would just ever so slightly miss his weak spot and instead hit his armor, which would again bounce me into the abyss. This fight took me, no joke, more than 20 attempts. While in the original game, I beat it in 3 or 4 tries. I also beat the digging minigame on my first try this time, when originally it took me close to an hour. I'm not sure though if this was another gameplay tweak to make it more fair, or it was just sheer dumb luck. Combat in general in this version I found to be more difficult, mainly in that I seemed to have a harder time dodging enemies and took a lot more damage overall. While I always had fairies to revive me, in this version of the game I died multiple times in almost every dungeon. In the original version I only died a few times in the first couple of dungeons before I was used to the controls. Most of the bosses, with that one exception, were around the same level of difficulty as in the original version, and beating Ganon was just as tough this time around as well. Your slightly reduced field of view also has the unfortunate side effect of making it so that some scenery is no longer visible when it was intended to be, meaning that occasionally what would have been an obvious jump to a lower ledge basically turns into a trust fall. There's also several key items and switches that you'll need to hit in dungeons that used to be on screen, but are now just slightly off screen, making it a lot less clear on how to progress in these situations. Another small change is that if you save and exit the game, when you reload it, you actually get the choice of starting the game from several different locations. It was actually a lot faster most of the time to save and quit after beating a dungeon and then then just boot the game back up at another location. Obtaining the Master Sword in this game will also give you its use in the companion game Four Swords, which is pretty cool. And you can also unlock a new move, a special super spin attack, which you can also use in Four Swords. But doing so is a bit complicated. The first requirement is that you need to earn 10 medals in Four Swords, which you get by being the player who collected the most rupees at the end of the stage. And this will unlock a new quest line that is exclusive to this version of A Link to the Past. The quest line is a bit lengthy and more or less just an extended fetch quest. And at the end of it, your reward is unlocking the super spin attack, which unfortunately isn't particularly useful in either game. Another new piece of content is that there's also a special bonus dungeon that you can access at the pyramid in the Dark World. This is called the Palace of the Four Sword, but unless you've beaten both Four Swords and Ganon in A Link to the Past, this character here won't let you buy to actually complete it. This dungeon has only ever appeared in this version of the game and not any of the other releases. The dungeon itself is pretty hard, mainly due to the enemy numbers and makeup that they throw at you in each room. There are 4 different paths, each of which will end with a much harder version of a boss you fought previously in the game. Beating each boss will reward you with one of the Four Swords. The bosses were pretty hard, but if you go in prepared, it's not that big of a deal. The final fight was against 4 different Links, and it was actually really fun. It was pretty much the only fight in the game where I actually went all out. Beating the dungeon will unlock a special ending cutscene, but otherwise you don't really get anything else for it. So all in all, this is still a very fun game, and I like that there is a portable version of it available. However, I do find that the concessions they had to make, especially reducing the field of view or playing with a hitbox, made the game a lot less intuitive to actually play, and it caused me to bust out a guide a lot more often than I did in the original. The extra content is nice, but having to beat another game just to be able to access it is kind of annoying. Those extra issues in this version actually knock it down a peg from an S rank to an A rank for me. If you've beaten the Super Nintendo version and are looking for more content in the same world, this is a fun way to get to experience that, but overall I do feel like the original plays better. And while the new content is cool, it's a hassle to unlock and it isn't anything truly groundbreaking. Now we're covering an underrated GameCube gem that dared to ask the question of what happens when you cross the Legend of Zelda series with a pirate-themed adventure. Wind Waker is a very unique game in that it pioneered an entirely new aesthetic for the series, and it's still used in some form today. I did play a little bit of this game back in the day, but because I didn't own a GameCube, my time was pretty limited. And while I have since beaten the remaster, I've never really put much time into the original. In classic Legend of Zelda style, you get a scrolling cutscene that sets up the backstory when you boot up the game, which explains how the entire land was actually plunged into peril after the events of Ocarina of Time, and to save it, Hyrule was flooded, and all that's left is a series of disconnected islands on a great sea. You then start out on one of these little islands, Outset, on Link's birthday. I really like Outset Island as a starting area because it's pretty brief, but it gives you a chance to try out all of your new skills and controls in a very safe environment. After donning the iconic Legend of Zelda tunic, you then see the pirate Tetra fall from the clutches of a giant evil bird into the forest. You go to save her, and shortly afterwards your sister gets captured in her place. This sets the events of the game into motion, and you go on a quest to save her. Wind Waker fits the bill of a traditional Zelda game, with you clearing out many different dungeons in your quest. In the end, it ultimately culminates in a battle against Ganon. The first dungeon that you're thrown into, the Forsaken Fortress, definitely feels a little bit too big for its own good and takes a really long time to clear out. At the end of it, after you get your butt kicked, you wake up on a new island and meet the other main character of the game, a talking boat called the King of Red Lions. The freedom that you experience because of the explorative nature of this game cannot be understated. The excitement of seeing a landmass on the horizon and knowing that you can physically go there and explore is very real. Also, sailing the ocean looks really good thanks to the cel-shaded graphics. This game has aged extremely well visually because it commits very hard to a specific style. The music as well in this title sounds fantastic, and it provides a really good score while you're sailing around. And speaking of, they do their best to make sure that there's no shortage of things to do while you're traveling around in your boat. From submarines to explore, fish who will fill in your chart, boss battles against giant octoroks, or even constantly digging up treasure from the ocean floor. Unfortunately though, this doesn't really help alleviate one of the biggest issues I had with the original version of Wind Waker. It's the fact that getting from point A to B just takes way too long. While there is constantly stuff to do out on the ocean, it gets pretty repetitive and dissolves into endless busy work. About halfway through the game, you do unlock a form of fast travel, but that still requires playing a song, after which you're probably gonna have to play another to change the wind in the direction you need to to go, and if where you're trying to reach isn't super close to one of these specific fast travel points, you're still going to need to sail for a while. Also, most likely because they felt a need to fill all this endless traveling with stuff to do, there is an overwhelming amount of side quests and side activities to complete, and it takes forever. There's a very notorious drawn-out trading sequence, and while fast travel does make this easier, it still takes way too long. There's also filling in your map, the special sunken treasures that you find from using treasure charts, heart pieces, various items and weapons, wallet upgrades, and a whole bevy of minigames, some of which are hilariously awful, like the battleship one. While doing most of this stuff will give you a reward at the end, the sheer volume of things to complete is very, very off-putting. And don't even get me started on the pictographs, several of which are missable. Control-wise, though, it does feel better than the N64 Zelda titles. Combat in general feels like it got the largest upgrade, with you now being able to perform counterattacks with well-timed button presses. And you can actually pick up enemy weapons when they drop them and use them. And this actually comes into play when solving puzzles as well. The dungeons are one of the stronger aspects of this game, with a lot of them involving fairly complex mechanics that are expertly taught to you throughout. With a couple of exceptions, each dungeon was just about the right length, always had a lot of variety and things to do, and was generally a fun time to work through. I really enjoyed the 2 temples at the end of the game where you work in tandem with another NPC to complete it. Despite the fact that you have to watch over another character, they managed to avoid most of the usual trappings of escort missions. The wide array of items that you acquire throughout your journey allowed them to cook up some really interesting puzzles for you to solve within these dungeons. You get some classic items like the boomerang or the bow and arrow, but the new additions like the grappling hook and the Deku leaf really managed to steal the scene. You can also hook up a Game Boy Advance to your GameCube to use an item called the Tingle Tuner, where the character Tingle will offer you hints during the dungeons and even help you unearth these rare Tingle statues. Most of the characters, Tingle included, have a ton of personality in this game, and it really shines through. Tetra is a great foil to Link's youthful nature, and her band of pirates was also a high point whenever they had screen time. Ganon also manages to come across in this game as a very regal and formidable enemy. That being said, the game does really start to drag on towards the end. Pretty much everyone knows about the Tingle Triforce quest that was substantially trimmed down in the remaster, and for good reason, because in the original it's extremely tedious. After working your way through several dungeons, you eventually return to the Forsaken Fortress and actually rescue your sister. After Tetra's identity is revealed to you, you go on a quest to restore the power of the Master Sword to eventually defeat Ganon. At the very end, you and Tetra actually team up together to take Ganon out. And this was a pretty difficult fight to figure out, so when he was actually defeated, I definitely felt accomplished. I also really liked the ending cutscene that closed out the story. I have gone on record saying that Wind Waker HD is one of, if not my favorite Zelda game. While Wind Waker on the GameCube wasn't a total failure, it definitely didn't live up to the expectations I had. And because of that, it lands with a solid B rank. Overall, this game just moves at far too slow of a pace for how much content there is to actually work through. While it's still an enjoyable experience if you ignore the majority of the side content, there's definitely a significantly better version of this one coming down the line. Next up, we're covering Four Swords Adventures on the GameCube, which is a direct sequel to Four Swords on the Game Boy Advance. It starts off with Link and Zelda going to investigate the condition of the Four Sword. Zelda is worried that the seal on Vati is weakening, and she brings along 6 other maidens to help her restore it. Upon arriving, a Shadow Link suddenly jumps out and captures the maidens and the princess. Link then takes the Four Sword in hopes of using it to defeat the Dark Link and save the maidens, but he's knocked out and Vati is freed. Soon after, you learn that Vati has both sapped the sword of its power and captured the various maidens, so you set out on a quest to restore the power to the Four Sword and save Zelda and her friends. Aesthetically, Four Swords Adventures actually looks a lot like A Link to the Past, but with character sprites from the Game Boy Advance Four Swords game. It does manage to blend the two styles pretty well. You can play this game solo or with up to 3 other friends, and it's the implementation of this that makes it different from anything else in the Zelda series. If you play this game solo, you can use a regular GameCube controller, but to play with other people, every single person needs their own Game Boy Advance and a special GameCube link cable which allows you to use said Game Boy as a controller. The TV will display the overworld, but while you're running around, you're going to come across a lot of areas that you can enter like caves, and when you enter these, your character and the surroundings are then displayed on the screen of your Game Boy Advance while the TV still shows the overworld. This can be used in pretty interesting ways. For example, there's several parts in this game where you need to hide in a cave until a giant bomb explodes in the overworld and it's safe to come out. Because each player has their own Game Boy Advance with its own screen, it also means that you can split the party with each player doing their own thing and still be able to see what you're doing. I played through the first world of this game with 4 people, and then I did World 2 with just 2 of us, which was pretty similar in gameplay, but each player has extra links follow them around, which can be switched to or thrown. The rest of this game I played solo, which again played pretty similarly, except I now had 3 separate links following me around. You're able to arrange the links into different formations like a box or a line, which is helpful in solving various puzzles, or you can also split the group and control the different links individually. There are 8 different worlds that you need to work your way through in Four Swords Adventures, with each of these being broken up into 3 stages, plus a special minigame stage run by Tingle. The levels all feel pretty standard for a Legend of Zelda title, with familiar locations like Death Mountain or the Gerudo Desert making an appearance. Unfortunately, none of the puzzles or dungeons ever really wowed me. Mostly they felt like reused ideas from previous Zelda games. Along the same lines, pretty much all of the different items that you pick up are from previous Zelda titles, although sometimes they are used in new ways. When playing multiplayer, you'd each have a different item, but in single player mode, every single link gets the same item when you pick it up, and because of this, the puzzles are designed to only ever require 1 item to solve them. The bosses also never really impressed me, always towing the line between very easy or just plain annoying. The final stage of each world will culminate in a boss fight, after which you free one of the 6 maidens from the beginning of the game, and in the 7th world you free Zelda. Along the way you also come across the Knights of Hyrule, who give you special gems that they were entrusted with keeping. There's very little plot conveyed to you throughout the game, with the only notable instances that I can remember being where the wise owl reveals that an evil force has returned to Hyrule Castle, and then later the Deku Scrubs reveal that this force is actually Ganondorf himself. Otherwise, you're mainly just clearing through stages to get to the next world, rinse and repeat. Eventually, you discover that Shadow Link was summoned using a magic mirror that is connected to a dark world, which may have been a prototype for some of the ideas later used in Twilight Princess. After you free all of the maidens, including Zelda, get the 4 gemstones from the Hylian Knights, and then reclaim the mirror, you go into the Palace of the Winds and work your way to Vati himself, who ends up being a complete pushover. There isn't even any dialogue with him, he just goes down without much of a fight. Zelda then wonders who possibly could have been summoning the monsters if it wasn't Vati, even though you already know it's Ganon, and you then have to escort her through the remains of the Wind Palace as it collapses. After this, you face off against Ganon himself, who does look pretty cool, but the boss fight wasn't really anything special. After defeating him, pieces return to Hyrule, the Four Sword is put back in its pedestal, and Link is celebrated as a hero. There are up to 2 other game modes besides the main campaign, depending on which version of the game you're playing. The second mode is the Shadow Arena, which is a multiplayer deathmatch where you and everyone else playing can fight against each other until one Link emerges victorious. This was fun to play for a little bit, but there's definitely better games that are similar. Exclusive to the Japanese version is a game mode called Navi Trackers. In this mode, you once again have to use a Game Boy Advance even if you're playing solo, and you start off by playing a couple of different minigames like matching objects that are in different chests, and then there's a main game where you run around collecting medals and points, with the goal being to talk to the character holding the lowest numbered flag. If you're playing alone, you can do this as a time trial or against Tingle. And all while you're doing this, the characters on the TV, mainly Tetra, are talking to you and giving you hints and guidance on where to go and what to do next. So all in all, Four Swords Adventures is far from a bad game, but I also think it's a ways off from being a great one. It never does anything particularly bad or wrong, but it also never excels in any fashion. And while the multiplayer is interesting, it's also a lot of work and requires a ton of gear. So with all of that in mind, Four Swords Adventures on the GameCube gets a low C rank from me. While it's not offensive or terrible, this game does very little to make it stand out from the rest of the Zelda catalog. The puzzles and items are all things we've seen before, the plot is very thin, and the game is far too long for its own good. I think it's probably the weakest of the multiplayer Zelda titles, and as a single player experience, it just has too little to offer to be worth the majority of people's time playing. Now we're covering Link's smallest adventure yet, The Legend of Zelda The Minish Cap on the Game Boy Advance. Minish Cap starts off with a classic old-school scrolling cutscene, after which you take control of Link, who in this iteration is the son of a great blacksmith. Link accompanies Zelda to a festival celebrating the last time that Hylians met a tiny race of people called the Picori, at which Zelda wins Link a shield. After traveling to the castle to deliver a sword for his father, Link then witnesses the sorcerer Vati storm in and shatter the legendary Picross blade, searching for something within the chest that it sealed. Vaati then turns Princess Zelda to stone and then departs, and shortly afterwards, Link is given the task of finding the Picross people to repair the Picross blade, defeat Vaati, and free Princess Zelda. Not long after this, Link meets a talking hat named Eslo, who teaches him how to use stumps to shrink down to the size of the Picross people, and then Link meets with their elder in the Minish village to hopefully reforge the Picross sword. The elder informs Link that to do so, he'll need to collect the 4 elements of nature, which are located in 4 different dungeons throughout the land. Right off the bat, visually, this game is stunning. Aesthetically, it's very similar to the other Game Boy Advance Zelda game, 4 Swords, but Minish Cap has even more detail in the backgrounds and animation. This game also has a really great sense of scale, with the environments that Link traverses when he's the size of a Minish really standing out for their high attention to detail. My favorite areas in the game were the Minish village, or even the main hub town, which is bustling with things to do. The main mechanic that sets this game apart from all of the rest is Link's ability to shrink down to the size of an ant. I also find it really funny that when you do this in the overworld, you can still control the character of Link, but he's like 5 pixels big. Areas that you could previously traverse when you were full size, like small puddles, are now death traps for the small Link. However, now that you're tiny, you can go through small holes like these in logs. This causes you to see and think about environments in a completely different way, and overall I found it very well implemented. Link also gets an arsenal of weapons and items at his disposal, and while some are pretty standard for the Legend of Zelda series, you do get quite a few that are very unique to this game, or you get some twists on classic items like the Cane of Posse instead of the Cane of Somalia, which this time around flips objects upside down. All of these different items that you get along the way feel very useful, and the puzzles take advantage of them in really clever ways. There's also 2 main collectibles in this game. The first is called Kinstones. Certain NPCs will have a special dialogue box next to them when you approach them, and if you interact with them with the right button, you get the chance to fuse Kinstones with them, where basically you're trying to match the color and shape of their half. Matching these will give you a variety of rewards, like unlocking a cave with a treasure chest full of rupees or even heart pieces. There's also several Kinstones that are required to progress the main story, but the vast majority are optional. The second collectible is figurines that you get from the figurine maker. You need to deposit seashells into this machine and then pull a lever. The more shells that you drop at once, the higher chance of getting a new figurine you don't already own, so you're constantly weighing the odds. Ultimately though, the RNG mechanics made it a lot more of a headache than it was worth, and at the very end, when you've collected over 130 figurines, your reward is just a heart piece. I do feel that Capcom learned a lot from the making of the 2 Oracle games and also 4 Swords, and then applied that knowledge here in this title to great effect. Many mechanics are borrowed from those previous games, and there are several puzzles that are also reused, but I felt like it was all done so much more effectively this time around. The 4 main dungeons that you clear all feel very unique, so even though there was only a handful, they all stood out and were very memorable. The boss fights as well I did find very inventive, although some were admittedly a bit frustrating. This was also the only time I ever found the combat in the game to be challenging, as most of the fights outside of the boss fights were pretty easy. I do also really like how the dungeons in the game play with your expectations. For example, the second dungeon of the game doesn't actually have the element you're searching for within it. Or the third dungeon will let you reach the element right away, but you then realize that there's another 95% of the dungeon that you're going to have to complete to be able to actually get it. Eventually it's revealed that Eslo was actually a Minish himself, and he created a magical hat that Vaati stole, which granted him his powers. Vaati then cursed Eslo into the form he's currently stuck in, and then left to try and find the second gift the Minish had given to the Hylians, the Light Force, which is a tremendous magical power. I did find it really interesting to see the origin of Vaati, because he's one of the few big bads in the Zelda franchise outside of Ganon. When you finally do get all 4 elements, you get the actual 4 sword as well, which is again a nice callback. After getting the sword, you fight your way through the dark version of Hyrule Castle to fight Vaati himself, and then you battle through 2 pretty fun forms before rescuing the princess. As you escape, however, Vaati then ambushes you in his final form. This final boss battle was honestly a bit annoying, but thankfully it was over pretty quickly. With Vaati defeated, the curse on Eslo was also broken, and then using the hat that Vaati had stolen to get his powers, Zelda returns Hyrule back to normal. Eslo returns to the realm of the Minish, but not before gifting Link with his iconic green hat as a memento memento of their time together. Minish Cap is actually one of the few titles in the series that does have post-game content. After defeating Vati, you'll start back at the entrance of Hyrule Castle, but you can now do a special quest where you can actually upgrade your shield to a mirror shield. As well, there's several new figurines available for purchase. All things considered, Minish Cap was an extremely well-crafted game, and I had an absolute blast playing through it. Everything from the aesthetic, to the gameplay, to the different items, to the dungeons themselves, the plot, it all worked together to form a very cohesive experience. The few things that I did find dragged on a bit were mainly related to the collectibles, almost all of which are entirely optional and can be skipped. So with all of that in mind, Minish Cap actually manages to get an S rank from me. I went into this game not knowing all that much about it, and came out the other side a huge fan. It ranks up there with Link's Awakening and A Link to the Past as one of the best games in this style in the entire series, period. So now is about the time where we need to acknowledge the Tingle in the room. This character, first introduced in Majora's Mask, has gone on to become one of the most popular faces in the entire series, at least in Japan, that is. Tingle was so popular that he got his own series of spin-off games for the Nintendo DS, most of which are Japan exclusive. However, the first game in this spin-off series actually got a European release as well. We're playing freshly picked Tingle's Rosy Rupeeland, and that name alone should tell you all you need to know about this title. So this game starts off with a mysterious character known as Uncle Rupee summoning you to a nearby rupee pool and hitting you with a bunch of marketing PR about a place called Rupeeland. He then gives you some rupees to start off and teaches you that you need to keep throwing rupees into the pool to make it rise up and eventually reach Rupeeland. However, rupees also function as your life bar in this game, so if you ever completely run out, it's game over. King Rupee turns you into Tingle and renames you, and then you're off on your adventure. You then meet another colorful character, Tingle's assistant Pinkle, and as you might have already noticed at this point, pretty much every character in the game is bursting with personality and sports a very weird design. Overall, Tingle's Rosy Rupeeland has a very nostalgic early DS look, mixing 2D character sprites and worlds with some 3D elements. The game uses mostly new locales, but you do see some tangentially related to the Legend of Zelda series, like the Lon Lon Meadows or the Deku Forest. Combat is very strange, as you just run into an enemy which creates a cloud of dust around you, and you can then move around and suck in other enemies into the fight. There is no skill to the combat, you just move around until the game decides it's been enough. After throwing a certain amount of rupees into the pond, a tower raises up from it, and you can then proceed to the next area. You do this repeatedly with the tower getting taller and taller. The amount to unlock the next area increases each time, and there were several places in this game where I found myself needing to just take a break from the story and just straight up grind for rupees for a while. Almost every interaction you have with an NPC will cost you some amount of money, and you actually have to haggle throughout all of these. Most of the time, if you give them an offer that is too low, they'll take your money, but you get nothing out of it and you have to do it again. Side quests will usually have a pretty good payout and reward you with things like rupee good collectibles or new recipes. You use these recipes for this game's version of crafting, and crafting plays a pretty big role overall, with you needing to be constantly mixing up different concoctions to be able to progress in the story. They also bring back Tingle's affinity for maps, with every new area having a map that is missing landmarks, and if you circle these on your empty map, you can later get paid for your work by the map sales lady. Bodyguards play a very big role in this game and come in 3 different sizes: small, medium, and large. The smaller the bodyguard, the less it will cost you to hire them, but also the less health they have. And in addition to helping you out in combat, they can also be sent off to do tasks for you, like pick a lock or explore a hole in the wall. These bodyguards will also constantly get stuck on objects and the scenery, requiring you to babysit them at all times. While the gameplay on the surface of Tingle's Rosy Rupeeland seems pretty simple, over time it got increasingly complex, but not in a good way. For example, this dungeon in particular, where you have 0 visibility, there are spikes on the floor that hurt you, and there's also a part where you need to push rocks onto switches, but your followers will actually get in the way and push the rocks out of place by accident. And they also repeat this behavior later on in the icy plane, reducing visibility because of rogue blizzards, because, you know, not being able to see in video games is fun, right? This game also features one of the worst boss fights I've ever seen, period. Now, near the end of the game, you find out that the old man Rupee has actually been deceiving you the entire time. He intends to turn the entire world into what he calls his Rupeeland, where everyone is turned into a Tingle and has to rely on rupees to survive, just like you. You also find out that your assistant Pinkle is actually a fairy that was trapped by him, and then you team up with the fairies to try and take down Uncle Rupee once and for all. all. This final boss fight had multiple forms, and it's basically a shoot 'em up, which is again not something you've done in this game previously. It's a pretty difficult fight, but the dragon one earlier in the game was honestly worse. Once you beat Uncle Rupee, you basically take his place and then the credits scroll. Sadly, I do think there was actually a halfway decent idea for a game here, but the mechanic of having to constantly haggle with every single NPC over every single thing, coupled with a ton of time spent farming rupees, just brought the entire experience down. It's definitely one of the more experimental titles out there, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's good. And having played through the entire thing, it teeters on the edge between a C and a D rank, but I think I'll give it a low C. I can definitely see this game connecting with people, and I'm sure there's an audience out there that really likes it, but for me, the base mechanics just weren't something I really enjoyed. While I do think that the developers managed to nail the weirdness of what a Tingle game should be like, and they also managed to work in a bunch of different things that define the character, the game itself was just too long, too padded, and there wasn't a lot of fun to be found. While Tingle's Rosy Rupeeland is a memorable experience, it's mostly for all the wrong reasons. After Wind Waker underperformed compared to Nintendo's expectations, the Zelda team decided to scrap plans for a direct sequel and instead go back to the drawing board, and what we got as a result was Twilight Princess, which released for both the GameCube and the Wii. For this review, I am playing the GameCube version. The only difference between the two is that the Wii version is mirror flipped so that Link is actually right-handed, because you use the Wiimote as a sword, and that lines up better with the majority of people who would be playing it. Twilight Princess starts off in Oron Village, with Link having a chat with his mentor Russell, who tells Link to deliver something to Hyrule Castle for him in a few days. After this cutscene, you then do some menial jobs to get familiar with the controls, like riding Epona around or practicing swordplay. Eventually though, monsters storm in and capture various members of the village, mainly children, and when Link tries to pursue them, he comes across a black gate and some demonic monsters, and is turned into a wolf after being captured by one. He then wakes up in a jail cell and meets Midna, who will be your companion throughout most of the game, and she then takes Link to see Princess Zelda in Hyrule Castle, who reveals that she surrendered the land of Hyrule to Twilight Princess's main antagonist, Zant, in order to prevent him from killing everyone. You then return to your village, still stuck in your wolf form. You become human once again, and you're equipped in the garb of the legendary hero. And after that, you're off on your quest to free the realm from Twilight's influence, get back the stolen villagers, and save Princess Zelda. Twilight Princess doesn't really have that strong of an aesthetic that makes it stand out from other games that released around the same time. After the negative reaction to Wind Waker's graphics, they decided to make a much more standard-looking title. Although that being said, they managed to put a lot of effort where it counts into the different characters and their animations. There is a large cast of memorable people that you're going to come across, from the bar owner Telma, the creepy bug girl Agatha, this child Mallow who rules his business with an iron fist, and plenty more. Midna herself has a ton of personality and is a very fun sidekick. They also added a ton of personality to Link when he's in his wolf form through the different animations, and they even gave him tons of dog-related abilities to do, like digging or following scents. Control-wise, the game feels pretty solid, although Wolf Link in particular can be a bit clunky at times. Once you get back to your human form, there's a whole bevy of different weapons and items that you'll be slowly accumulating to help you deal with fights and puzzles. And you actually learn different sword techniques in this game as well, thanks to the spirit of a warrior long past. These techniques are super useful and I use them all the time. While you do get some staple items like bombs or the bow and arrow, there's a ton that are very unique to Twilight Princess, like the spinner or the ball and chain. Even the items that do frequently appear in Zelda titles get their own spin and are used in different ways. For example, you can combine items like adding a scope to your bow or creating bomb arrows. Epona is also an integral part of this game, with lots of sequences, including the final boss fight involving combat from horseback. The dungeons in this game are extremely well designed in my opinion. There's tons of puzzles where you need to do something completely new to the series, like walk on a magnetic ceiling using the iron boots, or using the spinner to go across quicksand and rails. And all of these mechanics are taught to you expertly throughout the dungeons. Eventually you reach a point in the story where you can freely switch between Wolf Link and your normal human form, and this really opens the game up, offering tons of variety in different ways that you can approach fights and even solve the various puzzles. I found myself looking forward to the different dungeons and new mechanics that I'd get to explore, which even in the best Zelda games isn't something that I can always say. All that being said, the bosses were a bit of a mixed bag. The majority of them I did find fun, and some were super interesting interesting, like the Stall Lord, but there were definitely some bosses that felt overly complex or were just straight up boring, like the dragon boss of the Sky Temple. One thing I didn't particularly enjoy was just how many collectibles there are to wrangle. I found it very annoying that certain events or collectibles like the pose can only be gotten at certain times of the day, but there's no way to skip time forward other than just legitimately waiting around. So after managing to clear out the twilight that has affected Hyrule, save the children of the village, and get the fused shadows for Midna, Zant appears and takes them away, revealing that his magic power comes from a different source. And after she refuses to ally with him, he then throws Midna into the world of light, hurting her immensely. Soon after, Zelda heals Midna, and you then go on a quest to get back the shards of the Twilight Mirror, which is the main connection between the two worlds, which was broken by Zant. This is also where I'm going to point out that this is one of the most cinematic Zelda games I've ever played, with lots of very long cutscenes, which can be a bit much at times. To be fair, this is evened out by lots of really quick but fun events and moments throughout the game, but it's yet another thing that makes this game feel unique. Twilight Princess is also quite long compared to most of the other Zelda titles, and because your goals and objectives are constantly shifting throughout the story, it can be a little bit hard to tell exactly where you are or how much game is left. After restoring the mirror, it is revealed that Midna is actually the true ruler of the Twilight Realm, having had her throne and power stolen by Zant and cursed into the form of an imp. You go to the Twilight Realm and face off against Zant, who reveals that his powers were granted to him by Ganon, who had been banished to the realm by the sages eons ago. After a pretty cool boss fight, Zant reveals that Midna will remain cursed while Ganon exists. The two of you then journey to Hyrule Castle, and on the top floor you come across the Demon King himself. You first have to battle against a possessed Zelda, and then next up is Dark Beast Ganon. After you take him out, Midna then tries to use her power to defeat Ganon once and for all, but is unsuccessful. There's then a battle on horseback with Zelda using her light arrows to stun Ganon before a classic 1v1 sword fight. This entire final boss fight felt very intense and was quite well executed. When Ganon is finally defeated, Midna is returned to her true form, and then Midna travels back to the Twilight Realm, but as she does, she uses her power as the true ruler of the Twilight Realm to shatter the Twilight Mirror, ensuring that the two worlds can never interfere with each other ever again. The Master Sword is returned to its rightful place, and Link then rides off into the distance to seek new adventures. The ending of Twilight Princess actually felt bittersweet, which fit with the game's overall vibe. Because of how well crafted Twilight Princess is, it almost feels like a modern game, and my biggest frustrations with it came from me expecting it to play like one and then it not quite working. And I also think that the game is a little bit too long for its own good and could have used a clearer direction, but all in all, these are pretty minor issues compared to just how much this game does well. With all of that in mind, Twilight Princess on the GameCube gets an S rank. I went into this game not knowing all that much about it and ended up having a really great time. You do need to make it past the opening sections and wait for the game to really open up, but once it does, it's a super fun experience. I also do appreciate that there's both a GameCube and a Wii version, so if you prefer one control scheme over the other like me, you do have options. Regardless of which version you play though, I highly recommend this one. It's a wholly unique experience and there's tons of fun to be had from start to finish. So here's another game focused on everyone's favorite wannabe fairy, Tingle. We're covering the Japanese exclusive title, Tingle's Balloon Fight DS. This is also a game that has never been fully translated, at least at the time of filming this video, which is why a lot of the text you're seeing here is in Japanese. That being said though, it's a very simple game that isn't story-based, and some parts of the menu are in English by default. So this game is based on Balloon Fight, which is actually an old-school arcade-style game from the days of the NES. In that game, you control this little guy flying around, popping the balloons of your enemies. Balloon Fight has had several sequels and spin-offs over the years, and that eventually led us to this one where the main character has been replaced with Tingle of Legend of Zelda fame. This game is more than just a reskin of the original though, as the various levels have been redesigned and tweaked to take advantage of the DS hardware. With that in mind, you'll notice that I'm presenting this footage to you in a lot of places vertically and it almost looks like a mobile game. This is because all of the levels use both the top and bottom screens of the DS to display the full play area. While you're playing, you're switching between them constantly, so to be able to actually see what's going on, you have to see both screens at once. The idea behind this game was probably Tingle's first appearance in Majora's Mask, where he is often seen floating in the sky with a big red balloon above him. The sprite used for Tingle here seems to be the exact same one that's used on the loading screen for the Tingle Tuner, which was a special feature of the Game Boy Advance that you could use if you hook it up to your GameCube while playing Wind Waker. Aesthetically, the game looks okay for a DS title, but the graphics definitely aren't anything thing that stands out. The same goes for the music and sound effects, which are serviceable but nothing special. The controls of this game are pretty simple. You tap the B button to get momentum and fly around, and you use the D-pad to change your direction. The tapping mechanic can be a little finicky at first, but eventually you will get the hang of it. Your movement is momentum based, and it's pretty floaty by nature. You start the game off with a certain number of lives, and each time that all of your balloons are popped, you lose one. If you lose all of your lives, your score resets to 0, but you can keep going and try again from the same stage. You can also lose lives due to hazards such as lightning. The goal of the game is very simple, you're just trying to clear each stage that you're in. To do this, you need to pop the balloons of your enemies, after which they'll fall to the ground. This doesn't actually take them out permanently though, and given enough time, the enemies will actually be able to inflate another balloon and drift back up towards you. So you need to hit them a second time to actually get rid of them. While there is a risk of enemies popping your balloons, generally speaking they just kind of drift around aimlessly and don't really actively seek you out. There's also bubbles floating throughout the stage that give you extra points, and every once in a while you'll get a bonus stage that's just about collecting rupees. I really don't like that the hazards in the levels only really affect you. Getting hit by lightning will instantly take you out, but the enemies can pass right through it like it's nothing. They can also fly right above the water line and be fine, where if you do that, the fish will instantly pop out and eat you. The enemies constantly bumping into each other or these spinning devices also adds a constant amount of randomness to everything, and that isn't super fun to have to deal with. So in addition to the main game mode, there's also a 2-player mode. It's essentially the same thing as the main game, except now you have other people to take out as well. The third mode is called Balloon Trip, and it has you navigating Tingle through a series of lightning obstacles, collecting floating rupees along the way to try and get the highest score possible. And in this mode, getting a bubble doesn't give you points, it freezes the entire screen for a while. There's also checkpoints that you can land on to save the game. Completing specific challenges in the different modes, such as making it to a certain level or getting a specific number of points, will actually unlock artwork that you can view in-game. So overall, this is a pretty faithful update to Balloon Fight, which is itself a pretty fun game, and nothing in this version really takes away from that. However, there are 3 big issues present in this version. The first is how the game has to be played across both screens. I totally get why they did this with the DS, because it adds some new verticality to all of the levels, but keeping track of both screens was definitely a pain, and I found that the majority of the time where I would get my balloons popped would be at the seam of the 2 screens. The second issue I had is that there are 99 levels in the main game, plus 99 obstacle course levels. And while this game is fun to play for 5 or 10 minutes, 99 levels to beat is far beyond what I would ever want to play. And when you add in that second mode, it takes it to an ungodly amount of levels to have to clear through. They get repetitive extremely fast. The only reward that you get for doing all of this is the artwork, and I looked at that for maybe 5 seconds before moving on. The third issue I had comes down to the controls. I am not a fan of floaty controls in games to begin with. And when you add this to the momentum-based movement and the constant tapping, it just feels awkward and imprecise. There's a lot of times where you'll get boxed in by enemies or hazards, and the game just doesn't allow for the fine control or movement to be able to get yourself out of those situations. I found myself fighting the controls of the game more often than not, and when coupled with how many stages I had to beat, it was a recipe for frustration. That being said, the game is not without its merits, and if you like the original Balloon Fight a lot, you'll probably enjoy this one as well. So with all of that in mind, I'll give it a high D rank. The core gameplay that it's built on is fun, especially in small doses, but beating that many levels was too much of an ask for a game like this, and overall the Zelda theming was skin deep at best. Everybody loves a good spin-off game, and the Legend of Zelda series is no stranger to them, but with the exception of Link's Awakening, most of the spin-off games in the series have been handed off to other developers like Capcom and only published by Nintendo. However, Link's Crossbow training for the Wii was a rare case where a side adventure game was actually developed in-house. And while the idea for this game seems to have originally been a potential sequel to Twilight Princess, they instead took inspiration from one particular section of that game, the shootout sequence, and then built Link's crossbow training around that concept. This game was built entirely around the Wii Zapper, which is this plastic gun-looking thing. It feels very similar to a classic light gun game. When applicable, you move around with the joystick here, and you press the trigger to fire your arrows. Graphically, this game looks okay for something on the Wii, and it definitely draws a lot of inspiration from Twilight Princess. Link's character model looks almost identical to the one in that game, as well as there are some familiar locations. The environments actually have a decent amount of variety variety to them. Sound-wise, this game went beyond my expectations, having a lot of tracks that would fit right into a mainline Zelda. There are 3 game modes available from the title screen, as well as an option menu to help you adjust the sensitivity. The first is the Score Attack, which is the main game mode and has you clearing through 9 unique sets of levels. Multiplayer is very similar, but has you passing the zapper back and forth between up to 4 players, and you can individually select which course you want to do. Whichever player gets the higher score on it wins. Practice mode also lets you select individual courses, which gives you the chance to hone your skills on any that might be giving you trouble. There's 3 main types of levels that you're going to come across while playing. The first is target practice, which is first person and you're on rails with a fixed camera angle. The second type of level lets you actually change your viewpoint and spin around, and you can see Link himself, but in this one you cannot walk or move. The third type of level, you're able to actually fully walk around and defeat enemies, and this is honestly the one where I found it was the most awkward to control, and I was glad there weren't that many levels like this. There are a couple of boss battles near the end of the game which are unexpectedly fun. Each level is pretty small and by design can be cleared in just a couple of minutes, as shown by the timer in the top right. If you manage to actually kill everything in the level before the timer is up, you get a bonus, but it's not required to do this to clear the stage. The levels are grouped into sets of 3, with the goal being to hit a certain combined score between the 3 levels to get a medal, with bronze starting at 20,000, silver at 40,000, etc. After the starting 3 levels, to unlock the next group, you need to at least reach a bronze medal on the ones before it. There's a variety of enemies that appear here that you're going to recognize from the franchise. Some of these enemies will actually glow green, and killing those ones specifically will grant you a machine gun-like power-up, which will let you mow down huge groups of monsters with ease, but unfortunately it doesn't last that long. Holding down the fire button before releasing also shoots off an explosive shot, and this is great for dealing with enemies who are really good at defending. The more enemies or targets that you hit in a row without missing one, the higher your score multiplier. The real key to succeeding here is to chain your combos. The goal is just to never miss a shot that you actually fire to ensure that your score multiplier keeps going up and up. There's also a few secret alternate paths you can access in some of the target practice levels, and you do this by shooting scarecrows. Control-wise, it definitely isn't perfect. The tracking on the Wiimote is generally pretty solid, but it can get a little bit wonky in some cases. I also very much struggled to snipe enemies from far away. There is a zoom function that you can use, and while I had difficulty with it initially, coming to terms with it was definitely the key to success here. While using the Wiimote here was never one-to-one accuracy, it came pretty close, and the game was also fairly generous with its hitboxes, which made sure that the controls did not get in the way of having fun with this game. So I'm someone that does not particularly care for motion controls in games, so you know that I mean business when I say that I had a blast with Link's crossbow training. It ended up being so much more fun than I was expecting. It's a relatively short experience, but with tons of replay value, as you're constantly trying to find new pathways through the levels and get a higher and higher score to get the silver and gold medals. And so it's with a ton of surprise that I actually give it a very high B rank. What this game lacks in narrative, it definitely makes up for in really tight, fast gameplay. It's a unique experience unlike anything else I've ever really seen from the series, and it's a great example of just what Nintendo can do when they double down on the better aspects of some of their games. This one is definitely a bit of a sleeper hit. If you can get your hands on it and a Wii Zapper, I definitely recommend trying it out. Now we're covering a pretty ambitious title for the original DS, The Legend of Zelda: The Phantom Hourglass. The game starts with a scrolling cutscene which involves cardboard cutouts that detail the events of Wind Waker, and it's eventually revealed that one of the pirates in Tetra's crew is retelling the story to Link, who is aboard their ship. Tetra and company are investigating a mysterious ghost ship which seems to be capturing other ships and causing them to disappear. And after finding the ship, Tetra jumps on board looking for its treasure, and the ghost ship starts to set sail without them, so Link grabs onto the side in pursuit, but is knocked loose. Link then wakes up on a mysterious island, visits an old man named Oshu who offers some guidance, and is then joined in his quest by a fairy named Ciela. Soon after this, he meets up with a ship captain named Linebeck, who is trying to find the ghost ship treasure for himself, and from then onwards you sail from area to area trying to eventually get Tetra back. Aesthetically, it has a very unique style to it, although not one I'm particularly impressed by. The 3D graphics definitely push the hardware of the Nintendo DS to the limit, and while they were probably really advanced for the time, they definitely have not aged particularly well. The gameplay involves a lot of pretty standard Legend of Zelda fare, where you go from dungeon to dungeon, solving puzzles, getting keys, and then defeating the dungeon boss, often with the help of a special piece of equipment that you get from the dungeon itself. The biggest detriment, in my opinion, when it comes to this game is is actually how it controls. So how it works is you move a fairy around on the screen with the stylus to make Link walk there, swipe it quickly to make him swing his sword, draw a circle around him to use a spin attack, or tap on a monster to make him stab at it. The problem with this is that it feels really imprecise and has a very large margin for error. If they had made Link move around using the D-pad, which is coincidentally used for nothing in this game, then I think everything else would have been fine. But having every single thing be stylus-based made the controls a lot more frustrating than it otherwise would have been, and at no point did I really enjoy the control scheme. Phantom Hourglass also involves using the stylus to mark locations on your map, which worked pretty well, and also has you blowing or screaming into the microphone to get characters' attention, which felt really gimmicky. There's also a part where you need to physically close your DS in order to transfer a symbol from the top screen to the bottom screen. I can't imagine how many people this tripped up back in the day. On a more positive note though, using the stylus to trace out the path of items like the boomerang actually felt really intuitive and very well implemented. So a big part of this game revolves around sailing the ocean, much like in Wind Waker, but this time around you actually get the ability to customize your ship with various parts, which while mostly cosmetic will also give you buffs like increasing the maximum health of your ship if you match the right parts together. So if you remember my review of Wind Waker, I disliked how slow it was to sail around. That returns in spades, but with less control, as you need to plot a course and then either change the course or fully stop if you want to deviate from it. And you spend the entire time while traveling defending your ship from monsters and obstacles. The puzzles in the dungeons you visit typically aren't that great either, most being incredibly basic, although occasionally they did throw something pretty interesting in. That being said though, even with the occasional high points, the dungeons were mostly forgettable except for the main one, but that's for mostly the wrong reasons. Every time you return to the Temple of the Ocean King, which you have to do after completing each of the main dungeons, you then have to work your way through several floors that you've already visited and redo all of the traps and puzzles to reach the new areas. While the new items you found might open up a few shortcuts, it's still very boring to have to redo the same thing half a dozen times over and over. You eventually find out that your fairy companion Ciela is actually the lost fairy of power, and after finally boarding the ghost ship, you discover something you had probably already figured out at this point. The old man Oshu who keeps popping up is actually the spirit of the Ocean King in a human form. He took this form after his temple was invaded by the big bad of this game named Bellum. Tetra has had her life force drained away from her by Bellum and is currently a statue. To defeat Bellum, you need something called the Phantom Sword, and for that you need 3 precious metals held by different races on the ocean. After getting the 3 rare metals, the sword is reforged, and then Oshu imbues it with the power of the Phantom Hourglass. You then have to work your way through the Temple of the Ocean King once again and finally face off against Bellum himself. This fight has more different forms than I can count, and while I did find it rather lengthy, I did like that it forced you to use various different items and mechanics that were taught to you throughout the game, even if some of them didn't work the best. After defeating Bellum, the Ocean King is restored to his true form, and Link and Tetra are teleported back to their world to rendezvous with Tetra's pirate crew, where you find out that only 10 minutes have actually passed. So there are flashes of inspiration where Phantom Hourglass becomes really fun, where the controls line up well with the puzzles and obstacles they have put before you, and you can totally see what they were going for. But unfortunately, this accounted for maybe 15% of my play experience overall. The rest of the time is spent constantly backtracking and repeating the same dungeon over and over, slowly sailing around endlessly, and doing tons of mini games that for the most part just aren't very fun. And while I do admire this game's ambition, I think it was held back a lot by the hardware that it was on, and a desire to prioritize using all of the different features of the DS, as opposed to focusing on just what would make for a fun game. So with all of that in mind, Phantom Hourglass is very much stuck in the D rank tier for me, although it would be near the top of it. The controls and the constant revisiting of the same temple over and over are completely what pushed this game so far down. Everything else about Phantom Hourglass was okay, with some aspects being really fun, and I did really enjoy the character of Linebeck. But those 2 overarching design choices along with all of the gimmicks really dragged down the entire experience. This game was definitely a chore for the most part, and because of that, I just can't really recommend it unless you have a lot of nostalgia for early DS titles. Remember how I've mentioned that Tingle is very popular in Japan? Well, he was so popular that he even got his own theme pack for the Japanese Nintendo DS, called the Too Much Tingle Pack. 5 games in one. Actually, calling them games is being a bit generous, as you're about to see, but even so, I still wanted to cover this oddball Zelda spin-off. I had to get a bit creative to play this one, because this pack was only downloadable from the Japanese DS store. Even though normal DS games are region-free, DSi downloads are not. Also, this game is only in Japanese and never even got a fan translation, so I had to translate it live using Google while playing. As a result, the translation is going to be far from perfect. When you boot it up, from the main menu, using the bottom screen, you can select one of 5 modes. The first one is actually the most robust mode of them all, the fortune teller. You load this up, ring the bell, and then you choose a topic, and then you have to shuffle around a bunch of cards and choose one. The fortune teller then gives you a very vague fortune based on whichever one you chose. So I guess it's somewhat accurate as far as that goes. This is kind of an interesting idea, I guess, and it's definitely the most fleshed out mode in the entire pack. But unless you have a regular need for a virtual fortune teller, you're probably going to move on from this pretty fast. In case you have the urge to be a completionist, from the main screen you can open this book here, which will let you track which cards you've actually pulled. It's kind of a neat idea, but I personally have no drive to fill the entire book. The second mode is basically just a timer, so the next time you need a stopwatch, just find your Japanese DS and go 7 menus deep, and this pack has you covered. The third icon is for a calculator, and other than some unique sound effects, it works like a calculator. There is a second tab here that's actually designed to let you easily split a bill between multiple people, like if you're at a restaurant. I cannot imagine how ridiculous you would look if the check arrives after a meal and in front of the entire table, you pull out your DS to do some math and figure out what each person owes. Moving on. The next mode is the Tingle Dancer. You can dress up Tingle in multiple different outfits, and then you spin this wheel on the bottom screen to make him dance. The song playing depends on his outfit, and you can also speed it up or slow it down depending on how fast you spin. Also, based on this text here, I think you can use photos from the DS as backgrounds. Some of these outfits are borderline nightmare fuel. The final thing on this pack is coin flip, which is pretty much how it sounds. It did trip me up a little bit because you actually have to turn these coins over and not just flip them like a normal coin. The bottom of the coin will say either pass or fail instead of heads or tails. There's also a sub mode to this game where there'll be numbers on the bottom of the coins. It's pretty basic. And that pretty much wraps up the Too Much Tingle pack. I am not surprised that this was never released outside of Japan. Considering how little there is to do and what they did decide to actually include, I obviously have to give this an F rank. Maybe if I was a huge Tingle fan, I would have had a different reaction to this, but all in all, this pack did very little for me. I definitely wouldn't go out of your way to seek this one out. Pretty much everything that it does now, you can just very easily do with your phone. Now we're covering the final Tingle-focused spin-off that was released on the Nintendo DS, Ripened, Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love. This is a point-and-click adventure game, and it was never actually localized outside of Japan. A group of very dedicated people released a full fan translation patch for the game, and that's what I'll be playing for this review. So this game starts off with the character soon to be known as Tingle alone in his bedroom watching TV. An advertisement pops up for a book about the amazing adventures of a green-clad hero, and after finding out that it's been discounted to just 2 rupees, he purchases it for himself. After he signs for the delivery and ignores the warning barks of his dog, he then opens the book and is sucked into the world therein. In the world of the book, he meets a grandmother character who refers to him by the name Tingle and then gives him the notorious green outfit. She then sets him off on his way, which involves shooting him out of a cannon. You come across a fortune teller who predicts that you will be joined on your quest by 3 different companions, and that ultimately it will culminate with you dancing with the princess at the castle. This game is basically a parody / homage to The Wizard of Oz, but instead of Dorothy, it's Tingle. Along the way, you team up with a little scarecrow, a robot woman, and also a cowardly lion. You also walk the yellow brick road, although hilariously a farmer actually tore part of it up to build his house. There's several different witches who are involved in your journey, and you're traveling to the Emerald City. Visually, this game is extremely similar to Tingle's Rosy Rupeeland. I would say that this game looks a bit better than its predecessor, with slightly clearer graphics and more well-defined locations. Being that this is a point-and-click adventure, it has an extremely chill vibe. You're very much able to just take your time and explore at your leisure. Control-wise, Tingle is moved around entirely by clicking on locations, objects, and characters with the stylus on the bottom screen. You use the stylus for pretty much everything in this game, although there is one section where you play an arcade game and you can actually purchase a joystick that lets you use the D-pad. You're also constantly searching for items to add to your inventory, which can then be used to solve the various problems and puzzles later down the line. line. The 3 companions that you gather along the way also all have special abilities that you can call on. For example, the lion is able to lift very heavy objects, or the robot is able to scan or kick things. And this type of game works surprisingly well on the DS, better than I ever would have expected. This game is played almost entirely on the bottom screen, with the top screen mainly showing your map, total rupees, and where you are in the story. And structurally, this game is broken up into 14 different sections that are called pages, which leans into the overall storybook aesthetic. Each of the different pages that you play through varies in length, but to this game's credit, they never really overstay their welcome. And each chapter within the page always gives you a completely new objective, which means that the gameplay always had a pretty nice variety to it. That being said, this game really takes its time to get you to your final destination. There are constantly antagonists derailing your efforts and throwing a wrench into your methods of travel, and a lot of this title can pretty much get summed up as getting sidetracked the game. One key mechanic that gets introduced a little less than halfway into the game is giving gifts to the various girls that you meet. Each of these girls has a heart meter, and giving them the right gifts will fill up that meter, while giving them the wrong ones will decrease it. When the meter fills up completely, new dialogue options and opportunities will open up. Some specific characters do have multiple hearts, and some are even locked at the start and require special conditions to unlock them. Also introduced later in the story is a mechanic that lets you travel to the previous pages using your balloon, with new dialogue options and characters appearing when you return to these old places. Towards the end of the game, this mechanic is used heavily, and you need to do this very frequently just to be able to progress in the story. When you do finally make it to the Emerald City, you then save the princess who has been poisoned, and she invites you to the dance party, but one of the recurring antagonists of this game then dresses up as your party and commits crimes, which gets Tingle and company thrown in jail. After doing some time hopping so that the guard woman will actually let you out of your cell, you make your way to the ballroom, with each character in your party actually sacrificing themselves to allow Tingle to progress. When Tingle finally does get a chance to dance with the princess, it's revealed that the entire journey has actually been a ruse planned by an evil woman named Witch, who intends to drain Tingle's life force to keep herself young. After reuniting with your party, defeating Witch, and once again saving the princess, the entire group gets very high praise from the king before it is revealed that Tingle must return to his world, and the time to do so is upon them. The game concludes with Tingle picking a final girl to dance with, and you're then given the choice of either staying or returning to his own world. And the game actually has multiple possible endings depending on which choices you make here. There's also a bunch of post-game content that you can do involving different side quests and the like if you're so inclined, but otherwise that's pretty much the game. Ripened Tingle's balloon trip of love was significantly better than I was expecting. While the gameplay typically isn't super exciting or engaging, it worked extremely well on the DS. And the fact that they constantly switched things up made sure that it never got boring. There were lots of moments when playing this that stuck with me, and one of this game's strongest aspect is its characters. They are all extremely well developed and show actual character growth over time, especially your party members. That being said, I do think it was a 4-hour story packaged into a 20-hour game. There's tons of backtracking, especially near the end, and it's very unclear what you need to do in a lot of places. So with all of that in mind, this game gets a very high C rank. You do have to like point-and-click adventure games for this one to connect with you, and because Tingle is the star, it's not going to feel like a normal Zelda game, but if you can get past all that, there's actually a pretty fun experience here. All that being said though, I am glad to finally be done with all of the Tingle spin-offs. They are definitely all of their time, and while I think the developers of this game and also Rosy Rupeeland mostly did a good job embodying what a Tingle game should be, I don't really think he needs to be the main star of any other titles moving forward. And now we're continuing with Zelda titles on the DS, covering the direct sequel to the Phantom Hourglass, The Legend of Zelda Spirit Tracks. This game is extremely similar to its predecessor, except instead of revolving around sailing the ocean like in Wind Waker, this time you're driving a train on various railroad tracks spread out across the land. Spirit Tracks starts off with an ancient Nico from Tetra's pirate crew telling the newest iteration of Link a story about how a demon king was trapped below the earth. Link then sets off to the castle to attend a graduation ceremony and become an official train engineer, although after he arrives he gets belittled and the ceremony is interrupted multiple times by a nefarious chancellor in Zelda's court. Zelda then has Link help her escape the castle to visit a tower not far away. Chancellor Cole ambushes your party on the way there, revealing himself to be a demon, and then Zelda's spirit is literally knocked loose from her body, after which they carry away her lifeless body. Zelda comes to as a disembodied spirit, and Link is one of the few people who can actually see and hear her, so once again he takes takes her to the Tower of Spirits, and here you meet the sage Jean, who reveals that if all of the spirit tracks disappear across the land, then the Demon King will be resurrected. By meeting with specific denizens throughout the world, the tracks can actually be restored, so Link sets off on a journey to accomplish this, accompanied by Zelda's spirit. Aesthetically, the game looks very similar to the Phantom Hourglass, both in the character designs and backgrounds. Zelda in particular is very well fleshed out. She feels more like an actual character in Spirit Tracks than she does in a lot of the mainline Zelda games. It also has an extremely similar control scheme, with Link being moved around entirely by the stylus. You also have to physically blow into the microphone a lot in this game, usually to play an instrument or use a specific item, and while on occasion this did still feel pretty gimmicky, overall it was better implemented and more like a core game mechanic. Spirit Tracks also has a very similar formula to Phantom Hourglass, with you going out and completing a dungeon and then returning to a main temple hub, where you then clear through new floors to unlock the next piece of map for you to explore, which will lead to the next dungeon, rinse and repeat. That being said, I do vastly prefer the Spirit Tower in this game over the Temple of the Ocean King. Each time that you complete a part of the story and have to return, you can skip right ahead to the new floors you need to complete without having to redo the previous ones over and over. This minor tweak vastly improved this concept for me. The main method of travel in this game is your train, which does feel pretty similar to Linebeck's ship from the Phantom Hourglass. You still plan out a route to traverse using the stylus in the map, but this time you can only travel along preset railroads. At any junction in the road, you can actually deviate from your set course without needing to stop or redraw your route. You're also able to adjust your speed or go in reverse while actively traveling. The train eventually gets outfitted with a cannon, and later on you also get an additional cart to transport goods around. It can also be customized with different parts, which will change how it looks and increase its overall health. I cannot stress enough just how slow it is to go from place to place in this game. Even on the fastest setting, the train feels like it's moving through molasses. They also fill up the tracks with enemies and obstacles that you have to constantly maneuver around, like these evil trains that can one-shot kill you. About halfway through the game, they also introduce escorting passengers to different locations using your train, but while doing so, you need to obey road signs and make sure that you don't get hit by enemies, which makes everything take even longer. Transporting goods is also annoying as they disappear over time, either due to temperature or when you take damage. So while I think the train is a unique concept and it does a lot of interesting things, I started dreading every time I had to travel anywhere in this game. This game also features a ton of collectibles, from the standard stuff like heart pieces, capacity upgrades, and different items, to some unique stuff like stamping Nico's notebook at train stations and having to catch a plethora of rabbits throughout the world. Another area that this game has definitely improved on, however, is the dungeon design. Most of the dungeons felt like they took advantage of Link's gear and items much more fully this time around. The bosses as well are something that this game really excelled at, with almost every dungeon boss being fun and unique and sometimes a legitimate challenge. Eventually, it is revealed that the henchman working with Zelda's former chancellor was actually Anjean's apprentice. The two face off and Anjean is defeated off screen, and when you return to the tower, Byrne is now the boss. You defeat him but fail to stop Malladus from being resurrected in Zelda's body, and the Demon King and Chancellor Cole then take off together in the demon train. Anjean reveals that when the Demon King was originally sealed, the Bow of Light was used to defeat him, and so you go on a quest to a final temple to retrieve this item. Byrne reveals that there is a compass of light in the Spirit Temple that will help you locate the demon train, so you then have to clear this temple one last time to claim that. Once you have the compass, you can then travel to the Dark World, where using Tears of Light you can finally destroy those trains that have been harassing you the entire game, and you can also travel super fast while doing it. Good God, I wish this was the speed of the train in the rest of the game. You then fight the demon train itself before trying to reach Malladus on top of it in a rather annoying fight. You strike him with a light arrow, separating his soul from Zelda's body, and then Malladus possesses Cole instead, and the two of you face off against him in a form pretty reminiscent of Ganon. After protecting Zelda so that she can charge up her sacred power, you distract the Demon King while she shoots him in the back with light arrows, reminding me a lot of Wind Waker. After managing to stun Malladus, Zelda and Link together drive the Locomo blade into his head, destroying him for good. Anjean then decides to return to the heavens, telling Zelda and Link that humanity will be fine on their own without the guidance of the spirits anymore. And after this, the credits roll. So Spirit Tracks definitely feels like an improvement on the Phantom Hourglass in almost every way. The controls were tighter, the items were more unique, the temples and puzzles were a lot more fun, as were the minigames, and there were so many more characters that stood out and were full of personality. I also think that the plot is stronger in this title as well, although it's still pretty standard Legend of Zelda fare. This game's biggest downfall though was its lengthy traveling sections, which made up more than half of the runtime. With all of that in mind, Spirit Tracks still gets a D rank. The incredibly lengthy and dull old train sections really killed this one for me, alongside controls that still feel awkward in a lot of cases. If they ever decide to remake this one with an updated control scheme and increased speed options for the train, I would probably jump on it in a heartbeat, since I do think that there's a good game hidden somewhere within here. But unless that happens, this is yet another title in the series that I'd probably recommend skipping. Nintendo has always been pretty good about letting fans have access to the older Zelda titles, either through compilation discs, making them available on the eShop, or more recently on the Nintendo Switch Online service. And while occasionally we would see an updated re-release of some of their 2D games, like Link's Awakening DX on the Game Boy Color, this was not something they had really experimented with yet for their 3D titles up to this point. That all changed with this release, Ocarina of Time 3D for the Nintendo 3DS, which would set off a chain reaction of a bunch of the old 3D classic Zelda games getting remastered and remade. After having already experienced what was done down the line with some of the more impressive re-releases like Wind Waker HD, I'm actually pretty excited to see what this game has to offer. The story is once again the same as it has always been. Link, a normal human child who was entrusted into the care of the Kokiri, gets a fairy companion named Navi, and then soon after is tasked with saving the world. Link meets Princess Zelda, who tells him of a vision she had where Ganon attempts to take over and destroy the world. Link goes on a quest to stop Ganon, but their quest plays exactly into his hands, allowing Ganon into the Sacred Realm when Link opens the door to seize power for himself. Link is then frozen in time, waking up in a dark and desolate future where Ganon is king. And then our hero goes on another quest to free the various sages of the land and locate Princess Zelda, using their combined powers to overthrow Ganon once and for all. Link is then sent back to the past so that he can get to experience his childhood, which sets up multiple different timelines in the Zelda franchise. So first off, graphically, this game looks pretty good. The pre-rendered backgrounds from the original have actually been fully modeled out and look significantly better, and even small touches like lighting coming from windows or the particle effects really pop. I do find, however, that the graphics are a little bit too bright, which can ruin the moodiness of the original game. The 3D effect is interesting, and while occasionally I'd turn it on just to see if it added anything to the experience, I had it off for the majority of this playthrough. After having spent some time with this game, I do think that pretty much everything controls better than the original across the board by just a little bit. When you're aiming down the sights of weapons like the bow or slingshot, you can use this tilt function to enhance your aim. For the most part, this worked flawlessly. One small disappointment though is that you can't freely control the camera with the second thumbstick on the 3DS, which was a feature I had been really hoping would be implemented. Your inventory and gear are now entirely located on the bottom screen of the 3DS, and so is a map that's constantly up when you're running around. I do think that delegating a lot of the UI did help with the immersion and gives it a very minimalistic feel. All this being said, you do lose out on a few buttons compared to the N64 controller, but they make up for this by adding 2 virtual buttons to the bottom screen that you can press, which works fine for things you don't use very often like quest items. There's also now a dedicated button for the Ocarina and for Navi when she wants to talk. Another small tweak that I do really appreciate is how the iron boots and hover boots are now standard equipable items, meaning that you don't have to constantly go into your inventory to take them on and off. On the flip side though, I did find the Ocarina less intuitive to play, as to make up for the lack of C buttons, you now use the shoulder buttons of the 3DS, and it just doesn't really feel like the new control scheme for it fits the original design. I also definitely think they made Navi even more annoying in this version, as she will often stop you to ask if you need to take a break from playing, or tell you to consult a Sheikah Stone if you're having difficulty even if you're clearly doing fine. Speaking of, one of these few new additions to the game is these Sheikah Guide Stones, which you can find near Link's house or in the Temple of Time. And if you're ever stuck in the game, they'll show you a quick hint on how to progress. The temples themselves have undergone a few minor changes, for example, color coding different areas in the water temple to make raising and lowering the water a lot more obvious, or slightly tweaking some puzzles here and there. I still really like that all of the sages you help in the temples are all characters that you meet as a child, which really motivates you to help them out as an adult. One of the new content additions is that Master Quest is now actually an unlockable reward that you get for beating the base game. It's pretty much the same as the Master Quest I played previously. The main changes from the original game are that you take double damage in Master Quest, as well as all of the dungeons have been remixed. They also pulled a Twilight Princess for this version though, and made the world completely mirror flipped. I do still think that Master Quest overall is weaker than regular Ocarina of Time, but I do like that this time around it's framed as a bonus for beating the main game. There's also now a boss rush mode that you can try out. If you return to Link's house, you can interact with his bed to fight any bosses you've previously fought in the game. In these fights, you're given a standard set of items, but not necessarily the same ones you had when you originally fought the boss. The game tracks how many times times you've beaten each boss, as well as your record time for doing so. You can also attempt a gauntlet mode made up of all of the bosses back to back with very limited hearts and items, but unfortunately you don't really get anything for completing either of these challenges. So while this remake isn't bad by any stretch of the imagination, I do feel like there was a lot more they could have done with it. If you're going to completely modernize the look and feel of a game, some of the more outdated aspects like the combat should probably get the same treatment, otherwise they stick out like a sore thumb compared to everything else. None of the extra content they added like the boss rush mode or the unlockable master quest really did much for me, but one of the great things is that all of that is entirely optional, so if you don't like it, you can just ignore it. While I definitely don't think this remake is worse than the original game, I'd say it's more or less equal to it, with a handful of small tweaks that managed to put it just slightly above it. So with all of that in mind, it does still get an S rank. The one thing to keep in mind is that the gap in quality between the original and the 3DS version of Ocarina is nowhere near as large as it is when it comes to some of the later remakes, so definitely hedge your expectations going into this one and you'll still have a great time. Now we're jumping into Skyward Sword, which came out on the Wii and is one of the most divisive games in the entire series. Skyward Sword starts off with Link being awoken from a nightmare by Zelda's Loftwing, which is a giant bird that the denizens of the land above the clouds use for transport. After a pretty heavy-handed tutorial, you then meet Zelda and soon learn that your Loftwing is actually missing, having been captured by one of Link's rivals, Groose. After you free your bird, you then compete in an aerial competition, after which Zelda congratulates you and gifts you with her sailcloth. While on a trip around the sky with Zelda to celebrate, she gets sucked into a giant whirlwind and is transported down to the surface world below. The spirit Fi calls to Link from the statue of the goddess, and he goes there and draws a very important sword. With some help from the village chieftain and equipped in a fancy new set of clothes, Link then travels down to the surface world to try and find Zelda, with Fi helping him along the way. Skyward Sword has a pretty unique aesthetic, reminding me in a lot of ways of an oil painting. It's one of the few titles in the series where visually it still stands out because the look hasn't really been recreated since. The characters in the game all look very good and have a wide array of personalities. The Zelda and Link relationship was probably the best in the series since Spirit Tracks, and it actually paints them as believable childhood friends and possibly more. This title commits very hard to a control scheme entirely centered around motion controls. You draw Link's sword by swinging the Wiimote, and then the angle and direction that you hold the Wiimote in determines the direction of his sword on screen, which allows you to swipe up, horizontally, etc. Most enemies can only be attacked from a certain direction, requiring you to be adjusting your sword's angle at all times. And there's also puzzles that use your sword like a pointer and also use the motion in different ways, as well as various items you acquire that are also controlled by the Wiimote, like the beetle. Generally speaking, the motion controls worked okay. I definitely did struggle with them at times, especially when it came to combat. The game would regularly not register my sword swings correctly, or it would register me swinging the sword when I was just returning it to a neutral position. Horizontal attacks were the bane of my existence. Skyward Sword also does feature several mechanics that have been built upon in later titles. For example, breakable shields and upgradable gear, which is very similar to what you come across in Breath of the Wild. And also, just like those games, Skyward Sword also features a stamina gauge, but unfortunately you're not able to upgrade it in this game and it runs out very quickly. You get plenty of pretty standard Legend of Zelda items like the bow and arrow or bombs, but there are some that are very unique to this game, and there's a bunch of items from 2D Zelda games returning here in 3D for the first time. Most of these items did feel pretty good to use, although aiming your weapons never felt as fluid to me as it did in Link's crossbow training. After you first get your sword, you're joined by the spirit Fi, who plays an integral role to the plot. Her personality is basically that of a computer, rattling off percentages and constantly telling you where to go. I also didn't love the fact that Fi will often jump out of your sword to point you in the next direction or reiterate things that you already know. I found this really destroys the flow of the game, and despite having a very cool design and getting some pretty great moments, in the overall hierarchy of Legend of Zelda companion/guide characters, she'd be at the very bottom for me. When you're out and about in the land below the clouds, you'll come across these bird statues, which in addition to being how you save the game, also allow you to teleport back up into the sky. You actually spend quite a bit of time in the sky flying around on your Loftwing, completing various minigames, hunting down collectible chests, and visiting different locations to do side quests. Flying definitely got a bit tedious at times, and there was no fast travel mechanic, unfortunately. Using the wide array of items that you obtain led to some pretty interesting puzzles, and while none of the dungeons are particularly memorable in my opinion, there's also none that were a huge pain to get through. One of the few that I will say stood out is the Skyloft Temple towards the end of the game, because it has a layout that's very reminiscent of a traditional 2D Zelda dungeon, and being able to rearrange the rooms actually reminded me of what was done later in the Switch version of Link's Awakening. There was a nice variety when it came to the boss fights, with them often requiring a lot of experimentation to figure out what you needed to do, and while there were a couple that were more annoying than fun, the majority of them were pretty solid. That being said, there is one boss called the Imprison that you have to fight 3 separate times, and I definitely got tired of that. Partway through the game, you find Zelda and protect her while she tries to escape, and she gives you her harp. And after this point, the game actually lost a lot of its momentum for me. Instead of having a tangible objective, you're now collecting tears in an alternate world 3 separate times, backtracking through old areas to get new items, doing different quests for an NPC in these areas, and then clearing through yet another dungeon, rinse and repeat. Eventually, after all of that running around, you do open the Gate of Time and travel even further back to when the goddess Hylia defeated a demon called Demise. Zelda reveals that she is actually the goddess reincarnated in human form, and that she used Link as a means to an end to defeat Demise for good. And you're then back to doing more of the same, traveling to a bunch of different points spread out through the world to try and finally get the Triforce. And he uses it to banish Demise from the world completely. However, the Demon Lord's lackey Girahim appears and kidnaps Zelda, jumping through the time portal intending to resurrect Demise in the past. Even though you defeat Girahim, by consuming Zelda's soul, Demise is still able to be resurrected. And he's one of the coolest and most intimidating antagonists I've ever seen in the Zelda franchise. And this boss fight was no joke. It was definitely the hardest fight in the entire game. After you defeat him, Demise curses you and the entire line of heroes that an incarnation of his hate will always follow in their stead, before he finally perishes and is sealed inside the Master Sword. Link and Zelda then share a tearful reunion, and Fi is sealed back within the Master Sword, with Link returning it to the pedestal before the group returns to the present, where the sword is still resting peacefully. And the final moments of the credits close out showing the different areas that you visited on your journey, before showing the people of Skyloft now visiting the surface, where Link and Zelda are deciding what to do with their future. Skyward Sword does have a lot of redeeming qualities. The world you get to explore has a fair amount of variety to it, and so many of the characters that you interact with are all great and memorable. Plenty of them show actual character growth over time, like Groose. Skyward Sword also has a fair bit of humor, and it's a very ambitious plot, with the story being one of my favorites in the entire series. That being said though, the game really does slow down to a crawl about a third of the way through it, and it never really recovers from this. And the extremely inconsistent control scheme was a source of frustration constantly throughout the entire journey. This game teeters on the line between a B and a C rank for me, but in this case, I think I'll have to give it a very low B rank. There are just too many things working against this title for it to be really high up there for me. When everything aligns and is working as intended, this game is a lot of fun, but unfortunately that happens a lot less than I would have liked. This is another one where I'm pretty excited to see what the remaster has to offer, since I think a traditional control scheme would actually help ease a lot of the frustrations that I had with it, and make it a much more pleasant experience to play through overall. So next up, we're covering Four Swords Anniversary Edition. This version is stuffed with a bunch of new content to celebrate 25 years of Zelda. This was originally released for the Nintendo DS as a downloadable only title, and then it came to the 3DS store as well. Both times it was delisted from these stores after less than a year. Now that both eShops are completely shut down and no physical version was ever released, playing this game is a bit of an ordeal. So the biggest feature of this game that they changed was the addition of a single player mode. Otherwise, the core gameplay is the same, and you can still play it multiplayer, at least in theory. Because of the fact that I already beat the multiplayer in the original version and there's no difference between the two, I just did a full single player playthrough. The only thing in the entire game that you miss out on by doing single player and not multiplayer is those medals that you get for being the player with the most rupees. I find it very interesting how well they adapted something designed to be a multiplayer experience into a single player game. The way they got around this is you also control a second Link that you can swap to or move around. And because you control another character, you can still throw them across gaps or use them to solve puzzles. And generally speaking, this worked okay. Occasionally, this second Link that you control will actually have a mind of its own. For example, if you move boulders, it will snap into place, or if you fight certain enemies. This can be a little bit off-putting until you get used to it, but again, it just makes it so that you're able to easily overcome these obstacles. All that being said, it is definitely significantly harder to play the game in single player than it is to do it in multiplayer. player. And my biggest complaint with the single player is actually the player swapping mechanic itself. So if you press this button once, the other Link will go prone, and if you press it a second time, you'll swap to them. You also have a whistle that will summon the other Link to your side no matter where they are. Regardless of which Link blows the whistle, you will automatically swap to the default Link instead of continuing to play as whichever Link you were. This can be really annoying when you have different items on each Link. Something they did add to this version is that on the second screen of the DS, you kind of have a map that shows you where the goal is and where you are in relation to it. It also keeps track of how many rupees or rupee shards you have and all that kind of stuff. I really would have preferred if this map actually filled in as you explored instead of staying blank, but I guess at least they used the second screen for something. Knowing where the goal is did make these stages even easier. After you complete a stage, you still get the screen that shows you which character got the most rupees, even though you controlled them both, and I found that kind of weird. The final boss is also significantly harder in single player, and not all of the bosses in this game in general translated well to not having an extra person. Just like the original game, to get the true ending, you actually need to clear through the levels 3 different times, and your second and third playthroughs are much different than your first one. You need to prioritize getting rupees, since you'll need 3,000 and 5,000 rupees respectively during those subsequent playthroughs to clear the levels. Beating a stage fast will net you a big rupee bonus, but exploring every nook and cranny will also reveal a ton more rupees than if you just rush to the end. It's also super important not to die, since dying drains your rupees. Because you're essentially playing the same levels just remixed over and over, it does start to feel a little bit stale by the end. But that being said, the bosses on the second and third playthroughs are a little bit harder with more steps, which did keep it interesting, and the final dungeon is very different on the final attempt. Another new piece of added content is that when you beat the game for the first time, you unlock this bonus stage called the Realm of Memories. This contains levels that are tributes to past Zelda games, such as A Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, and the original Zelda on the NES. I really liked this as a reward. It really makes this game feel almost like a love letter to the previous top-down Zelda games, and it significantly elevates it above the original version on the Game Boy Advance. As someone who has been completing all of the Zelda games and recently played through all of the games that this pays tribute to, this felt really special and was a nice treat. Clearing all the stages in this grants you the Master Sword, which lets you shoot a beam from the sword when you aren't damaged. This was originally an unlock that you would get in 4 Swords on the Game Boy Advance by playing A Link to the Past, which was on the same cartridge. But since the 2 games are no longer linked and this is a standalone title, it's nice that you can still get it. Now, getting to 30,000 total rupees collected also unlocks a hard mode called the Heroes Trial, and clearing this gives you the other ability that you would have gotten from A Link to the Past, a spin attack. While this mode does seem fun at first, it's an extra challenge, I didn't find it particularly important to the overall game. The level designs quickly go from interesting to extremely convoluted, and there's several times in this where it feels like they just throw as many enemies as possible on screen at once. There's also several enemy types that aren't really designed to be defeated in single player, and they'll throw a bunch of them on screen at once, which is really frustrating. It makes this a very difficult task to pull off in single player. It probably took me as much time to beat this mode as everything else in the game combined. Personally, for this reason, I don't recommend completing the Heroes Trial in single player like I did. Other than all that, most of what I said in the review of the original game still stands, but the single player experience was definitely unique and a welcome addition. Unfortunately though, having to beat it 3 times did get a bit old, because even though the stages are randomized, they're extremely similar. I would have preferred to beat 9 different unique levels as opposed to the same 3 levels 3 times to unlock the final dungeon. There's also still the fact that some stages in this game can be cleared in a matter of minutes, and that has not changed. And because of that, some of the stages, especially on your first playthrough, feel extremely brief. All of the extra added content though does help this feel a lot more like a complete package, and this is definitely the definitive version of the game. And while this game is still far from perfect, and kind of a pain to play today as I explained earlier, it does still get an A rank. It's really fun, and the core gameplay mechanics are very solid. It feels like a worthy tribute to the past Legend of Zelda games without feeling overly gimmicky. They really need to port this one to modern consoles with online play, because it's really fun and more people deserve to get to experience this one. Here's another one of those games where I had to debate whether or not I should actually include it, but I have seen it pop up on lists about different Legend of Zelda spin-offs, so I decided I'd rather include it as opposed to not including it and having people think I skipped a game. The Legend of Zelda Battle Quest is one of the attractions that's featured in Nintendo Land for the Wii U. Now, if you're not familiar with it, Nintendo Land is a collection of in-depth minigames based on various Nintendo properties. The layout of the game is similar to a theme park. A lot of these attractions are pretty robust, and the different games are pretty long and very intricate. Throughout all of the different attractions that you can play, you take on the role of a Mii, and you get dressed up in a costume associated with the series. For Battle Quest, it's Link's tunic in different colors. The overall aesthetic of the Legend of Zelda Battle Quest actually reminds me of a patchwork quilt, with a lot of the characters looking like dolls or plushies that have been sewn together, and as you attack monsters, stuffing will actually start to pop out. Now, Battle Quest specifically can support up to 5 players, and technically has 3 different game modes for you to conquer. One player will take on the role of the archer, using the Wii U gamepad and its gyroscope controls to aim. The screen on the gamepad itself shows an entirely different view to what is shown on the TV, which allows the player controlling the archer to have their own unobstructed view of the action. You can also look around or reset your view with one of the joysticks on the gamepad, and you use the other joystick to fire your arrows. Holding the joystick down produces a charge shot, which will fly further, do more damage, and has a small explosion upon impact. You have to tilt the gamepad down to restock your arrows, but otherwise you have unlimited ammo. And if someone tries to attack you, you can also use the bumpers to dodge. Generally speaking, I found playing as the archer pretty fun. The controls were very responsive, and you can look around and aim wherever you want. Now, any other players who join in take on the roles of swordsmen, using the Wiimotes as a proxy for the Master Sword. Using the sword never felt as intuitive as the bow, with the motion tracking often going off-center, forcing you to reset it constantly. Holding the sword towards the sky or straight out to the side will charge it up, letting you do a very powerful spin attack. Another thing you can do as the swordsman is raise your shield with the trigger to block incoming attacks, or use the A button to switch between targets, which is probably your most useful ability. Now, regardless of which role you chose, you're pretty much on rails for the entire level, always walking forwards. The only way you can stop moving is either to notch an arrow or to hold up your shield. This was a little bit annoying, especially if you're playing as the swordsman. There are times where an enemy might rush past you to try and attack the archer, and if they get too far away for you to switch your target to them, there's literally no way for you to pursue them. Not being able to turn around at will or choose where you want to actually go makes the game feel kind of limited. The first mode that I played through is the Time Trials, which is actually single player only. You play as the archer, and you just need to clear through several waves of enemies in the allotted time. There's only 3 courses for this mode, and they were all really easy. I cleared each of them on the first try. The second mode, which I would consider the main game mode, is Adventure. You work your way through 9 stages that are reimaginings of popular Zelda locations, like the Lost Forest or Death Mountain. They all take between 5 to 15 minutes to clear, and the first few stages were pretty easy. However, the difficulty scales very quickly, with some of the later courses taking more than a dozen tries for us to actually get through. In these courses, you fight your way through different waves of enemies, and occasionally you might have to solve a basic puzzle, like hitting these switches in a specific order or hitting them all simultaneously. At the end of each stage, there's some kind of boss fight, you get the Triforce, see a screen that shows how well you've done, and then you unlock the next stage. When we played this, we quickly learned that because the controls of the sword are so imprecise, you end up missing a lot of hits and taking a ton of damage. The best strategy is to actually have the swordsman run up ahead and pull aggro on all of the different enemies. If you do this and block, none of them will actually be able to land a hit on you, which makes them easy for the archer to pick off at a safe distance. When it comes to the bosses though, the roles were actually reversed for the most part, where usually the archer is the one pulling aggro on the boss monsters so that you can wail on them mercilessly with the sword. The final boss of the normal adventure mode is Ganon, who was a legitimate challenge the first few times we fought him. But like most of the fights in this game, if you put in the time and learn the patterns, you will eventually prevail. Beating Ganon unlocks the third extra mode, which has 5 more adventure type courses to go through. Beating these stages was definitely a challenge because most of them were very long, but only 2 of the 5 gave us any real trouble. Unfortunately, beating these stages doesn't really unlock anything special, just another stamp that counts towards the overall Nintendo Land game. I definitely felt like the role of the archer using the gamepad worked the best and was the most fleshed out. While playing as the swordsman was fun initially, as the difficulty scaled up, the issues with the motion tracking became more and more apparent, causing lots of frustration. Now, to be fair, this was the best motion tracking of a sword that they had managed in a Zelda game to date, but it was still far from perfect. This game was also a lot longer longer than I would have expected, being that it's just one game mode available in all of Nintendo Land, and because of that, it definitely overstayed its welcome, as the gameplay doesn't contain a ton of variety. With all of that in mind, I'm going to give it a C rank. While there is fun to be had here, it definitely felt a little bit too difficult and overly lengthy without enough variety. With a larger group of friends playing, it might be a more enjoyable experience, but at that point you might as well just play something more fun than this, like Mario Party. If you own this game and own a Wii U, it might be worth checking out for a little while, but it's yet another game on this list where if you skip it, you're really not missing much. And now it's time to sail the seas once again, this time in the HD remake of Wind Waker for the Wii U. Like a lot of the different Legend of Zelda remakes, this one manages to significantly upgrade the visuals and add in a lot of minor tweaks to the gameplay, all of which go a long way in making it a more pleasant experience overall. For a long time, this was my favorite Zelda game, and it was the reason I bought a Wii U back in the day. Plot-wise, it's the exact same as the original game, so while I'll give a brief overview, I'm not going to go into heavy detail here. There's an opening cutscene that provides a bunch of backstory explaining that Hyrule was flooded to protect it from Ganon when the Hero of Time could not be found. Wind Waker then starts you off on Outset Island on Link's birthday. As part of tradition, he receives the classic green tunic that we all associate with the Legend of Zelda series. He then witnesses the pirate Tetra fall from the claws of a giant bird into the nearby forest, and after going to save her, his sister is then kidnapped in her place. Link then teams up with the pirates to save his sister, but finds himself woefully underprepared. Soon after, he joins up with a talking ship called the King of Red Lions to eventually try and get his sister back. He meets up with several of the different denizens of the world, first getting 3 magic orbs that let him unlock a path to the old Hyrule that's under the ocean, and here he manages to get the Master Sword and learns that Tetra is actually this world's version of Zelda. After powering up the sword and freeing his sister, Tetra is then captured, and Link goes on a journey to free her, and this eventually culminates in the defeat of Ganon. After everyone is reunited back on Outset Island, Link then sets off on a new adventure on the open seas. So to start off here, the graphics look gorgeous in this HD remake. In addition to up-resing everything to 1080p, there's also various lighting effects and other small touches that really make the graphics stand out and pop. The music as well sounds even better than I remember, which also made me appreciate just how solid and unique the overall soundtrack was. Control-wise, it has also seen several nice improvements, allowing you to use either the Wii U gamepad or the Wii U Pro controller to play. A lot of the items and whatnot have been remapped to new buttons, and it all feels really intuitive. I also really like how the second screen on the Wii U gamepad allows you to manage your inventory or have a map up at all times. This is similar to a lot of the 3DS Zelda game remakes, and having the map up while you're sailing helps prevent you from getting turned around. Another nice feature is that when you actually play your Wind Waker, the song list is displayed on the gamepad as well. And if you play using the Wii U gamepad, there's also gyroscopic aiming. And even though I'm usually against motion controls, using the gyroscopic aiming to subtly enhance my aim with the bow or the grappling hook felt really intuitive, especially in a post-Breath of the Wild world. Now there's also a whole host of minor quality of life improvements that they've made. When gliding around with the Deku Leaf, there's always now an indicator on the ground showing you where you're going to land. And when firing bombs, you also get a crosshair on your screen to help you aim. And they've even sped up how fast it is to change the wind and dig up treasures. Also, fun fact, as I've beaten this game before, I actually have the second quest unlocked, which is what I played for most of this review. In the second quest, you actually get to wear around your original outfit the entire time. Also, text that was previously indecipherable in the original game is now translated for you. You start off with a wallet that can hold 500 rupees, which is super helpful. You can also get the deluxe Picto Box really easily when you reach Windfall, which saves a lot of time. As well, on the second quest, all of your figurines from previous playthroughs will carry over, and the figurine maker can also now accept and make 12 figurines per day. That really helps speed up that entire side mission, although I do still think it's mostly pointless to do, as there's no real reward for completing it other than a special figurine. Possibly one of the biggest and most impactful changes to the game, however, is the addition of the Swift Sail. The Swift Sail allows you to travel on the ocean at what feels like double speed compared to normal in any direction, and it's not affected by which way the wind is blowing. This managed to significantly reduce travel time, which was one of my biggest complaints with the original game. And the changing the wind mechanic isn't completely abandoned either, because you have to still use it for a lot of puzzles. One of the few things present in the original game that was actually removed in this remaster is the Tingle Tuner. In the remaster, instead of the Tingle Tuner, you get a bottle that you can use to send send messages using the now defunct Miiverse. Wind Waker has some very unique mechanics that are all its own, and they really shine through in this version. The puzzles were all still fun, and I really like how unique some of them are to this entry. For example, using the boomerang to cut down this flower, and then the Deku Leaf to use gusts of wind to propel it forwards. Wind Waker also has some of the best dungeons in the series, even though not every single one is a winner. Sadly, there are only a handful of them though. A lot of the bosses are still very unique and just the right level of challenging all the way up until the end of the game. Thanks to the increased travel speed, I was actually able to blaze through this game and 100% complete it, including all of the side content, in significantly less time than it took me to just beat the original game. I definitely have a lot of love for Wind Waker, and while I do still think it has too many minigames, side quests, and collectibles for its own good, the core gameplay and story are very satisfying, leading me to give this version of the game an S rank. Wind Waker HD is a great example of just how much minor changes and tweaks can massively improve games that are already very solid. For the longest time, Wind Waker was definitely a misunderstood classic, and the HD version really helps it shine, presenting a game that is a wholly unique experience and definitely worth playing, even if as of right now you still have to own a Wii U to do so. Next up on the list here is A Link Between Worlds for the 3DS, a direct sequel to A Link to the Past on the Super Nintendo, taking place in the same world but hundreds of years later. So the game starts off with Link being awoken from a nightmare, and then realizing that he's late, he runs off to the blacksmith where he works as an apprentice. The captain of the guard forgets his sword, so Link is tasked with delivering it to him, but when you reach the sanctuary where this captain is supposed to be, the big bad of this game, Yuga, appears, and transforms both the captain of the guard and a descendant of one of the sages into a painting. Link then wakes up back in his home with a new house guest named Ravio, who asks Link if he can stay there, and then gifts him with a special bracelet. Link is then tasked with warning another descendant of the sages of old. This one actually ignores his warning and is ultimately also captured by Yuga, and after Link battles him, Yuga then turns Link into a painting as well as a punishment for troubling him. Thanks to the bracelet he was given, Link is actually able to pop out of the painting and walls at will. You then go on a quest to get 3 pendants in order to obtain the Master Sword, and when you do, you face off against Yuga in his homeworld of Lorule, but he appears to still be too powerful to be defeated. The princess of this world, Hilda, jumps in and helps you escape from Yuga's clutches, and then she puts you on a path to save the different sages, all of whom have been turned into paintings, and then ultimately get back a piece of the Triforce to use it to defeat Yuga once and for all. Visually, this game looks pretty solid for a 3DS title, and overall it feels silky smooth to play. The characters in particular look really good, and so do a lot of the boss monsters. The only HUD elements on the top screen are your health bar and energy, with everything else including maps, items, and gear being delegated to the bottom screen. Gameplay-wise, it draws a lot from the previous titles, feeling right at home in the pantheon of Zelda games. The controls all feel super tight, various functions are mapped to specific buttons like running, swinging your sword, or blocking attacks, and there's also several buttons that you can freely map your different items to. You spend most of your time clearing through various dungeons full of puzzles, some of which will provide you with special items that allow you to progress, although the vast majority of items that you get in this game are actually courtesy of Ravio, who completely takes over Link's house and uses it as a shop, and here you're actually able to rent items from him for a fee, and they're yours to use as long as you don't die. Eventually, you are able to buy these different items from Ravio for a large fee, and this also opens up the ability of being able to upgrade them. The only real collectibles to worry about in A Link Between Worlds are the usual heart pieces, and a bunch of these lost creatures called Mai, and bringing the Mai back to their mother is actually what allows you to upgrade the items. The map is extremely similar to the one in A Link to the Past, but as hundreds of years have passed in this world, there are some areas that are pretty different. This game's version of the Dark World, Lorule, is radically different from what was seen in A Link to the Past, but it does still follow the geography of the main world of Hyrule, which means it was always pretty easy to navigate. Lorule also features characters who are counterparts to those in normal Hyrule, for example Hilda, who is Zelda's opposite. You can enter Lorule or return to Hyrule using these rifts that you can find throughout the world, and certain areas are actually blocked off, requiring you to hop between the two to actually reach them, and this forces you to explore every nook and cranny of the map. I really liked this as it made the two realms feel very connected. There is also a fast travel mechanic thanks to this witch who flies you around on her broom, and she'll bring you to any of the save points that you've activated, which are represented by weather vanes. One other unique aspect of this game is that the majority of the dungeons, save for a select few, can actually be done in any any order as long as you have the right items with you. The dungeons themselves are all fairly quick and concise. Link's ability to slide onto walls is usually used to great effect, and so are the various items that you'll have in your inventory, meaning a lot of the puzzles felt super inventive and fun to do and unlike anything else I'd seen in the series so far. The bosses were also usually really fun, always having a specific mechanic that once you master, you're good to go. There was a really nice variety to them, with many from A Link to the Past returning, but also some new additions to the roster. And something else that I very much enjoyed about this game is that the sages you rescue are all people that you meet in the game earlier, which reminds me a lot of Ocarina of Time, and it helps make you, the player, more invested in saving them. So after having beaten all of the different dungeons and saved each of the 7 sages, Link is then able to claim the Triforce of Courage, after which he goes on to storm Hyrule Castle to try and free Zelda and stop Yuga's plan. After fighting your way through the castle and defeating several bosses from previous dungeons, you'll eventually reach Hilda, who is standing in front of Zelda's portrait. She then reveals that the world of Hyrule actually once had its own Triforce, but it was destroyed long ago, and ever since then the realm has been in ruin. Hilda then reveals that she's actually been the mastermind behind the entire plot, with Yuga doing her bidding, orchestrating everything so that Link would obtain the piece of the Triforce, which she intends to take for herself. Hilda then summons a version of Yuga who seems to be merged with Ganon and actually possesses the Triforce of Power, after which a battle ensues between Yuga and Link. Yuga then ignores Hilda's orders and instead absorbs the Triforce of Wisdom for himself, intending to remake the world in his image. Eventually, Yuga is defeated thanks to the help of Zelda and her light arrows. Ravio suddenly appears, removing his hood and revealing himself to be the Hyrule counterpart of Link. Hilda comes to her senses and promises not to attempt such a plot again. Zelda and Link use the power of the Triforce to restore Hyrule, flooding it with light, and after this, the credits play. Link is seen returning the Master Sword to the pedestal in the Lost Woods before walking away, peace having been restored to both realms. A Link Between Worlds is as close to perfect as I've seen when it comes to a top-down Zelda game. That isn't to say that I have zero complaints with it. I do find that some of the minigames are more of a pain than they are fun, and there are a lot more Mai to collect than I would like, and the game does start to feel a bit easy by the end with the exception of the final boss fight, but these are all pretty minor complaints compared to all the different things that this game does right. With all of that in mind, it actually takes my top S-rank spot, knocking A Link to the Past down one. A Link Between Worlds is an extremely fun, polished, and satisfying experience, with tons of replayability and different ways to approach the various dungeons, puzzles, monsters, and bosses. While this is not an overly long title, there's definitely still plenty of game to sink your teeth into. I think it has more than earned its place at the top of the list, and I definitely recommend that Zelda fans play it. So what happens if you combine the basic story elements and characters of a Legend of Zelda game with the combat and gameplay of a Dynasty Warriors game? The result is Hyrule Warriors, a game that came out on the Wii U, 3DS, and Nintendo Switch. I did debate on whether or not I needed to cover the different versions of this game, but from the research that I did and having played all 3 of them, they're virtually the exact same game, just with some minor gameplay differences and tweaks. The 3DS and Wii U versions both had DLC released, but the Nintendo Switch version, which is called the Definitive Edition, has all of that content in it. There are a lot of different game modes for you to sink your teeth into in Hyrule Warriors, with the first one being called Legend Mode, which is basically the story mode. So plot-wise, there's an evil sorceress named Sia who became obsessed with the legend of the Hero of Time, and she then used her dark powers to try and take control of Hyrule, opening up portals to different time periods and flooding the world with monsters. You initially take control of Link, who gets noticed by Zelda and Impa during a training practice, and you're basically clearing through several different stages trying to get to Sia. At a certain point, the story actually diverges into 3 different paths, with teams of characters entering different time portals to defeat the enemies there and seal the portal. And all of the characters meet back up for what should be the final showdown against Sia, although as it turns out, there's a lot more game beyond that. Aesthetically, Hyrule Warriors does a pretty good job with the different characters. There are even some characters who are in 3D for the very first time, or who look better than they did in their original entries, and that's pretty impressive for them to have pulled off successfully. All that being said though, their original characters like Lana or Sia stick out like a sore thumb, looking very much like something out of the latest anime. The environments themselves also don't look particularly impressive, which is a shame because you'll be visiting the same ones over and over. The gameplay is very different from any of the other Legend of Zelda titles, and I should also probably note that while I have played a tiny bit of Dynasty Warriors, I'm pretty unfamiliar with the series as a whole. The main gameplay loop involves fighting various waves of enemies in order to claim an area for your faction. However, the enemies also have the ability to retake these keeps as well. While plenty of areas can change hands back and forth, if you lose your main base, it's game over. In addition to claiming keeps for your side, side, there's also mini-boss battles against other characters or well-known monsters from the Legend of Zelda franchise. For example, Manhandla, Dodongos, dragons, and more. I actually really appreciated that the way to beat these enemies always follows how it was in the original game. Another big aspect of the gameplay is escorting characters from place to place and protecting them. Very often, a specific character will need to get to a certain keep to trigger an event, or a bunch of strong monsters will be dispatched to try and capture them, and you need to protect them during all this. While initially you can only play as Link, by the end of Legend mode you will have unlocked a large cast of characters. Each of these has a different combat style and feels very unique when playing as them. You can pull off combos by chaining certain attacks together with specific button inputs, and you also have a special move, and each of these characters can also be upgraded through the use of badges, which are unlocked by materials that you pick up in-game by defeating certain enemies. Each character can then be further customized by choosing their weapon type, and then there's also cosmetic outfits. On some maps, you have more than one playable character that you can switch between, and when you're not controlling them, they'll also continue to fight, although not particularly well. So I think that the combat in this game is probably its strongest aspect. I really like how differently the cast of characters feel to use, and being able to swap which character you're controlling means that if you don't particularly like a certain one, you can usually opt out of having to play them. On the flip side, where I feel like this game mode fails the most is when it comes to the non-playable characters that you have to watch over. Escort missions are never fun in any game, and pretty much every level of Hyrule Warriors is littered with them. You also have to constantly babysit the main keeps that you control. There's also always so much going on screen at once, with keeps being lost and retaken, mini-boss monsters being defeated, side missions popping up and disappearing, and non-stop character dialogue, to the point that it's really hard to keep track of what's going on, and important notifications can be delayed by a huge amount of time. If you follow the story, eventually it is revealed that Sia and your ally Lana are both the same person, just split into their light and dark halves, and that Ganon was the puppet master behind the scenes controlling Sia, using her to get back 4 pieces of his spirit so that he could be revived. Sia eventually turns on Ganon, and then after you defeat her, you learn that the entire reason that she went evil was because she saw the future and saw that Link did not want to be with Lana and chose Zelda instead. Right now is also when I should mention that the plot of this game is considered non-canon, and quite honestly it feels like playing through someone's Tumblr fanfiction. Eventually this game does come to an end after you've defeated Ganon, saved the castle again as Linkle, and then saved the entire cast of Wind Waker, but when this mode ends there's still a lot more game left. The next game mode I'll cover is Free Mode, which is pretty simple. It just lets you replay all of the levels from Legend mode that you've unlocked, but using any character that you want, which is good if you want to farm materials as some are map specific. Adventure mode has a bunch of overworld maps based on previous Legend of Zelda titles, and each square of this map will have a scenario with a small challenge for you to beat. There's actually a bunch of unlockable characters that you can only get through this mode. There's maps based on everything from Majora's Mask to A Link Between Worlds and anything they could think of in between. This mode was really fun in short bursts, and I actually enjoyed it a lot more than the Legends mode. But it does force you to play as characters that you don't really like for various challenges, and as well there's just way too many map squares because of all that DLC. In Adventure mode you'll also come across something called a Companion Fairy, which unlocks another mode in this game, where you're able to customize your fairies with different gear and abilities and feed them food in order to raise their stats. They'll then aid you in battle and give you buffs, for example reviving you if you're killed. The final mode to talk about is Challenge mode, which is pretty much what it sounds like. There's a bunch of different challenges that are pretty similar to the ones that you find in Adventure mode, just a lot longer. You do also get to play as 2 secret characters in this mode, Dark Beast Ganon or a Giant Cuckoo. Playing as them is hands down the worst part of the entire game. Instead of Beast Ganon being an all-powerful being like he should be, you instead move around a character that's as slow as an elephant and just button mash for 15 minutes until the level ends. Any of the tiny characters that have a health bar can almost one-shot you with a well-placed combo. I was so incredibly bored doing this part, and I had to replay levels over and over because something like a basic Lizalfos would take me out with one hit right near the end. This was incredibly lengthy for what it was, and while I think the idea was great, the execution was just terrible. So all in all, I think Hyrule Warriors is a very cool experiment, but it fails on so many fronts for me that I can't really recommend it. The only part of it that I truly had fun with was the Adventure mode, but Adventure mode is so insanely bloated as a result result of all the DLC that even that fun wore off pretty quickly. Legend mode was okay, but the story and the mechanics just didn't really jive with me. So with all of that in mind, Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition gets a low C rank for me. If you're looking for something vastly different from any of the mainline Legend of Zelda games, then you might find this game pretty fun, but if you don't have experience with the Dynasty Warriors series and are looking to fully beat everything that this game has to offer, or even worse, try and 100% complete it, I would probably steer clear. It's also completely non-canon, so you won't really be missing anything if you decide to skip this one. Now it's time to cover the remake of Majora's Mask on the 3DS called Majora's Mask 3D. Unlike the remake of Ocarina of Time, which had minimal changes overall, for this game there was a very concerted effort to fix the many issues that plagued the original and to try and offer a more polished experience. And having a chance to revisit an improved version was something that got me really excited because I think the issues that plagued the original could be smoothed out to offer a more enjoyable experience overall. So the plot is the exact same as the N64 version, with Link getting all of his possessions stolen by Skull Kid and then cursed into the form of a Deku Scrub. After teaming up with the fairy who was left behind, he then goes on to get his ocarina back from Skull Kid and uses it to create a time loop, returning him to the very first day he arrived in Termina. The happy mask salesman then turns him back into his human form, but asks that he gets Majora's Mask back, which Skull Kid had stolen from him. Because of the actions of Skull Kid, the moon is going to crash into the world in 3 days, ending everything. As a result, you go on an adventure to 4 different temples across the land, freeing the 4 giants. After solving the issues of the entire village and then some, you face off against Skull Kid, and the 4 giants actually hold up the moon, preventing the apocalypse. You then discover that the mask itself had been controlling Skull Kid the entire time, and after defeating Majora and returning the mask to its rightful owner, Link then sets off for a new adventure while the town celebrates behind him. So first off, the graphics look really good for a 3DS game. In fact, this might be the best looking game on this handheld that I've played to date. They really managed to capture the look and feel of the original game while also updating everything to look a lot more clear and readable. And thankfully, they didn't lose the dark and creepy aesthetic in the process. The sound as well is top notch, with every song sounding as good as I remember. Control-wise, it feels mostly good to play, with most of the features from the Ocarina of Time remake also making an appearance here. So while you don't have the C buttons from the N64 controller, you do get 2 virtual buttons that you can press on the bottom screen of the 3DS, and this works fine for items that you aren't constantly using. The Ocarina also has a dedicated button, and I really like that when you play it, you can view the different songs on the bottom screen so that you don't have to memorize them. And what is probably the biggest improvement to this game actually relates to the Ocarina. In the original game, using the Song of Double Time, you could skip ahead to the next day. However, in the remake, you can actually use this song to skip ahead to an exact time, down to the hour. This manages to eliminate a huge amount of waiting around that was present in the N64 version, and it really just makes for an overall quicker and smoother experience playing through this, especially if you're going for all of those side quests and rewards. The second screen of the 3DS functions as your inventory of items, masks, and gear, and it also lets you view the map constantly, which is super helpful in some of the more confusing areas like the water dungeon. They also changed how saving works in this game, and while you still can't save anywhere you want, there's now designated save points all around the map and even inside of the dungeons. And this is the main way to save the game now, instead of having to reset the time loop and return to the first day. The Bomber's Notebook is also given to you immediately when you regain your human form by the Happy Mask Salesman, and this lets you enjoy its benefits right away. Now, there's also a slew of minor gameplay tweaks, and while I'm not going to cover all of them, a few that really stood out to me were making the water where you need to shoot an ice arrow in the water temple now sparkle, or allowing you to hot swap from one of your key masks to another without having to turn back into Link first. That being said, there are some tweaks they made that I didn't find quite so great. For example, I found the controls for the Zora and Goron forms a bit problematic in this remake, especially when you're swimming with the Zora form or trying to Goron roll on very small platforms. They also made the boss of the last dungeon super long and tedious to defeat, and while the final boss was pretty easy in the N64 version if you get the Fierce Deity mask, in the remake Majora literally went down in a matter of seconds, which felt pretty unsatisfying. There's also still a million minigames to complete throughout Majora's Mask, and while generally speaking I found them easier to do than in the original, it's still far too many for its own good. And they even added a new fishing minigame which rewards you with nothing for completing it. I also still think that the masks overall in this game never really reach their full potential, and it's kind of a missed opportunity. For example, if you look at my inventory here, these masks that I have highlighted are super useful and I use them almost constantly. These ones here are still used occasionally, and these ones here are basically only ever used once or twice and otherwise completely forgotten about. There's only 4 real dungeons in Majora's Mask, with a few mini dungeons thrown in for good measure. And while I don't think this game has the strongest dungeons in the Legend of Zelda series, what we do get is pretty well designed. And something that I touched on in my review of the N64 game, but I actually came to appreciate a lot more this time through, is your ability to see the different outcomes of events depending on which actions you take. For example, saving this old woman on the first night will let you get the large bomb bag, but if you let her get robbed instead, you'll actually open up an entirely different quest line down the road. The characters themselves are still where this game really shines, with so many memorable people popping up along your journey. The best quest in the game, in my opinion, is the one where you help Anju and Cafe get married. There are a lot of really good side quests focused on different characters, but this one really stood out to me. While Majora's Mask has always had a great story, this remake really manages to elevate the gameplay to a point where it manages to almost catch up. And honestly, almost every issue that I had with the original is solved here, although it did introduce a few new problems of its own, mainly in terms of the controls. That being said, this is absolutely the definitive way to play this game, and thanks to all of the great improvements, I would actually bump this game up to an S rank, though it would probably be at the bottom of the S rank bracket. To enjoy Majora's Mask, you definitely need to accept it on its own terms and play it the way that it wants you to, but once you wrap your head around that, it's an overall pleasant experience from start to finish. If you disliked the original, this version is probably not going to win you over, but if you like the N64 version or have never played it at all, the 3DS remake is the clear choice to experience Majora's Mask. I had a ton of fun 100% completing this one, and it's one of the few games that I've reviewed in this series or I'll probably do so again in the future. Now we're diving into the last fully multiplayer Zelda game on this list as of right now, and it's also the last 3DS title as well, Triforce Heroes. This game is unique in that the multiplayer aspects are built entirely around having 3 different players to solve puzzles, and Triforce Heroes is best played with a couple of friends, although thankfully they did include a single player mode. Triforce Heroes takes place in a land called Hytopia, a strange area far removed from Hyrule that is obsessed with fashion. An evil woman curses the princess so that she can only wear a black leotard. The king then puts out a call for a hero of a certain description to defeat the lady and break the curse on his daughter, and Link is immediately recruited for the task. And that's honestly just about all the plot you really get in Triforce Heroes up until the very end of the game. It's a very gameplay focused title with the story taking a backseat. To save the princess, you'll be fighting your way through 8 different worlds, each of which is split into 4 different sections, each section of which has 4 different levels. If you're keeping track, that's 128 different stages to clear in the base game. The game also features a free DLC expansion called the Den of Trials, which contains 40 levels back to back to complete, although unlike the main levels, the Den of Trials is purely combat challenges. After you beat each section, you'll get a piece of loot, which can later be used along with rupees to craft different outfits, all of which give Link different abilities and buffs. Graphically, Triforce Heroes looks okay, but it's far from my favorite Zelda game aesthetically. From what I understand, it was given very simplistic graphics as they were found easier to read and keep track of on the small screen of the 3DS, but because of that, it definitely leaves the game looking a little bit flat and bland. That being said though, the characters all look fine, especially when there's close-ups. Control-wise, it does feel pretty good to play, with Link's movements and the general gameplay being very fast and fluid. You can use the bottom screen to send emotes and communicate with other players or to spec them directly, but otherwise the game takes place almost entirely on the top screen. And it's important to keep in mind that you can only play this game with 3 people or solo. There's no 2-player option, which feels like an oversight. The puzzles in this game are designed to take advantage of having 3 different people, and honestly, they're some of the most complex yet fun puzzles I've come across in the entire series. Lots of them will require each player to be in exactly the right place with the right item, and coordinating your efforts is key. More than any of the other multiplayer Zelda titles, this one is an extremely cooperative effort. All players share 1 combined health bar, however you do get 3 lives thankfully in individual magic magic bars. The items you pick up in this game are mainly staples of the Zelda series, although it was definitely fun to see some rarely used items return in this context. Much like the Four Swords games, you can only hold one item at a time. Each of us tended to have favorites among the different items, and we got very good at using specific ones. You also have the ability to throw other players around or stack on top of each other as a totem, either 2 or 3 people high, and this was used as a game mechanic very often. Triforce Heroes is at its best with all 3 players running around, causing chaos, cooperating, and solving puzzles and challenges together. There were legitimately some moments where all 3 of us were dying of laughter at something stupid that happened or a crazy death, or when we were cheering each other on when someone made a perfect throw, finally defeated a tough boss, or solved a particularly difficult challenge that we came across. There was also a real sense of accomplishment throughout beating this game because it was surprisingly challenging. And this is where I should mention that the bosses were one of my least favorite parts of the game. Many of them were extremely difficult, using mechanics that took a lot of experimentation to figure out and weren't really taught to you beforehand. I wouldn't say that most of the bosses were necessarily badly designed. I just wish what you had to do to defeat the bosses was better explained to you beforehand. If you decide to play the game single player, you control 1 Link as well as 2 lifeless totems that you can transfer your spirit into. I didn't particularly like the single player mode and felt like it lost a lot of what made the game fun. That being said though, I am glad that it was included, especially now that there's no legitimate online play. I also did find it a drag to have to grind for materials to get outfits, without which we probably could not have made it through a lot of the different levels. There was a very high degree of RNG involved, whether you're beating the levels hoping for a specific drop, buying materials from the shop, or using the minigame. There's also no way to trade different materials between players, which I think would have solved the issue. I did like how useful the outfits were though, and I enjoy the different references that they snuck into other games and characters. So eventually, after you've made your way through most of the levels and reached the final world, you find out that the evil woman who cursed the princess is actually the sister of the fashion designer who makes all of your outfits. After a very grueling boss fight, you finally defeat her, and then you craft and put on her outfit, which allows you to break the curse on the princess. After this, there's a celebration and the kingdom returns to normal. As a special bonus, you get the princess's weird leotard as an outfit that you can actually wear. There's a few other game modes that you can try out, like a Colosseum versus battle, and there's obviously a lot of challenges that you can complete on the levels, but otherwise that's pretty much the game. So taking all of that into account, Triforce Heroes actually gets a low B rank. I found it surprisingly fun and really enjoyed the multiplayer aspect. That being said, if I was reviewing it purely as a single player experience, it would have been significantly lower on the list. However, if you're in the mood for some challenging puzzles, even harder bosses, and tons of levels to play through, and you're able to find exactly 2 friends willing to play alongside you, this is a very solid experience through and through. And now we're covering the second Zelda HD re-release on the Wii U, Twilight Princess HD. This re-release is very similar to Wind Waker HD, where the graphics have been given a new coat of polish, some quality of life tweaks have been added, and it also features an updated control scheme. The plot of Twilight Princess HD is the same as the original. You play Link in Ordon Village, which shortly after starting the game is invaded by monsters who kidnap several people, mainly children. While pursuing them, Link is pulled into the Twilight Realm and then transformed into a wolf. He meets Midna, who is your companion for the rest of the game, and then you go to meet Zelda, who tells you that she surrendered Hyrule to the usurper Zant to prevent him from killing everyone. After cleansing a sacred spring and being turned back into a human, you go on a quest with Midna to collect something called the Fused Shadows, which contain the ancient magic of her people, with the intent of using them to defeat Zant. You also search for the missing villagers, and eventually you do save them. When you obtain all of the Fused Shadows, Zant appears and takes them back, and then he sends Midna to the realm of the light, mortally wounding her. Zelda manages to save Midna by sacrificing herself, and the two of you go on a quest to get the Master Sword, after which you then restore the broken pieces of the Twilight Mirror, which is the link between the two worlds. After defeating Zant and reclaiming the Fused Shadows, the true villain behind his power is revealed to be Ganon, who had been banished to the Twilight Realm by the sages after they could not kill him. Midna and Link team up to stop him, first fighting a possessed Zelda, and then Ganon in beast form. Together, Zelda and Link then team up to take out Ganon once and for all, culminating in a one-on-one sword battle. After Ganon is finally killed, Midna is returned to her true form as the Twilight Princess, and as she returns to the Twilight Realm, she shatters the mirror so that the two worlds can never interfere with each other ever again. After this, Link rides off into the distance to seek new adventures. Aesthetically, Twilight Princess HD looks very faithful to the original. The main difference is that the graphics have been cleaned up and are a lot more clear and readable. The fact that it looks like a pretty standard game from the GameCube era actually gives Twilight Princess its own personality when compared to the the other 3D Zelda titles, all of which are heavily stylized from this point onwards. I still find myself very much liking all of the character designs, and also the designs for the monsters who all look just a bit twisted. Twilight Princess HD also keeps its GameCube orientation, although if you play on the much harder hero mode, it will once again be mirror flipped like the Wii version. When using the gamepad, you can at all times view either the map or your inventory, and it also lets you have gyroscopic aiming, which still works pretty well, although I did find it a bit more fidgety in this game than it was in Wind Waker HD. All of the items that you get in this game were still very fun to use, and I really like that this game has you combine items together. For example, adding a scope to your bow or creating bomb arrows. The beginning of Twilight Princess definitely still does drag on a bit and is kind of slow, but I did appreciate that they have made some minor tweaks to help speed things along, like reducing the number of tiers of light that you need to collect to restore the springs. All of the dungeons return from the original and seem relatively unchanged, with the main gameplay loop of Twilight Princess being going from dungeon to dungeon and collecting key items at the end. I still think that this game features some of the most interesting and inventive dungeons in the entire series, letting you use both classic and new items in very unique ways to solve the different puzzles. I will say though that not every dungeon was a masterpiece. The water dungeon in particular I found overly long with a lot of backtracking, and I really didn't care for the final boss of it either. That being said, with the exception of that one boss and also the one from the Sky Temple, all of the other bosses in the game were very fun and some were legitimate challenges. The final boss fight against Ganon is very intense, having 4 different stages, and it was a lot of fun. In terms of collectibles, there's still pose and bugs to get for Agatha, sword techniques to learn, and a new one in the form of Miiverse stamps, with the pose still being the worst of the bunch because you have to wait until it's nighttime to fight the majority of them, and Twilight Princess still has no way of skipping ahead time. Twilight Princess HD also supports amiibos, and their functionality can be accessed from the collection screen. You can activate a special dungeon exclusive to Twilight Princess HD by using the Wolf Link amiibo. This is called the Cave of Shadows. This special dungeon is very similar to the Cave of Ordeals, except that the entirety of this one has to be completed as Wolf Link. Also, fun fact, whatever amount of hearts you have at the end can then be saved to the amiibo, and if you summon Wolf Link in Breath of the Wild, he'll have that much total health. Twilight Princess HD actually reminds me a lot of Ocarina of Time on the 3DS, because there are pretty minimal changes overall and a small amount of new content which is completely optional. I do have a few minor complaints like the day and night cycle, overabundance of collectibles, and I still feel like the game is a bit too long for its own good, but these are pretty minor complaints in the grand scheme of things. And with that in mind, it also gets an S rank, just slightly above the GameCube version. Coming back to this one, I still think that the story and characters are very solid. It has some of my favorite dungeons, items, and mechanics in the entire series thus far. While I don't think this version of the game is leaps and bounds better than the original, it does offer some new content, as well as a much clearer visual style which helps it come out ahead. Regardless of which version you play though, you're sure to have a good time. Twilight Princess is definitely a classic. And now we're diving into yet another Legend of Zelda spin-off, this time on the 3DS. My Nintendo Picross, The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. This is yet another one of those games that I'm covering that's a bit hard to play nowadays, as it was a downloadable only title for the 3DS and you had to use My Nintendo points. Now for some context, if you aren't familiar with the different games, Picross is a series of logic puzzles where you need to fill in blanks on a grid. The blanks that need to be filled in are determined by numbers along the sides of the rows and columns. For example, if a row has the number 9, it means you need 9 blocks or pixels filled in that row. And what makes Picross a little bit different is that filling in the different boxes will actually give you a picture at the end. It reminds me a little bit of Sudoku, but it definitely has its own internal logic and vibe to it. Now, I'm not personally into logic puzzles all that much, but I do know that some people really enjoy them. So the game starts off with a pretty in-depth tutorial of how a Picross game works, with Midna guiding you, and then it throws you into some actual levels pretty quickly. I also really appreciate that it has a few options to make the games a little bit easier in case you're not a huge Picross fan, or in case you find it too challenging. One of these options is Roulette, which will fill in a random row and column for you, and the other is Auto Checker, which will notify you when you mark a square wrong, but at the cost of a time penalty. If your time goes over 60 minutes per puzzle, you'll only get a black and white photo and it isn't considered truly completed. Finishing it in under 60 minutes gives you the full color photo. This probably sounds easy easy to do, but again, remember, if you have auto checker on, every time you mark a box incorrectly, you do get time added to your timer as a penalty. One of the good things to keep in mind though is that if you do fail to complete a puzzle in the allotted time, if you're able to remember where most of the squares are, you can usually ace it on your second try since nothing changes and the pictures themselves are predetermined. So the pictures that you're filling in during this game of Picross are of items, characters, and locales from the Legend of Zelda series. As you progress, the grids you are filling in do get bigger and the pictures you are making do get more detailed, but this also scales up the difficulty. The vast majority of the pictures that I was creating here, I was not able to figure out what they were supposed to be until the final pixel was filled in and the game revealed it to me. So there's 3 different game modes available, and when you beat one of them, you get a gold medal next to it on the main menu. The first mode, which is just called Picross, is pretty basic and has all the features I mentioned. Most of the puzzles in this regular mode are pretty easy, but the second mode called Mega Picross adds a new rule where multiple rows need to have combined pixels that add up to a certain number, which makes things a bit more complicated. Other than that though, this second mode is more or less the exact same game. The final mode is called Micross, and for this one you're solving one big picture by filling in multiple smaller ones. In this final mode, the accessibility options from the other modes are removed, and you have to solve it without any help or assistance from the game whatsoever. Because of that, it's significantly harder than the previous modes, but after you've filled in a few of the different pictures here, you are able to see what the larger picture is that you're filling in, and you can kind of use that as a guide to help you with the smaller picture that you're working on. There's also no timer to worry about in this mode at least, so you can take as long as you need. So there definitely isn't a ton of depth to this game, but if you're like me and you aren't amazing at logic puzzles, it'll probably take you a while to complete. This is also definitely a game that's not intended for you to beat it in one sitting. It's designed for you to do a couple of puzzles here and there when you have some downtime, and that's how I approached it as well. So while it does have characters and music from Twilight Princess, it's definitely not a puzzle game that's built all around Zelda. And because of that, it's a bit underwhelming and definitely doesn't stand out in the plethora of Zelda games that we can play. Ranking it as a Zelda game, I would give it a C rank. Now that being said, if you do enjoy both logic puzzles and the Legend of Zelda series, this might be a really fun experience for you. And there's definitely enough content here to sink your teeth into. But again, if you're specifically looking to play a Legend of Zelda game, there's a lot of other options out there that will properly scratch that itch. And now finally, it's time to cover Breath of the Wild, the first truly open-world Zelda game that Nintendo released. And while this game has been overshadowed a lot by Tears of the Kingdom recently, it's still a pretty good game in its own right. This one starts off with Link waking up to the sound of Zelda's voice, and he then runs outside and you as the player get to behold the entire world that you're going to be able to explore. This is honestly a pretty cool way to start off the game. You soon learn that 100 years ago there was a great war where the people fought against Ganon and his army of machines called Guardians. During this war, Link was gravely injured protecting Zelda, and he's been in a sleep for 100 years recovering. And this has led to him losing a lot of his past memories. Zelda is currently trapped in the castle with Ganon and is using her power to restrain him, but slowly her strength is failing. As the game progresses, you're able to learn more about what happened in this great war, as well as the fates of Zelda's other 4 protectors known as the Champions, or not if you don't want to. The vast majority of the story in this game is entirely optional. After a pretty brief tutorial area which teaches you the mechanics of the game and gives you a bunch of abilities, you can pretty much go anywhere you want. If you want to go and try and fight the final boss of the game, you can do that right away. There are several key abilities that you get in this game that make it feel very different from any other Zelda before it. The first one is pretty standard. It lets you summon an unlimited amount of bombs, but the second actually lets you form a pillar of ice in the water. The third allows you to move metallic objects. The fourth ability lets you freeze objects in time, and hitting them when they're frozen will actually cause them to shoot forwards. You use these abilities in various different ways when solving puzzles throughout the game, and it definitely gives it a unique feel. You can also use amiibos with Breath of the Wild, which will usually just drop a bunch of items on the ground for you, but a few special ones will also give you outfits or even summon a helpful friend. One of the things that this game gets extremely right is actually Link's movement. He feels really good to move around, and the climbing mechanic is amazing. A lot of open world games claim that anywhere you see you can go, but this is one of the few games that actually makes good on that claim. Anywhere you see, any mountain, anything, you can climb that, you can go there. The main quest basically has you go and free the Divine Beasts, which are the closest thing you get to a standard Zelda dungeon in this game. And after you free each of them from Ganon's influence, you get a special ability, such as this glowing shield, this lightning attack, or the ability to soar high up in the sky, which is hands down the most useful one you'll get in the entire game. And then there are also scattered memories throughout the land where when when you get them, you get a nice little cutscene that plays. And honestly, for the most part, that's about all the plot you really get in this game. For the amount of time you have to invest in it, the plot is spread pretty thin. Now, that being said, this isn't unique to just Breath of the Wild. All open world games have this issue, but compared to most other Zelda games, it did stand out a little bit. There are a ton of side quests that you can do. Some of them will actually unearth shrines, which are little mini dungeons that have puzzles or combat challenges for you to do. Beating these shrines will give you spirit orbs, which you can then use to upgrade your maximum hearts or your stamina. And I will say that stamina feels a lot better implemented in this game than it does in Skyward Sword. As well as side quests for shrines, there's also normal side quests, and some of these can be amazing and some of these can be really, really boring. I would say about 75% of them are pretty much just fetch quests, and they're not super fun to do. And there's also a bunch of different armor sets that you can wear that will give you different upgrades. All in all, I probably use only about 4 or 5 of these armor sets regularly, so it's not worth getting all of them and upgrading them 100%. You also have a wide range of weapons that you can use. You're no longer just limited to a sword. You can use clubs, you can use spears, there's a bunch of stuff. One of the drawbacks to this, though, is that all of these weapons have a durability and a breaking point, and they will all eventually shatter. And I've seen this be a huge point of contention online for the weapon durability. Overall, I think it's a good concept, but especially at the very beginning of the game, when you can only hold a few weapons at a time, I found it really annoying. There were a lot of fights that I would get into where basically it just came down to, do I have enough weapons physically on me to do this? Now, later on in the game, when you can hold a bunch more weapons and whatnot, this becomes a minor issue, and it lets you approach fights more of like a puzzle of what's the best way to do this. But at the very beginning, where you don't have a lot of options, I do agree that I find this kind of annoying, and I feel like it could be balanced better. Another issue I have with this game is the weather system. There is rain and there is thunder, and both of these are annoying in different ways, especially the rain though. So much of this game is about exploring different areas, and you are not able to properly climb walls while it's raining, and this just becomes extremely frustrating. There were so many points where I had to do a thing, it's what I wanted to do, and I basically had to just not do it and do something else instead because it was raining. And I get that they were going for a sense of realism, but I found this mechanic dragged down a lot of the experience. Another aspect of this game is the Korok seeds. There are these little Koroks hidden throughout the land, and there's a very basic puzzle that you have to solve to unearth them. Every time you find one, you get a Korok seed. You trade it into this guy Hestu, and he will let you upgrade how many weapons, bows, or shields you can carry. However, it takes less than half of the total amount of seeds in-game to fully upgrade all of your stashes. Also, unlike every other mainline Zelda before it, this game also has some DLC. The first DLC revolves around the Master Sword and has you going through combat challenges where you're not able to die. This was kind of fun, but I definitely got tired of it long before it ended. And the second DLC dives a little bit more into the backstory of the different champions, and it's absolutely worth doing because you get upgrades that decrease the amount of time it takes for the champion abilities to recharge, as well as you get a motorbike, which feels really weird, but it can be useful. It basically is just there to replace horses, which is something I already didn't really use, but you know, if you obtain all of the memories in the game, you get a special cutscene at the end. I think this is probably worth doing because there's already not a whole lot of plot, so getting those memories is crucial to understanding the story. All in all, I think this is a pretty fun game, and it's one of the better Zeldas out there, although it definitely has some issues that drag down the overall experience for me. And even if you're playing Tears of the Kingdom, I still think it's worth returning to this one, even if nothing else, just so you can actually hang out with Best Boy here. With all of that in mind, I give this game an A rank. I think it's very solid. It's definitely worth playing. Personally though, having done it twice, I would recommend not 100% completing it. I don't think that's worth it, but playing through to the end and doing all the stuff that interests you, definitely recommend this one. And now, for the third time, we're covering Link's Awakening, but this time the most recent version for the Nintendo Switch. Having greatly enjoyed the first two versions I played, I'm very much looking forward to this one. The game starts off with a now fully animated cutscene, and this cutscene goes hard. It was really fun to watch. Link is caught up in a storm before he's washed up on the shore of Koholint Island, and he's then discovered by the character Marin and brought to her home. After Link wakes up and gets back his sword and shield, he discovers that the only way he'll be able to leave the island is to wake the Windfish, which is an almost godlike creature that slumbers in a giant egg at the top of the mountain. In order to do this, he needs to collect various instruments that are located in different dungeons throughout the land. During this quest, Link eventually learns that the entire island and all of its inhabitants are actually a dream conjured up by the Windfish, and if you wake it up, everything will disappear. Despite the repercussions to all of the denizens of the island, Link eventually does wake the Windfish up, and he's then cast back into the sea, finally able to continue his journey. Link's Awakening is a very unique game in the Zelda franchise, in that it doesn't actually feature Princess Zelda, the Triforce, or even Ganon in any meaningful way. The original game drew a lot on what made the previous Zelda game successful, and this modern remake tries to preserve all of that while also updating some of the more outdated aspects. Graphically, the Switch version looks very unique. Everything has a shiny, almost toy look to it. The overworld looks lush, and you no longer have to worry about scrolling screens here anymore. Any scenery that is out of your immediate view has a blurred effect, which does take a bit of getting used to. The one place where scrolling screens does return is actually in the dungeons, which is probably a good call. A lot of these puzzles would have needed to be massively changed without that mechanic. The aesthetic for this version of Link's Awakening really grew on me over time and helped make this game feel almost as charming as the original. So the majority of this game is you going from dungeon to dungeon, solving puzzles, defeating bosses, and collecting musical instruments. The dungeons are all pretty straightforward, and while a few might trip you up a bit, they all feel meticulously designed. I did find a lot of the bosses easier this time around, although plenty of them were still a challenge. Other than dungeons and exploring the overworld, there's still the typical very long, drawn-out trading sequence that you see in a lot of Zelda games, as well as a variety of mini-games and the like for you to mess around with while exploring. There aren't really any side quests you need to worry about, so for the most part this game does feel pretty linear, but not in a bad way. One of the first changes that I noticed in this version of Link's Awakening is that your sword and shield are now permanently mapped to specific buttons. Later on, when you get the Pegasus boots, they're also mapped to their own button, just like in A Link to the Past, and so is the power bracelet. The controller that you use to play this game has a lot more buttons overall than the Game Boy did, and as a result there's a lot less time spent in your inventory swapping items compared to the previous two versions of this game. I also really like that they made the power-up music a lot less obnoxious, to the point where I no longer actively avoided picking them up. They also overhauled the warp mechanic, and it was a very welcome change. They also added 2 new collectibles in this version, statues and chamber stones, as well as increasing the number of secret seashells and heart containers. A bunch of collectibles have to be won from the so-called trendy game, which in this version of Link's Awakening has realistic claw game physics for some reason. It's a minor detail that I'm surprised they put so much thought into. In fact, overall, the attention to detail in this version of Link's Awakening is great. Another really good example of this is how these knight statues move in an L shape when you throw them. It's something that I never noticed before, and I really appreciated that little touch. An entirely new idea that they added to this version of the game is dungeon building. You can find the character Dampé in his shack, which is located where the photographer used to be, and he will have you complete small challenges for him that involve building and rearranging rooms in dungeons in certain ways and then clearing them, sometimes with an added difficulty like not being able to use your sword while you do it. You get rewarded for doing this with more chamber pieces that you can use to create your dungeons, and bonus rupees you find within the dungeons themselves. There's also a mechanic where you can save the dungeons you have built using an amiibo and share them with friends, but I didn't mess around with this much since it seemed like more of a hassle than it was worth. While this can be a fun little distraction from the main adventure, I found it very limited, as you can only use rooms you've previously come across or unlocked in the game. You aren't able to actually design your own rooms or puzzles, which is really disappointing, and to be perfectly honest, I didn't really feel like the dungeon building added much to the game, and it mostly just padded out the runtime. Because the photographer is gone, those fun photo opportunities with the different characters across the land are also absent from this version of Link's Awakening, and this ended up making a lot of the characters feel less fleshed out than they did in the Game Boy Color version. Thankfully, most of the photo interactions with Marin are now turned into fun little cutscenes. I still wish that they had implemented all of those character moments into small little cutscenes and not just a select few. The extra dungeon from the Game Boy Color version does reappear in this version at least, with the same puzzles, bosses, and reward at the end. I also still really like how characters have their own side adventures while Link is running around, like Terran and Marin, who pop up in different locales throughout the game. So even though I do feel like most of the new content that they brought to the table here doesn't add much to the overall experience, and despite all of the small character moments that we lost because they removed the photographer, I do feel like this is the best iteration of Link's Awakening to date. And for that reason, Link's Awakening on the Nintendo Switch manages to get an S rank from me. This game was consistently fun throughout, to the point where it's another one that I actually 100% completed. While I do think the Game Boy Color version is still worth playing and hasn't been fully replaced, playing it on the Switch is still very fun, different enough that you won't get bored, and definitely worth your time. Next up, we have a pretty unusual Zelda game, Cadence of Hyrule. This is a Zelda-themed spin-off / reimagining of another very popular game, Crypt of the Necrodancer, where the basic idea is to move to the beat of the music to defeat enemies. While mechanically the game is very similar to the original, the Nintendo version has an overworld, dialogue, and a main quest to follow. You start off playing the character Cadence, who gets transported into the land of Hyrule. The fairy Trill then guides you through a pretty brief tutorial, and at the end of this, you get the choice of waking up either Zelda or Link, and whichever one you choose becomes your main playable character. You then find out that a musician named Octavo put Link, Zelda, and the King under a sleeping spell, and so you go on a quest to defeat him, starting with his 4 champions. Defeating each of these champions actually rewards you with a musical instrument, which harkens back to Link's Awakening. In fact, this game has a ton of callbacks and Easter eggs seeded throughout that reference previous Zelda titles. Graphically, this game looks gorgeous. When you think back to really good pixel art Zelda games, chances are A Link to the Past comes to mind, or maybe something like the Minish Cap. But in my opinion, this game blows them all out of the water. The music in this game also totally slaps. They really went above and beyond with the various Zelda tracks that are featured. They have all undergone an electronic style remix, and it works extremely well in tandem with the gameplay. Lo-fi Zelda beats to study to, anyone? The basic gameplay has you moving around on a grid-based system with enemies around you also bound to these confines. If you move next to an enemy and try to move to them, you will attack, but they can also move to you and attack you instead. It actually kind of reminds me of the Nelsonic Zelda Game Watch, strangely enough. You can also push certain blocks and dig through dirt if you have a shovel. In the standard mode, moving to the beat will increase your multiplier, but missing a beat will reset it to 0. There's also pads all over the world that will increase or decrease the tempo, and it really keeps you on your toes, as well as pads that will push you or enemies in a specific direction when you step on them. There's also a second playstyle called Fixed Beat, where you do not have to worry about increasing tempos or moving to the beat at all, and the monsters will actually only move when you do. I think that both modes have merits, and I flip between them repeatedly throughout my playthrough, but in the end I think I do like the Fixed Beat mode more, just because I like having that opportunity to plan and strategize during each battle. Throughout the journey, you get various items from both franchises, like the shovel from Crypt of the Necrodancer or bombs from Zelda. I really enjoyed seeing the return of some long-forgotten items like the flippers, which date all the way back to A Link to the Past. You can also get a variety of weapons that will have different effects when you use them. My favorite was the two-handed sword because it has a very long reach, meaning I didn't have to get as close to enemies anymore. There's a bunch of basic puzzles throughout that are very reminiscent of a Zelda game, like sliding around on the ice or pushing these blocks into place. Cadence of Hyrule is also similar in some ways to a roguelike and features a randomly generated world. Dying is something that you'll have to accept is going to happen over and over, especially at the start of the game when you're learning the controls. However, like many good games of this genre, when you die, you get the ability to buy upgrades and items that carry over into your next attempt, which will slowly build up your abilities and health, making the game easier the more you play. There's also some key items that will stay with you even after death. Cadence of Hyrule features a variety of different modes besides the story mode, which helps with the replayability, including a multiplayer mode which was fun to mess around with a bit, but I did mainly play this solo. After beating the game, you unlock a special side story called Octavo's Ode. This actually dives into the main villain's motivations and reasoning for doing what he did during the main campaign. Since you're locked into this one character and his attack style, I didn't really enjoy this as much as the main campaign. There was a lot less room for experimenting and finding what worked for me, and I just kind of had to get good at a playstyle I didn't really like. When you defeat the 4 champions and make it through the Hyrule Castle dungeon, Octavo reveals that he was training these 4 champions in the hope that they could defeat Ganon. After you defeat Octavo, you get transported into the future where he attempts to fight Ganon himself and fails. You then control Link, Zelda, and Cadence in this fight and get the job done yourself, and then using the power of the Triforce, Cadence gets teleported back to her world. There were also a few different DLC packs released for this game which add new characters and music options, but the biggest one is called Symphony of the Mask and involves the Deku Scrub village and a playable Deku Scrub character. You go around gathering masks, such as the Goron or Zora one, and they all give him different abilities, reminding me of Majora's Mask. And it was actually during this part of my playthrough that the game actually broke down a bit for me. It became a chore to clear through each screen, and there were a lot of obtuse puzzles that lacked the care that would go into a normal Zelda game. I particularly disliked the Temple of Brainstorming, because the entire game slowed to a crawl as I pushed around boulders in a poor man's version of Goof Troop. Originally, this game would have actually been a B rank for me, as there was a point where the combat grew on me and started to get really fun, but playing through the DLC actually dropped it back down to a high C rank. This one was a bit of a roller coaster, as I didn't much care for it at the start, ended up really liking it in the middle, and then by the end once again found myself not having a great time with it. There definitely is fun to be had here, and I like that it allows you to try out different play styles to figure out what works best for you, but at the end of the day, it's quite short, very repetitive, drags on in a lot of places, and it just ended up being something that I'm not really looking for in a Legend of Zelda title. Now we're covering the second entry in the Hyrule Warriors series. This one's called Age of Calamity. In terms of gameplay and style, it's extremely similar to the previous entry, mixing elements from the Legend of Zelda series with the gameplay of Dynasty Warriors. However, this game takes place shortly before Breath of the Wild, focusing on the time 100 years ago before Calamity Ganon. The opening cutscene shows Hyrule Castle being stormed by guardians, and Zelda using her power to protect Link. However, doing so inadvertently wakes up a tiny egg-shaped guardian in the castle. This BB-8 looking machine watches Zelda as she opposes Ganon, and is then launched through a portal, traveling through time and appearing a few weeks earlier, slightly changing the events of the timeline. The game then immediately throws you into a fight as Link, and after defeating a few waves of enemies, Link steps in to save Impa and gets a hold of her Sheikah Slate, which activates the little guardian and also causes the Sheikah Tower to come bursting out of the ground. Because of his deeds in battle, Link is appointed to be a knight and protect Zelda. The next leg of the journey is meeting with the various champions to get them to join in the fight against Calamity Ganon. Visually, this game is pretty much identical to Breath of the Wild and the later Tears of the Kingdom by extension. It's a visual style I'm very used to by now, so it didn't really wow me, but I do think keeping the aesthetic consistent makes sense for a prequel. All of the characters look pretty much how you'd expect, and every playable character is also fully voiced, which definitely comes across as a bit odd for some of them. The stages that you play through are mainly locales you would have visited in Breath of the Wild, and you're definitely going to recognize the majority of them, although for the most part they have been expanded to be able to more easily fit the Warriors type of gameplay. You control a very large cast of characters and mow down entire armies using various combos, weapons, and special abilities. You do still capture enemy keeps for your side and have to protect them and other characters, but I will say this aspect has been downplayed quite a bit compared to the original game, which I do think improves the overall experience. Each of the different playable characters has their own movement and fighting style, and they all feel very different to play as, which allows you to very quickly find favorites as well as characters you try and avoid at all costs. It really lets you experiment and figure out a playstyle that works for you, and characters will unlock as you play through the story, giving you more options to pick from. In addition to the regular combos and special moves from the previous game, each character can now access Link's Sheikah Slate abilities such as bombs and magnesis, as well as use elemental rod attacks. The fighting in this game also has a much higher focus on dodging and exploiting the weak points of enemies, making it feel like there's a lot more strategy involved this time around and a lot less button mashing. Age of Calamity is broken up into a series of story missions that you can select, and in between these you're taken to the overworld map, which has various icons on it, and these icons indicate main quests, side quests, and also small little interactions where an NPC will require various items or ingredients, and if you can get these for them, it gives you a small reward like a new special move or more hearts. As you progress through the story, new side quests and challenges will appear on the map, and these remind me a lot of the adventure mode from Hyrule Warriors Legends. The challenges typically involve playing as a specific character or defeating certain enemies within a time frame, and some of them were legitimately difficult. They were usually fun, but there were definitely still way too many, especially if you count everything that's added from the DLC for this game. The first DLC update focuses on the Ancient Tech Lab, which basically creates a skill tree made up of various challenges and mini missions, and you get helpful rewards as you complete these. And there are also special extra difficult fights that appear throughout the map to test your abilities. The second update added a bunch of new stages and story elements that start popping up around the middle of the game. Age of Calamity swung hard in the opposite direction of Breath of the Wild when it comes to the story, with a huge amount of cutscenes present throughout this game. And I'll also say that without the DLC to fill in the gaps in the middle of the story, there are a ton of plot points that are never really expanded upon or revealed, which means you do need the DLC to actually understand the full scope of what's going on and all of the character motivations. So the plot follows the events that we know happened before the Calamity pretty closely, although the addition of the new baby guardian does change things slightly here and there. It's revealed that Calamity Ganon actually followed the little guardian through the time rift and then possessed its non-activated body from this present time period. And Calamity Ganon then uses its knowledge to assist the Yuga clan and bring about the Calamity ahead of schedule, using a seer as his spokesperson. When the Calamity happens, the king then sacrifices himself to save Zelda, which buys them enough time to actually go to the different divine beasts and save the champions this time around. And this is where the story takes a hard left turn from what we know, with new characters from Breath of the Wild jumping back into the past to help. The seer eventually turns on the Yuga clan, who are the main enemies that you'd been fighting up to this point, and then Master Koga actually defects to Zelda's side. It's also revealed that the king survived his ordeal as well, and both of them join your party as playable characters. You eventually defeat the seer one final time, and he is then absorbed by Ganon. The baby guardian robot sacrifices itself, after which the entire team finally takes down Calamity Ganon once and for all. And right before the credits roll, all of Hyrule celebrates the new era of peace, and all of the characters from the future timeline return back to where they belong. Beating the main story will open up a massive amount of extra missions and side quests, one of which is the ability to repair your little guardian friend, which unlocks it as yet another playable character. Completing pretty much every side mission and also unlocking all of the different characters unlocks yet another final mission, and at the end of this you actually unlock Calamity Ganon as a playable character. So Age of Calamity was definitely an improvement in most regards compared to the first Hyrule Warriors. This game is still far from perfect, mind you, but it was surprisingly fun. The story also wasn't anything groundbreaking, following events where you pretty much already know the outcome, and then with a very predictable ending. Because of this and the release of Tears of the Kingdom, it also makes the game yet again non-canon. So with all of that in mind, Age of Calamity gets a respectable B rank from me. I definitely enjoyed playing through this one a lot more than the original Hyrule Warriors game. It's not a radically different experience, but thanks to all the extra polish in regards to the gameplay and combat, I do feel that it plays a lot better. Age of Calamity is definitely not for everyone, not even for all fans of Zelda, but if the Hyrule Warriors formula does look interesting to you, I would probably recommend this game as a pretty good starting point. Now we're covering the most recent Zelda HD remaster. This time it's Skyward Sword HD for the Nintendo Switch. This version of the game doesn't add a ton of new features or tweaks, but it does add an entirely button-based control scheme, allowing the game to play a lot more like a traditional Zelda. The plot for this title is as follows. Link gets rudely woken up from a nightmare by Zelda's Loftwing, which is a giant bird that the denizens of Skyloft use to fly around from place to place, up in their home above the clouds. After discovering that his own Loftwing has been imprisoned by his rival Groose, Link then frees his bird and goes on to win a competition held by the academy that he goes to. While flying around afterwards to celebrate, Zelda is sucked into a giant tornado, being driven down to the surface world below. The Spirit Fi then calls out to Link, getting him to take up the quest to go on and save Zelda, after which Link sets out to the surface world equipped with the sword and a new outfit. An old woman in the ruins of a temple in the sealed grounds sets Link off on his journey, and he then travels through 3 different temples where he meets the demon lord Girahim, a character who was also searching for Zelda but for nefarious reasons. Link finally catches up with Zelda and her protector Impa at the 3rd temple, and he jumps in to protect them from Girahim so that the two of them can escape through a portal in time, which is then destroyed shortly afterwards. Link then goes on a lengthy quest to activate the true power of the Goddess Sword, which allows him to open a twin time gate and finally catch up with Zelda, who then reveals that she is actually the Goddess Hylia reborn in human form, and that eons ago, after sealing a demon king named Demise, she set forth a plan to prevent his resurrection. Zelda then blesses Link's sword and goes into a 1,000-year sleep to preserve the seal on Demise, imploring Link to use the Triforce to banish him once and for all. Link then goes on yet another lengthy journey to uncover the Triforce, and he uses it to banish Demise and then wakes up Zelda, but Girahim takes action traveling into the past in hopes of reviving Demise there instead. A very fierce battle ensues, but it buys enough time for Demise to get resurrected by absorbing Zelda's soul. Link then manages to defeat Demise, who curses Link and Zelda upon his defeat before being sealed within the Master Sword. The group of them then returns to the present and celebrates on the surface world, and Zelda decides to stay below the clouds from this point onwards and asks what Link would like to do next. In terms of the aesthetic, this game still looks pretty great. It's more or less just a very clean upscale of the Wii version rendered in 1080p. That being said, there were so many small touches graphically that I had totally missed in the original version, and they now really pop and stand out. The biggest thing that I noticed right out of the gate is that the game also now runs at a rock solid 60 frames per second, and you will immediately feel the difference if you played through the Wii version. You still have the option of using motion controls, but what really got me excited was the addition of the button control scheme. Controlling the sword has now been mapped to the 2nd thumbstick, with you flicking it in the direction that you want your sword strikes to go, or pressing it in to stab forward. If you hold down the left bumper, you can also use this thumbstick to rotate the camera, and though it is very slow, it is a welcome addition. Other small controls that were previously motion-based have also been remapped in different ways. Gyroscopic aiming was also added for a variety of your weapons like the bow. Everything does feel a lot more precise. A change that I really appreciated is that Fi has been massively toned down, and she no longer pops out constantly from the sword to give you hints or remind you of the basic controls, and instead only appears when called upon or when something of importance is actually happening. They also allow you to more quickly skip through dialogue boxes and also skip cutscenes if you want to. The dungeons themselves are still pretty solid in my opinion, with none of them ever being overly long or tedious. Some of the puzzles were very inventive, requiring using a combination of items in new ways that hadn't been explored before. The bosses of the dungeons tended to be the parts that I found the most frustrating. While the majority of them were totally fine and legitimately fun, there are several like Girahim or the Imprisoned that are just straight up annoying. And the game also reuses a bunch of the bosses throughout the story, which does make it feel like it lacks a bit of variety. The world that you get to explore is broken up into the land above the clouds and also the surface, and you hop between these two pretty regularly. While the starting island of Skyloft can initially feel pretty small, the more you progress through the game, the more it opens up with additional side quests, characters to interact with, and things to do. And exploring the other islands in the sky was also pretty interesting. The surface world is broken up into 3 main areas, which can be categorized as a forest, volcano, and desert. And though I do wish there had been more variety in terms of different environments, you do at least usually open up new paths and sections in these areas when you return to them. One of the new mechanics added to this version of the game is that the Zelda and Loftwing amiibo can be scanned, which immediately lets you return to the sky from any place in the surface world, and then scanning it when you're in the sky will return you to exactly the same place, even in dungeons. This was debatably pretty useful, and I did appreciate that it shaved off some time from some of the longer side quests that involve a lot of back and forth, but because bird statues are plentiful in the surface world, it wasn't anything hugely game-breaking. Speaking of side quests, one of the things I really enjoy about Skyward Sword is the various different characters and the missions they give you. Skyward Sword also isn't afraid to get a little bit weird, with Link having an optional romantic side plot with the item check girl, or also an optional side quest that you can do for Toilet Hand from Majora's Mask fame, and this one has 2 possible endings. So taking all of that into consideration, did this remaster turn Skyward Sword into a perfect game? I'd still have to go with no, although it did improve it in a lot of ways. I still found traveling, especially flying around in the sky, somewhat tedious. The controls were a lot more consistent and precise than in the original, but they could still be awkward and counterintuitive at times. And Skyward Sword also involves a ton of backtracking to areas you've been to previously, which isn't really my favorite thing. I also still think the story runs out of steam about a third of the way through when you finally catch up to Zelda, and after this point it lacks a clear direction, with Link basically just being bounced from one task to another because he was told to do them. The larger ramifications of the plot don't really have any real bearing on the story until the very end. So as a result of all this, Skyward Sword HD now gets a solid A rank from me. I do think that the HD version is a tangible upgrade over the original on the Wii, and I also really appreciate that you can still use the motion controls if you're very attached to that playstyle. I do think that this game has one of the best supporting casts in the entire series, even if it's rather small. I also still think that this is the most believable depiction of the Zelda and Link friendship/relationship to date, and the high concept plot is still one of my favorites in the entire series. If you found the original version frustrating because of its controls, or if you skipped it altogether, this is definitely a preferred version to go with, giving you a lot more options, and I definitely think it's worth playing through if you're a fan of the 3D Zelda titles. Next up is a game that blurs the line a little bit on whether or not it should be actually considered a Zelda game and on this list. In fact, I probably spent more time trying to figure out whether or not I should include it than I did actually playing it. It's pretty inconsequential. Vermin, or Exterminator, is one of the original Game & Watch titles that Nintendo produced. Now, they released this Legend of Zelda reskin as a pack-in game with the new Zelda Game & Watch accessory, and they have been titling it Vermin featuring Link. Now, the reason why ultimately I did include this is because I did include Cadence of Hyrule, which is basically a reskin of Crypt of the Necrodancer, although that one did have a lot more work put in than this did. In this one, instead of the original Game & Watch mascot, it's Link, and instead of defeating Vermin, it's Octoroks maybe? The gameplay here is incredibly simple. You move Link around on a flat plane, and he has to be next to where an Octorok is going to pop up, and then he'll automatically hit it. Basically, you're playing whack-a-mole. There's literally nothing else to it other than that. Sometimes it goes fast, sometimes it goes slow. The gameplay has about as much depth as Pong on the Atari 2600. It's also not helped by the fact that this is an exclusive game to the Zelda Game & Watch, which is just a tiny little thing. It has a tiny screen, and it shouldn't be a big surprise, but there's no music either, just beeps and boops. The only real positive thing that I can say about this game is that I really like the character design for Link. It looks like they took that toy style from the Link's Awakening remake and then just turned it into a sprite. Other than that though, this game is as basic as it gets and I got bored in less than a minute. Because of all that, I have to give it an F rank. It's definitely not worth buying this entire device just to play it, and it's probably not worth playing overall. It is a cool Easter egg, but as a game, it just doesn't hold up whatsoever. And now we're covering the most recent Legend of Zelda game to date as of the making of this video, the critically acclaimed Tears of the Kingdom for the Switch. This game is a direct sequel to Breath of the Wild, so the game starts off with a cutscene where you're exploring below Hyrule Castle, and you briefly control Link following Zelda around as she discovers some long-forgotten history of Hyrule. You eventually come to a central chamber and inadvertently wake up a withered husk of Ganon. Link's arm gets infected with darkness, Zelda disappears, and then the entire castle raises into the sky and Link blacks out. He then wakes up on an island in the sky with a new mechanical arm and meets the spirit of the first king of Hyrule, Rauru. These islands in the sky act as the tutorial for this game, teaching you all of the main mechanics, old and new. A lot of the old staples from Breath of the Wild, like breakable weapons and climbing, are back. You also unlock new abilities that are unique to this game. You can ascend through platforms above you, rewind time on certain objects, fuse items to your weapons or shields, and combine items together into machines and the like. And later on, you even get the ability to build contraptions from pre-existing blueprints or rebuild anything you've built previously. This opening tutorial island will take a pretty long time to clear through in comparison to the previous game, and Tears of the Kingdom does feel like a much slower paced game overall. Eventually though, you do make it back down to the surface where you learn that Princess Zelda is missing, and the main story has you chasing down leads to try and find Zelda's whereabouts. But much like Breath of the Wild, you can pretty much go your own way and do whatever you like. You do need to go on a quest to get back your paraglider, but otherwise your options are pretty much limitless. In addition to the main overworld, there's also these Skyloftian islands above, and a completely new area deep underground, adding even more variety. Now, it's still very much the same type of game as its predecessor, but with some new twists and turns added to the formula. You're still collecting Korok seeds, and there's still way too many of them. There's also still shrines that you complete to eventually upgrade your health and stamina, although I will say that the shrines did feel like they had a lot more unique puzzles than the previous game. There's also still the Ubisoft towers that you have to go to in order to fill in chunks of the map, but each one usually has a small puzzle that you have to solve to be able to unlock it. And when you do complete it, you actually get shot up into the sky, and you can repeatedly use the towers to do this, which helps you get to some of the Sky Islands. The Sky Islands themselves are a nice concept, although I did find most of them a bit lacking in terms of stuff to actually do when you're up there, and some of them are really annoying to actually get to. Now, you can also dive down into that lower area I mentioned, but when you do, you need to be very careful of the red glowing goo that's everywhere called Gloom. Gloom will actually drain your hearts and makes you unable to recover your health until you go back into sunlight. Down in the depths, you spend most of the time running around activating light roots to be able to actually light up areas, getting Zonai ore, and finding hidden treasures. You'll also occasionally fight a boss down there like Phantom Ganon or Frox. Cooking returns in this game with some new recipes, and so do the different outfits that Link can wear. Amiibo support is still the same as the previous entry, but unfortunately our favorite doggo doesn't return here. You still collect memories in this game as well, which explains the backstory and lore. These memories are honestly some of the best cutscenes in the entire game and helped elevate the story head and shoulders above what we saw in Breath of the Wild. There's a few new types of side quests in this one, like getting the bubble gems or exploring the wells, but generally speaking, most of the quests you do in this game also mirror Breath of the Wild. Now, one of the biggest new additions to this game is your ability to build stuff, which is constantly being used for better or worse. Now, this can be pretty fun since you can essentially use the build function to break the game and do crazy stuff without any consequences. But I did find it mentally draining to have to constantly be building stuff around every corner. There's also a whole boatload of armor sets to upgrade this time around, and they all cost rupees as well as materials to do so. In the end, there were still only about 5 or 6 outfits that I regularly wore. One thing I will say though is that farming the items to upgrade most of these armor sets was a lot easier than it was in Breath of the Wild. Even the rare items like star fragments or parts from the dragons were a lot more accessible. The photographs also make a return here, but thankfully you can still buy them from Robbie instead of having to make sure you get a picture of every single thing in the game. And then there's also paraglider fabrics to collect, many of which are amiibo exclusive. You get points for staying at stables. The list just goes on and on. I found weapon durability to be an even bigger issue in this game, and it became extra apparent in areas like the depths, where the weapons you can pick up are scarce, but the enemies are plentiful. In Breath of the Wild, I felt like I eventually got to a point where I always had a large store of weapons, shields, and bows ready, but in Tears of the Kingdom, I found myself running out very often. Now that being said, it does feel feel like they took a lot of the criticisms from Breath of the Wild and tried to address them. Even though there's still only 4, each of the different temples felt a little bit more reminiscent of a traditional Zelda game. I like the fact that the characters who would go on to become sages would actually follow you around and help you in these. There is a much greater focus on the story in Tears of the Kingdom, with the memories of Zelda forming the core of it. And I also really liked how some side quests would reveal new pieces of lore that would flesh out the characters you would see in these cutscenes, helping everything feel a lot more interconnected. You find out by following the main story that Zelda was transported to the past, where she participated in an attempt to stop what may be the very first iteration of Ganon. And while the group of them managed to seal away Ganon's power, he could not be defeated. And so Zelda does everything that she can to try and set things up so that the Link of the future will have a fighting chance against him. And this goes to the extent that she even performs a forbidden ritual and transforms herself into a dragon. This is so that over the course of the millennia, she can recharge the power of the broken Master Sword. You awaken 4 sages in the modern age who are all descendants of the people who fought in that original imprisoning war, and eventually you find a secret 5th sage. And the sages actually follow you around in the overworld, and you can use their abilities at any time, and they'll actually help you out in fights, even though I did find that they get in the way just as much as they help. Eventually you'll dive down into the depths of Hyrule Castle, where the game first started, and fight the Demon King himself. After being defeated, Ganon then undergoes the same draconification process as Zelda so long ago, turning into a terrifying demon dragon, and then Zelda as the light dragon rushes to your side to help. This fight was a bit lengthy, but it was a great spectacle and had a really good sense of scale throughout. And I like that it involved the concept of landing on dragons, which was something they had introduced in the main game. So after defeating Dragon Ganon, the Demon King is finally vanquished and Zelda returns to her human form. You actually get to control Link here in a playable section and dive through the sky to save her. This was a really nice moment, as it made an entire game of searching for her have a rewarding conclusion. I found the ending overall very powerful and satisfying. I think that adhering to a more classic Zelda structure and plot inside of this open world that they created made for a significantly stronger entry in the series than Breath of the Wild did. While I wouldn't personally want every Zelda entry in the future to be a massive sprawling open world like Tears of the Kingdom was, I do think that this is the best realization of that concept that we've seen to date. With all of that in mind, Tears of the Kingdom gets an S rank. It builds on the already solid foundation of Breath of the Wild, while managing to tie into the established Zelda formula and style a lot more this time around. While I definitely don't think that a lot of the side content is worth doing, and I do not recommend 100% completing it like I did, the main story is super engaging, and plot-wise it's probably my favorite Zelda from the modern era. They did an amazing job with this one, and I definitely recommend it for fans of the series, old and new.
And now we're covering Echoes of Wisdom, the most recent Zelda game to date, available on the Nintendo Switch. This game primarily focuses on Zelda as your playable character after Link is captured at the start of the adventure. And while we all know what happened the last time Zelda had a solo outing, I'm very excited to see what the team at Grezzo has come up with for this new adventure. As this game is so new at the time of recording this, I will give a spoiler warning before we get into any major plot details. Echoes of Wisdom starts you off playing as Link, exploring a dungeon to save Zelda. After a pretty intense fight with Ganon, Link is then sucked into a dark rift that opens up in the ground beneath him, but not before managing to strike the crystal that houses Zelda with an arrow, which allows her to break free. She returns to Hyrule Castle, where the king and his advisors are soon also sucked into a rift, after which several doppelgangers of them pop out and order the princess to be taken prisoner, soon to be executed. A small Luma-like creature named Tri rescues you and gives you the Tri Rod, which allows you to copy various objects that you see in the world, and after escaping the guards, you set out with Tri to mend the various rifts across Hyrule to try and rescue the people within. Aesthetically, this game is very reminiscent of the Link's Awakening remake on the Switch. All of the characters and the world itself have a very toy-like quality to them, and things at the edge of your view have a blurred effect. Because of the huge variety in the environments that you get to explore, I do think that graphically it comes across as more detailed than Link's Awakening, and overall, I really like how it looks. The overworld map is also heavily inspired by A Link to the Past, and you can actually overlay that game's world map with this one, and it lines up very well. You can also find some structures and even bosses from A Link to the Past making cameos here, and it was a very nice touch. Outside of actually getting to play as Zelda for once, the main new mechanic that is brought to the table here is your ability to copy objects and creatures in the environment, and you can then summon them to solve puzzles or battle for you. It feels like a much simpler and more focused version of the building mechanic that was present in Tears of the Kingdom. You also get the ability to grab various objects objects and enemies in the environment, similar to Ultra Hand. When used for world traversal and puzzle solving, this was probably my favorite thing in the entire game. In terms of combat, Zelda isn't really able to do much herself, instead needing to rely on the creatures that she summons. While you do eventually get used to this, I definitely didn't find it as satisfying as just mowing down enemies with a sword. While you do have the ability to target enemies that you want to be attacked, sometimes your summons will just straight up ignore that and go for something else instead. Thankfully, you do get an ability early on that lets you transform Zelda into her sword form, which lets her wield Link's sword and attack on her own, but unfortunately there's a limited amount of time that you can stay in this form as there's an energy bar that is constantly depleting, and it runs out very fast even if you upgrade it. While it's great that you get a huge roster of objects and creatures that you can copy and summon, it can be really tedious to find the exact one that you need from this massive list that you acquire. There are different ways to sort your echoes to try and make this easier, but I really wish there had just been a way to mark your favorites and make a list out of those. In addition to closing the rifts and trying to save the people that were swallowed up by them, there's also a bunch of characters you interact with that will have side quests for you to complete. A few of them would reward you with useful items, like heart pieces or might crystals that could be used for upgrades, but just as many of these quests rewarded you with very little, and there were a lot of side quests. These did get very tiring to complete, even though they were relatively quick. Echoes of Wisdom also has a fair few mini-games to complete, which also reward you with various prizes, but these I actually enjoyed for the most part. There are a lot of full-size dungeons in Echoes of Wisdom, which is a nice return to form, and I did enjoy a lot of the puzzles within them, but my one knock against them is that I did find a lot of the dungeons were way too long and could become a real slog to get through. There was also a really nice variety when it came to the different bosses, and pretty much every single one that you fight has some kind of puzzle that you have to solve to be able to beat them. There were a handful that I didn't particularly like and I found a bit long and annoying, but for the most part, I found the bosses to be very solid and they were one of my favorite parts in the entire game. And now here is where I'm going to get into the plot details, so spoiler warning, feel free to skip ahead to this point in the video. So throughout her journey to close the large rifts that have appeared across Hyrule, Zelda encounters several key races in Hyrule like the Gerudo or the Zora, and after winning their trust, she's able to access and close the major rifts in their area, inside of which she finds an echo of Link that will fight her. After finally freeing her father and his two advisors, the king realizes that the only way to defeat the dark forces is to use the prime energy from the creation of the world, and Zelda travels to 3 more important locations to get the blessings of the goddesses, after which the dark force that is behind the entire plot here, named Null, makes themselves known and then creates an echo of Zelda intending to claim the divine power. Zelda then travels into this Hyrule's version of the Lost Woods and meets the Deku Tree, and the prime energy is revealed to be the Triforce, which splits into 3 pieces when Null touches it. Zelda frees Link, and then the two of them traverse one final dungeon and take on Null, combining their forces to beat them once and for all. After Null is defeated, Tri thanks Zelda and returns to the goddesses to slumber, its purpose having been fulfilled, and then Zelda and Link return to Hyrule Castle and are heralded as heroes, with the Staff of Echoes now finding a place on the wall in Zelda's room. Overall, I liked a lot of what Echoes of Wisdom tried to do. I really enjoyed the overarching narrative. The overworld was very well done. I thought the different races of Hyrule were all represented very well. Where I think this game fails the most though is when it comes to streamlining and optimization, with the performance issues being a real downer that did legitimately get in the way of my enjoyment of this game, as well as the very tedious menu navigation when it came to the echoes themselves, and several areas and dungeons that felt like they could have used a rework and been trimmed down. I also do very much feel that Zelda should have had a base attack, and that the AI of your echoes could have used some improvements as well to make it less frustrating. But all in all, this game managed to do a lot and do it pretty well, and for that I commend it. Echoes of Wisdom on the Switch would get a low A rank from me. I think that this is a very solid Legend of Zelda title that manages to do a lot and bridges the gap between the old and the new. While it's not my personal favorite in the series, I did enjoy a lot of my time with it, and I'm very happy that Zelda finally got a chance to star in her own adventure properly. It was long overdue. I really appreciated how much this game rewards you for creativity and thinking outside of the box, with a huge amount of the puzzles and obstacles being crafted in such a way to allow for dozens of different ways to complete them. I don't think that Echoes of Wisdom will necessarily be for everyone, but if you enjoy the top-down style of Zelda games, and also enjoyed the building mechanics of Tears of the Kingdom, then this game is a very nice overlap of both styles, and definitely worth checking out. And that wraps up this marathon. This was honestly super fun. It was really cool to get to look back and see the history of this series that I like so much and get to experience every single game that it had to offer. There were also a lot of surprises. If we look at the tier list here, I definitely did not think it was going to shape up like this. Overall, I think this tier list is pretty accurate, and it definitely represents how I feel about all the different games in the series. The Legend of Zelda is one of those franchises that just means quality, and considering how much of this series falls under a B rank or above, which are all games I would recommend, that definitely holds true. I want to give a huge shout out to all of my friends who helped me play through various games in this list, and also a big thank you to everyone who has watched this. This was a ton of work, so I really appreciate it. I'd love to hear your thoughts and your rankings down in the comments below, and there are more game series coming up that will get this treatment, where I beat and rank every single game, and you can expect more videos like that in the upcoming months. And hopefully I'll catch you in another video. Take care, everyone.